The child Wang Yu thought was his own turned out to have no blood relation to him, a devastating blow that crushed his heart. Pain and sorrow surged through him like a relentless tide. Yet, fate's cruel twists did not stop there. By chance, he uncovered a secret about his mother-in-law. When their eyes met, neither could find words to speak who could possibly offer comfort to the other in such a moment. The divorce was only the beginning. Two men, bound by the same tragic fate, embarked on opposite paths of revenge from that day forward. Chapter 1: Some things are unavoidable. The greatest sorrow in life isn't dying with money left unspent, but raising children for years, only to find out they aren't your own. Wang Yu held two freshly issued paternity tests, both starkly declaring the same truth: no biological relation. This devastating revelation shattered his belief that the two children he had cherished for so long were truly his. Despite the scorching July heat, the shock left him cold as ice. Alas! Of all the sufferings in the world, nothing wounds more than betrayal by the one you love. The betrayal of his wife made Wang Yu feel suffocated. It's true, as time passes in a relationship, someone always starts craving novelty, seeking a thrill amidst the calm. His whole body cold and his hands trembling, Wang Yu collapsed into a hospital chair, overwhelmed by grief. All those promises of eternal love, once a vision of undying loyalty, now felt like nothing but lies. Wang Yu's wife, Chen Yuding, had been the recognized beauty of their university. Even after bearing two children, she maintained her figure, becoming even more mature and voluptuous. Her skin was still as fair and delicate as ever, her hair dark and smooth, not at all resembling a mother in her 30s. Her family was a prestigious one in the city, with assets worth billions, and she was the only daughter, a true heiress of both beauty and wealth. For Wang Yu, a commoner fresh out of university, marrying such a perfect woman had always been his pride. The birth of their two children had made him feel like the happiest man on earth. But now, those flimsy pieces of paper in his hand felt like a colossal axe, smashing the illusion of his happy family to pieces. Thinking of his wife's years of deception, how he had cherished her day after day for a decade, he felt like nothing more than a fool. The rage burning within him had no outlet, and the future seemed bleak. But what could he do now? Even if he confronted her, what would it change? Once a man wears this kind of hat, there's no taking it off. His wife's family was influential, and his father-in-law had always looked down on him, even pushing for their second child to take the mother's surname. If he stirred up trouble, they might even hurry to finalize the divorce. In the end, what would he be left with? As Wang Yu thought about it, his face twisted with anger. There is no forgiveness for betrayal. A common man's fury can spill blood in 5 steps. Staggering out of the hospital, he found himself in front of a bar and walked in. Tonight, he would let loose. After today, he would live for himself alone. Wang Yu was tall, his features handsome, exuding a scholarly charm that had attracted many girls during his school days. But when Chen Yuding appeared, those girls felt too inferior to confess their feelings. Now, he drank one glass after another, the despair in his eyes drawing out a protective instinct from the women around him. Drinking alone, handsome? Care for some company? A woman accustomed to the bar scene couldn't resist approaching, and Wang Yu welcomed anyone who came. At this moment, it didn't matter who it was, he didn't care who he drank with, he just wanted to drink himself into oblivion, to forget his love, to forget his wife. A heartbroken man drinks fast, and it wasn't long before Wang Yu was slumped in a booth, surrounded by women taking advantage of the situation. Hands off, this man is mine tonight. A voice, sharp as a bombshell, shattered the chaotic atmosphere. As the women grew bolder, a cold, commanding voice cut through, halting them in their tracks like a sword. Who do you think you are? One woman snapped, recovering first, glaring angrily at the speaker. And what gives you the right? Another chimed in, her eyes filled with disdain. Get in line. A third woman shouted, feeling deeply insulted. Voices rose in protest, the scene descending into chaos as these women began arguing, even shoving each other, each determined to prove she was the most deserving of this man. Here's 10,000, the one who grabs it first wins. A check fluttered to the floor, sparking a mad scramble. Amidst the mayhem, Wang Yu felt himself being lifted, the softness against him indicating it was a woman, but he was too unsteady and his vision too blurred to see who it was. After leaving the bar, he was put into a car. From the back seat, he vaguely saw the driver was a girl with long, flowing black hair. It reminded him of when he first met his wife, she had worn her hair the same way. Angrily, he shouted, Chen Yuding, you liar! You made me raise someone else's kids, and now you dare show your face to me. But the woman didn't respond, continuing to drive as if she hadn't heard a word. Drunk, Wang Yu didn't stop, venting his fury and bitterness. I did a paternity test today, both kids aren't mine, neither of them. How could you do this to me? He wept, then began to sob uncontrollably. A man's tears are far more precious than his blood. After years of devotion, this was the outcome. Drunken and heartbroken, Wang Yu could no longer hold back his emotions. After crying for a while, he started raging again. I won't let you off. I'll expose what you've done, ruin your family's reputation, and kill that adulterer. I'll kill him. Still, the woman remained silent, only fueling Wang Yu's anger. Why aren't you saying anything? Guilty, aren't you? I've loved you for so many years, and this is how you repay me? Why? Tell me why you did this to me. As his drunkenness deepened, Wang Yu eventually fell asleep, muttering incoherently. It was unclear how long had passed when the car stopped in an underground parking lot. The woman helped him out, leading him into a house. Wang Yu, like a puppet, let her guide him. He vaguely felt someone undressing him, and then, perhaps, wiping his body. His mind hazy, he couldn't tell where he was or what was happening. Life is but a dream, and in this dream, the scent of roses lingers. When morning came, Wang Yu awoke with a parched throat. He wanted to ask his wife for a glass of hot water, but just as he was about to speak, the events of the previous day came rushing back. With a bitter smile, he felt it wasn't worth shedding tears over. Since he had decided to live for himself from now on, it was best to cut ties quickly. A woman who betrays isn't worth keeping, no matter how beautiful or wealthy she is, she's nothing but filth. As he regained his composure, he noticed a dull ache in his left arm and a strange sensation under his left hand. Wang Yu recalled getting drunk the night before and vaguely remembered a woman taking him away. Holy! Did I really get? He lifted his head slightly and saw the woman beside him. She was still sound asleep, her eyes closed, her cheeks flushed. Her silk-like black hair spread across his arm, her breathing soft and steady, her lips slightly parted as if she were dreaming. Sunlight streamed through the window, bathing her flawless skin in a golden glow. The entire scene was like a perfect painting, and Wang Yu, a man with an eye for beauty, couldn't help but admire it. Chapter 2: Be Decisive in a Crisis. After appreciating it for a while, the woman also woke up. Although I don't know why this happened, you can make any request you want. After sobering up, Wang Yu said with some nervousness. Wen Xin looked at the man in front of her and couldn't help but smile. The man she liked had deceived her for 20 years, but had never given her a promise. And her one indulgence in her despondency actually got a promise. Pathetic. Sad. Poor. What's more, he's despicable. What's the point of thinking about it? Is it so stupid to scold myself? I'm already this age, what else is there to let go of? The man in front of her had been observing her at the bar for a long time. It seemed that he had also been hurt by love. Although he wanted to bury his love completely, Wen Xin still didn't want to just find someone. She wanted to at least find someone who looked good and wasn't annoying. Some women are really strange. They hurt themselves to achieve a certain goal, but in the process of implementation, they pursue perfection. On the way back, she learned the man's name and heard his screams. It was indeed more miserable than herself. He had been married for 7 years and loved his wife deeply, but his wife had given birth to 2 children who were not his. As a woman, Wen condemned the shamelessness of that woman and sympathized with Wang Yu's experience. She thought that she was just looking for someone who was easy on the eyes anyway, and this Wang Yu looked pretty good, and it seemed that his character was also good. It was quite tiring to pick someone out, but at least she could give him something, let him know that his life was not just about cheating and betrayal, but also a little bit of luck and warmth. If you want me to be responsible, I think we can try to get to know each other for a while. This woman didn't seem to have a hint of the worldliness, and Wang Yu felt that he could get to know her. Although his wife had betrayed him, he didn't want to end up alone. Wang Yu was a little sad. He woke up and realized that he had been unknowingly unfaithful. How could he accept this? It's fine. You can go. I don't want to get to know you. What do you mean? You should go back and finish your own business first. The 2 children are not yours. Why don't you go and divorce your wife? How do you know? You were shouting in the car last night. I don't want to know. Wait for me. I'll go back and divorce my wife, and then come find you. Wang Yu felt that her married status had led to her misunderstanding. I said, don't you understand human language? If you want to contact me, you have to wait for me to be willing. I. Wang Yu's face turned red and he didn't know what to say. It turned out to be a one-night stand. Wang Yu couldn't be as carefree as a woman. He was still traditional in his personality and left his contact information. Wen Xin waved her hand and didn't say a word. Although she sympathized with Wang Yu's experience, she also gave him her most precious thing. But she was still reluctant to have any emotional exchange with a man who had been cheated on by women for so many years. Although the skin was good, it was still not good enough, and she didn't have the heart for it. Wang Yu put the note on the bedside table and then got ready to get dressed and leave. He lifted the quilt and found a small red flower on the bed. This. It's no wonder that Wang Yu was so excited. After all, he had never seen this kind of flower when he was newly married. His wife explained that she had hurt herself when she was learning to dance. Wang Yu had suspected it at the time, and after checking online, he found that there was indeed a chance of this happening. Combined with his wife's deliberate flattery and coquetry, as well as her astonishingly flexible body, he believed it. What are you looking at? Get out of here. Wen Xin chased Wang Yu away with a red face. Wait for me. After getting dressed, Wang Yu looked at Wen Xin seriously for 10 seconds, until he would never forget her in this life, and then left. Sitting on the bed, Wen Xin regretted her decision. She didn't regret indulging herself, but she felt that she shouldn't have found a man like Wang Yu. Possessiveness is too strong, and maybe she will have trouble in the future, but it's nothing. She will leave after a few days when she finishes dealing with Sue's affairs, and she probably won't see him again. After leaving, Wang Yu went to his wife's company to find her directly and make things clear. The strong urge for revenge from yesterday could be delayed for now, and it was still better to get a divorce quickly. After knowing the truth, he had to stop the loss in time. Chen Yuding was young and pretty, and her family background was quite good. Even though he knew that she was already married with 2 children, there were still some ambitious people who wanted to have both wealth and beauty, and they pursued her frantically. But in the past, Wang Yu didn't care about these things. After all, the 2 of them had always had a good relationship, and the 2 children were very obedient and well-behaved. His eldest daughter was 3 years old this year, and his youngest daughter was less than a year old. He had been so fond of his little cotton-padded jacket for so long, but it wasn't his own. Now that I think about it, it's really ironic that I've been a cuckold for at least 4 years. Wang Yu walked in silence to his wife's company, ignoring everyone who greeted him on the way. When he pushed open the office door, his wife, Chen Yuding, was working at her desk. Looking at the beautiful and capable woman in front of him, Wang Yu's heart did not waver at all, but only felt disgust and disgust. Husband, why are you here? Where did you go last night? Your phone was turned off when I called you. Chen Yuding heard a noise and looked up to find that it was Wang Yu coming over. Looking at his wife's natural appearance, Wang Yu was even more upset. He was deceived by her appearance. After years of cheating and betrayal, if he hadn't done the paternity test himself, he would have been driven by her for the rest of his life. Wang Yu closed the office door and locked it, then pulled the curtains. Although he had been cheated for a long time and had thought about revenge, it was not the right time yet, and Wang Yu was a man of honor. Chen Yuding, tell me honestly, have you ever betrayed me? Wang Yu asked with a gloomy face. He wanted to know how his wife would answer him. What's wrong with you, honey? You're acting strange. You came to the office early in the morning and asked me this. Did you hear something? Chen Yuding had been the boss for a few years and had good emotional control. Wang Yu's face was not good. He had not come home last night and was asking himself questions early in the morning. She felt that there must be something going on. Before she understood, impulsiveness would not bring her any results. She wanted to figure it out first and then decide her attitude. Her calmness did not surprise Wang Yu. As a boss for several years, she has always been competent, but Wang Yu has no intention of arguing with her. With evidence in his pocket, who has the time to argue? If you don't make a decision, you will be in trouble. Leave. Look at this. Wang Yu handed his wife 2 copies of the paternity test. After receiving it, Chen Yuding looked at it for a few seconds and her face changed. She didn't expect her husband to discover something she had hidden for many years. And it seems that today will not end well. If I make a scene with my husband here, it will have a huge negative impact on my company and my family. Whose is this? You didn't bring it here to scare me, did you? You don't have to deny it. I did it at a legitimate institution, and it has legal effect. I personally took the items for the 2 children's identification. Now I'm not here to ask you for an explanation. Chapter 3, Don't Treat Me Like a Lapdog. Wang Yu's words made Chen Yuding silent for a long time, but Wang Yu was not in a hurry. After all, some evidence cannot be destroyed. Chen Yuding calmly looked at Wang Yu and threw the appraisal report directly into the shredder. You haven't done the appraisal, and I haven't read this report either. Husband, aren't we a happy family? What kind of fairy logic is this? Were you Zhao Gao in your previous life? Wang Yu almost couldn't breathe when he heard his wife's words. He never thought that his wife would be so calm and call a stag a horse. What is she trying to do, make him wear a hat all the time and continue to help others raise their children? His wife's words didn't hurt much, but they were extremely insulting. Chen Yuding, do you think that's possible? Don't force me to find that man, and hurry up and get a divorce. A divorce is impossible. The two daughters can't live without a father, and I can't live without a husband. His wife's words were very plain, as if she were stating a very ordinary matter. But Wang Yu felt funny. She had already put the hat on my head and spoke to me in this tone. I won't raise a child that isn't mine, and I won't live with you anymore. If you don't agree, I'll go to court to sue for a divorce, and you'll bear all the consequences yourself. Wang Yu was a little agitated and felt that his wife was very strange. When he came, he thought of many scenes, crying, mocking, begging for mercy, and even refusing to admit it. But his wife casually dismissed the whole thing with a single sentence, allowing him to continue to be a turtle. Is that possible? She's just trying to get her way. Although his wife is very rich, Wang Yu is not the kind of person who would give up his dignity for money. If it weren't for what happened last night. If it weren't for the responsibility of being a son. Wang Yu really wanted to strangle his wife right now. When she heard that Wang Yu was going to take the matter to court, Chen Yuding's brows furrowed. But seeing Wang Yu, who was about to go crazy, she didn't dare to provoke him. If she couldn't control the situation and things exploded here, it would be very difficult to deal with her own troubles afterwards. How could you do a paternity test? Did someone tell you something? For Wang Yu, Chen Yuding still knew very well that her family had always been very good, and there were some things that Wang Yu had never suspected. Yes, I received a text message yesterday morning. At first I thought it was just a spam message, but it clearly stated the time and place of your infidelity, which made it hard for me not to suspect. At the time I still believed in you, thinking that someone was targeting you, and I wanted to call you to say something, but I couldn't get through to you after calling a dozen times, and no one answered when I called your office. In the morning you told me yourself that you were going to work, and then less than an hour later you couldn't be contacted, which made me have to suspect you. I never thought that the results of the paternity test would turn out to be true. Where did you go yesterday morning? I didn't see you return the call in the afternoon. Were you not there, or were you fooling around with some other man? Chen Yuding didn't know how to answer. She definitely couldn't tell her husband where she had been yesterday. She couldn't help but blame the man in her heart. If he hadn't turned off his phone, she wouldn't have received the call and this wouldn't have happened. Of course, she didn't know that the phone had been turned off deliberately, and the text message her husband received was also arranged. If Wang Yu hadn't gone for a paternity test, there would have been other means later, the purpose of which was to kick Wang Yu out. Chen Yuding had been held in the palm of two men's hands for several years, and she thought she could control them at the same time. She didn't know that which man would be so stupid. No sooner had her husband learned the truth than he changed from his usual gentle self and couldn't wait to divorce her. The lover outside was also scheming, just to possess her alone. Why aren't you talking? I went out yesterday to talk about the contract, my phone ran out of battery, and I was busy until the evening. Wang Yu thought, when his wife called, he wasn't drinking, so he must have been doing it, and it was strange that he had time to answer the phone. Okay, I don't want to get tangled up in this now. In a word, divorce. The children are yours, and the property under your name will be divided equally. This matter is over. From now on, we will live our own lives and never see each other again. Wang Yu is now too lazy to argue with his wife. Don't even think about getting a divorce. You go home now, or don't blame me for being rude. At this point, what else do you want to do? Do you think I can still live with you? Even if you don't want a divorce, I won't go back. You have 3 days to think about it. If you haven't made up your mind after 3 days, then I'll see you in court. After saying this, Wang Yu walked away without looking back. Chen Yuding looked at Wang Yu's back as he left, and angrily smashed everything on her desk that she could smash. After calming down, she took out her phone and dialed a phone number. After 2 rings, the other end picked up. What's wrong, sister? Do you miss your younger brother? My husband knows about me and knows that the child is not his. Can you marry me? He knows, you've been hiding it well. What's the point of talking about this now? If I don't agree to a divorce after 3 days, he'll go to court. If this gets out, I'm finished, and our family will suffer a great loss. And what about our 2 daughters? They're so young and have to bear the gossip. Shen Yuding burst into tears as she spoke. She still has feelings for Wang Yu. After all these years together, apart from the fact that life is a bit dull, he takes care of himself and the children very well. If she could avoid a divorce, she would like to continue living with Wang Yu. Sometimes she thinks that she is really greedy, wanting both the excitement and happiness that the outside world brings her, and the happiness and warmth of a family. After so many years, she has become accustomed to this kind of life, and now the balance has suddenly been broken. If the news of her infidelity leading to a divorce gets out, will her daughter be discriminated against at school, and will she be verbally abused? The thought of those devastating adjectives being used to describe her daughter makes Chen Yuding feel cold all over. Yuding, don't cry. There are still 3 days left. Don't worry, I'll definitely help you solve this problem. How? By marrying me? If we can divorce peacefully, Wang Yu won't make a fuss. All we have to do is get him to sign a confidentiality agreement. But if you don't marry me after the divorce, what about our daughter? How can I explain to her when she grows up that she doesn't have a father? I really can't do that right now. My mother is in Shuzhou. If she finds out about us, I'll be disinherited. Is that identity really that important? We don't need money now. My company is already profitable, and we can live well as a family of 4. It's not as simple as you think. If I lose my status as heir, the brother and sister behind me won't let me go. And your company, if I lose this status, your business volume will be halved. The Wing Group is very important to us. Then, what should I do? I'm so confused right now. Don't worry about it. I'll find someone to take care of that kid. If he doesn't listen to you, then let him know what it means to be cornered. Shen Yuding heard the cold voice on the other side of the phone and was scared. She felt that this junior was not the same as she knew in school. Especially since this whole thing was their fault in the first place, and he actually wanted to take away everything Wang Yu had. Shen Yuding was not that cold-blooded. Although she had betrayed her husband, she had never thought of letting him live without a way out. No, you can't hurt Wang Yu. I've already done him wrong enough. And for so many years, he's taken care of us so well. I can't be so heartless. Yuding, I won't hurt him. Sometimes, to make someone listen, you don't have to use force. Don't worry. After my mom is gone, I'll be with you again. Chapter 4, The Old Man is Very Bad. After leaving his wife's company, Wang Yu returned home. His father-in-law and mother-in-law were taking care of their 2 granddaughters at home. The eldest daughter was named Wang Kiki, and the youngest daughter had not yet been given a name and was still called Xiao Bao, Little Treasure. Xiao Yu is back. Mother-in-law Li Yuzhen was holding Xiao Bao and walking around in the living room. She saw Wang Yu greeting her warmly, while father-in-law Chen Shushan was telling stories to the eldest daughter on the sofa. Seeing this happy and warm scene, Wang Yu couldn't help but want to kill his wife. What a happy family. He really likes his 2 daughters. Even though he now knows that they are not his biological children, he still can't feel any anger towards them. Dad, hold me. Coco saw her father and jumped off the sofa. With her short legs, she ran towards Wang Yu with her arms open. Seeing his daughter running towards him for a hug, Wang Yu couldn't hold back any longer. Tears immediately flowed down his face, and he immediately turned away so that his father-in-law and mother-in-law wouldn't see. He bent down to pick up Coco, holding her tightly in his arms, feeling the small, soft body. For a moment, Wang Yu would have preferred to have never found out, and to have continued living in the beautiful dream his wife had woven for him. But the 2 thin pieces of paper reminded Wang Yu that even dreaming was a green dream. He wiped away the tears and put Coco down. Wang Yu thought it would be better to talk to his father-in-law about this first. After all, he had come back to pack up his things, and if he didn't say anything, it would be embarrassing for the 2 elderly people. Coco, you go find Grandma first. I have something to talk to Grandpa about. Wang Yu said, and he let Coco go. By chance, Xiao Yu, I also have something to talk to you about. Let's go to the study. When they arrived in the study, Wang Yu made a pot of tea for his father-in-law and then closed the door. Chen Shusheng had already accepted his son-in-law, even though his family background was a bit poor, but he was really a good person, not only treating his daughter well, but also treating his old couple well. Xiaoyu, I have something I want to discuss with you. Dad, you say it. Wang Yu sat down and poured a cup of tea for Chen Shusheng, then placed it in front of him. Xiaobao, I want her to take the Chen family name, what do you think? Hearing his father-in-law's words, Wang Yu was obviously stunned. He had married Chen Yuding, not a son-in-law, so how could his father-in-law have said that? Looking at the stunned Wang Yu, Chen Shusheng was a little unhappy. His face turned cold, thinking that the heir to his billions of family assets did not have the same surname as him, and he felt very uncomfortable. When Wang Yu was about to marry Chen Sharon, he was very opposed to it. At the time, he wanted him to marry into the Chen family, but the traditional Wang Yu refused to agree, and his own daughter also strongly opposed it. Later, it was discovered that Wang Yu was really good to his daughter, and after getting married, he did not use the Chen family's resources to make money. He went out to find a job on his own, earning money to support his family. After several years of hard work, he also became a company leader at the grassroots level, with an annual income of 500,000 yuan. Of course, all this meant nothing to Chen Shusheng. After all, Wang Yu was a leader among ordinary people, but in his eyes, he was still an ordinary person without a background. Why don't you agree? No, you can ask Yuding about this. I have no opinion, and Coco can also not take my surname. Wang Yu's answer was unexpected by Chen Shusheng. At that time, Coco strongly requested to take the surname Chen after she was born. At that time, the boy's face was red and his neck was thick in front of him. Today, I thought that since Xiao Bao would be taking my surname, I would have to communicate with him properly. I even prepared a large sum of money. If Wang Yu agreed, I would give him 20 million to express my gratitude. I never thought that things would be so easy, and that this kid would be willing to let Coco also change her surname to Chen. Xiaoyu, this is no joke. Xiao Bao can take Chen as his surname, and Coco can still take your surname. Dad, I'm not unreasonable. It's just that the Chen family has to be passed down, so I'm forcing you to do this. Chen Shusheng thought it best to settle the matter of the baby first. As for Coco changing her surname to Chen, he of course agreed. After all, both granddaughters had his Chen family blood. But Coco's matter could be discussed later. One cannot eat a fat man in one bite, nor can one push this kid too hard. Dad, whether the two children take the surname Chen or not, I really don't have the final say. Wang Yu was ready to show his hand. Take a look at this. Wang Yu handed over 2 copies of the paternity test. Before going to see his wife, he had expected that she would tear up the report, so Wang Yu had made many copies, and he still had many in his hands. Chen Shusheng took the report, and the more he looked at it, the worse his face became. This is true. It's true, so what the child's surname is has nothing to do with me anymore. As for whether it's Chun or something else, you have to ask your daughter. After all, I still don't know who the child's biological father is. You better not lie to me, or I won't let you off the hook. Dad, I'm getting a divorce from Chen Yuding, and I won't publicize it. I just hope you won't bother my life in the future. As for whether this is true, you can ask your daughter. You think I would lie to you about something so easy to expose? After saying this, Wang Yu left, wanting to get out of the house as soon as possible. Chen Shusheng was in the study and couldn't calm down. This was too unexpected. Although he didn't want to believe it, he still knew Wang Yu's character. He definitely wouldn't joke about such a big thing. Could his daughter really be with someone like that? He had to ask for clarification. Dad, is there something wrong? Chen Yuding received a call from her father and felt inexplicably depressed. Is it true that Coco and Xiao Bao are not Wang Yu's children? Chen Shusheng didn't bother to ask questions, and asked directly. How do you know? Wang Yu told you? The paternity test is in my hands now. Tell me clearly, is it true or not? No, Coco and Xiao Bao are the children of Wang Yu and me. Wang Yu made a mistake. You wait at home. I'm going back now. After Chen Yuding hung up the phone, Chen Shusheng immediately felt that he had been deceived by Wang Yu. He walked out of the study angrily and was ready to settle the score with Wang Yu. When he came to the bedroom, he saw Wang Yu packing his things. He was furious and went to the study to find Wang Yu to settle the score. Bang! Chen Shusheng went up and gave Wang Yu a big slap. Kid, you dared to lie to me. I just asked Yuding, and she said that Coco and Xiao Bao are your 2 children. What do you have to say? Now. Wang Yu inexplicably took a slap, and then listening to Chen Shusheng's words, his anger came up. Good, Chen Yuding, you don't want to be given face, and now you're still lying. This old thing is also an idiot, not believing in clear evidence, and taking his daughter's word as true. Okay, I was thinking of a good parting, but now that you refuse to admit it, I'll drag that man out, and then we'll see if your Chen family's face is still worth anything. Chapter 5, I'll give you 3 days. Chen Shusheng looked at Wang Yu, who was glaring at him with a red face, and felt more and more that the kid was deceiving him. He thought that for so many years, he had pretended to be a good person in front of him, and had coaxed the old couple to change their attitude and slowly accept him. Kid, you can divorce Yuding if you want, but you can only leave with nothing, not a penny. You're full of shit. This family has also contributed, whether it's buying a house and renovating it, or the living expenses afterwards. Which time have I not paid? You Chen family really think it's a good idea, letting me serve you for so many years for free, not only not compensating me, but also not letting me take away the things I bought with my own money. Kid, don't think that I don't know what you're thinking. You two have been married for 7 years, and you've made a profit of no more than 3 million. But now Yuding's company is worth at least 100 million, and you still want to take half of the property. You're really crafty, no wonder you've been pretending to be a grandson for so many years. Whatever you say, I'll see you in court in 3 days. If you don't believe the report I made, you can do it yourself. Don't blame me for not reminding you when you get slapped in the face. Wang Yu finished speaking and pulled out a few hairs and slapped them on the table. Chen Shusheng saw that Wang Yu was so tough that he didn't seem to be lying at all, and he was going to the court. At that moment, he also became suspicious of his daughter's words. What are you still doing here? Are you afraid to go? Are you afraid that your daughter is really a slut? The angry Wang Yu was no longer polite in his speech. You're looking for death. Chen Shusheng raised his hand and was about to slap Wang Yu again, but Wang Yu blocked him directly. Am I right? You can go and investigate it clearly, and don't blame me for being rude before you act. Wang Yu has always been angry with this father-in-law. When he married Chen Yuding, he was the one who opposed it the most. He always looked down on him and forced him to become a son-in-law. If it weren't for Chen Yuding's desperate pleas and his own promises to the beloved, he would have reluctantly agreed, otherwise the marriage would really not have been able to be consummated. But who would have thought that this old guy would hold a grand wedding to maintain the Chen family's face? After that, he cut off Chen Yuding's credit card, saying that if he was so upright, he shouldn't spend the Chen family's money. Wang Yu is indeed very upright. Up to now, he has not spent a penny of the Chen family's money. He bought this house by working hard to earn money. At the time, he took 1.5 million and thought that he could just take out a loan for another 1 million. But after hearing this, Chen Shusheng felt that it would be a disgrace to the Chen family if his daughter had to take out a loan to buy a small 200 square meter duplex. So he refused to let Wang Yu take out a loan, but Wang Yu didn't have that much money, so he compromised and thought about buying a 100 square meter house first as a transition, but this was also opposed by Chen Shusheng. Wang Yu was so angry that he wanted to kill the old man on the spot, but his wife said that buying a house was a matter for both husband and wife, and that he was also obliged to contribute, so he borrowed 1 million yuan from his mother and bought the house. Wang Yu had no choice but to bite the bullet, and after that, he worked even harder to earn money and paid back the 1 million yuan he owed the Chen family early. Those years were the hardest for Wang Yu. He had to work several jobs every day and also had to watch the faces of Chen Shusheng and his wife. Although his wife also worked, Chen Shusheng only gave her a position as an assistant, which paid 10,000 yuan a month, which was not enough for her to buy a set of cosmetics. The pressure of the family was all on him, but Wang Yu kept on gritting his teeth and persisting. For the sake of his wife and not to be looked down upon, he paid too much. Fortunately, his efforts were not in vain. He gradually established himself in the company, and his work became more and more smooth. 2 years ago, he was promoted to department manager. His life was getting better and better. His wife also gave birth to 2 lovely daughters for him, achieving a double harvest in family and career. If it weren't for discovering that the children were not his own, Wang Yu would still feel that he was the happiest person in the world. Thinking about his own efforts and sacrifices being repaid with betrayal, Wang Yu was very respectful of Chen Shusheng without beating him up. I will investigate this matter thoroughly. If I find out that you are playing dirty tricks, I will make your life a living hell. Don't let your daughter make you angry to death. Oh, you definitely won't die. The upper beam is crooked, the lower beam is crooked. What kind of daughter you have, what kind of father you have. You are all the same kind of person. How can you die of anger when you don't even have a face? In terms of sharp tongues, Wang Yu is also unyielding. A burst of output almost made Chen Shu angry enough to have a heart attack. Wang Yu bypassed Chen Shu and continued to start packing up her clothes. The mother-in-law in the living room didn't know what was going on, and just thought that the two of them had a dispute over the surname of the baby. She also didn't find it strange that there was a commotion inside. She knew Wang Yu's personality very well. She was traditional, stubborn. She hoped that the old man would be able to convince him this time. "Mom, where's my dad and Wang Yu?" Chen Yuding, who had rushed back from the company, saw her mother taking her two daughters home. The family looked normal, not like anything had happened. "Upstairs, your father was talking to Xiao Yu about the baby's surname." Chen's mother didn't know what had happened. Chen Yuding put down her bag, kissed Coco and Xiao Bao, and hurried upstairs. When she came to the bedroom, she saw Wang Yu packing his things, and her father standing at the door, glaring at him. The development of events had already exceeded Chen Yuding's expectations. She had never thought that this would involve her parents. Now, it was obvious that the two of them had broken up, and it would be even more difficult for her to save the marriage. "Husband, what are you doing?" Without paying any attention to her father, Chen Yuding ran over and grabbed Wang Yu's hand. Wang Yu looked at the slender and perfect jade hand on his wrist, and he didn't like it as much as before. He felt sick in his heart, thinking that this hand had touched other men, and immediately pulled away. "You're back just in time. Explain some things to your father yourself. I don't want to see you now. I'll call you in 3 days. Get a divorce quickly." After saying that, he pushed his wife away, grabbed his suitcase, and was about to leave. Chen Yuding immediately hugged Wang Yu's waist and couldn't say a word. "I thought I didn't care about my husband, but when he was about to leave, the reluctance in my heart was so strong." Chen Yuding didn't know what was wrong with her. A strong sense of unease came over her, as if a voice kept telling her that she couldn't let him go. "Let him go, I don't believe it. Where can he go after leaving the Chun family? Don't come back and kneel down and beg me." Chen Shushan was also very distressed to see his daughter like this, and he hated Wang Yu even more. Even if his daughter cheated, Coco and Xiaobao are still his granddaughters. A good-for-nothing who can't keep his wife should be cuckolded. Chen Shushan now looked at Wang Yu more and more disapprovingly. He forcefully pulled open Chen Yuding's hands, looked at Chen Shushan coldly, and Wang Yu didn't even bother to say a word to them and left without looking back. In the living room, the mother-in-law looked at Wang Yu leaving with a suitcase and a face full of anger, and she felt very uncomfortable. At the moment, she turned her head and didn't even bother to look at Wang Yu's ugly face. "Dad, where are you going?" Coco didn't feel anything, but she looked at Wang Yu, who had already left, and asked with a longing look. Wang Yu, who was angry, didn't want to get angry with Coco either. After all, the child was innocent, and she had no choice in her origins. Moreover, she had always treated her as her heart's treasure for the past 3 years, so how could she bear to hurt her? "Dad is going on a business trip, but Coco will be good at home. When Dad comes back, will you take me to the amusement park?" The amusement park, good. Coco was obedient at home. "Dad, you have to come back soon." Looking at Coco, who was calling him dad, Wang Yu felt even more hatred for his wife. It was all her fault that such a young child had to suffer. With great difficulty, he suppressed the urge to hug Coco, and forced a smile on his face. He touched the little girl's head, and left with anger and resentment. Chapter 6, If You Have Money, You Want Me to Be a Cuckold. After leaving home, Wang Yu drove aimlessly on the street, looking at the bustling city and not knowing where to go. When the car passed by a residential area, he realized that this was the place he had left this morning. Although he was still afraid to see the woman, it would be good to rent a house here and be closer to her. He immediately parked the car on the side of the road. There was a real estate agency outside the community, so Wang Yu went in to ask about it. If there was a house in the community, he was ready to move in today. The woman who received Wang Yu was a middle-aged woman who gave the impression of being very capable. After learning about Wang Yu's needs, she recommended 3 listings to him. One was a small 1-bedroom apartment of only 60 square meters, with a rent of 2,500 yuan a month. The other one was a 3-room apartment of 122 square meters, but there was already a tenant, so Wang Yu rejected it on the spot. The third one was a large flat of more than 200 square meters, luxuriously decorated, with complete furniture and appliances, and the owner had not yet lived in it. But the house was really good, and Wang Yu was more interested in this house because it was right above the woman's house. The rent was 10,000 yuan a month, which was still affordable for Wang Yu, who earned more than 500,000 yuan a year. He signed a contract on the spot, paid half a year's rent, and Wang Yu successfully got the keys. Taking the elevator, Wang Yu arrived at the floor where the house was located. He opened the door and looked at the decoration of the house, which was basically the same as the pictures. After arranging his clothes and belongings, Wang Yu lay down on the bed and fell into a deep sleep without eating. The events of the past 2 days had exhausted him, and now that he was alone, he felt relaxed and was waiting for his divorce from his wife in 3 days. Wang Yu had no thoughts about his wife's company, and his dignity did not allow him to take advantage of the Chun family. He just wanted to get back what was his. He had paid 1.5 million for the house, and his wife had borrowed 1 million from her mother-in-law. So the house belonged to him, and although it was marital property, he would not give it to his wife. Now the price of houses is rising rapidly. A house that cost 2.5 million at the time could probably be sold for 4 million now. Wang Yu didn't want much, he only wanted 4 million, as long as he could get a divorce, he really wanted to be as far away from his wife and her family as possible. He slept until after 3 o'clock in the afternoon, when his phone rang. He looked at the caller ID and saw it was the company, saying that he needed to come to the office. Wang Yu had taken a week of annual leave for his wife's sake, and the company was calling at this time, so there must be something important. Although his family was broken, he still valued his career. After all, he still needed to make a living and take care of his parents back home. When he arrived at the company, he went straight to the general manager's office. "Mr. Zhang, is there anything I can help you with?" "Manager Wang is here. Please sit down. I do have something I want to talk to you about." Wang Yu sat down on the sofa in the office, wondering what the general manager wanted to talk to him about. "Manager Wang, I asked you to come here today partly for business and partly for personal matters." "I'll listen to you, Mr. Zhang. You've been with the company for almost 7 years, and you've always done well. And since you became manager, you've done a lot for the company's development. Now there's an opportunity. Old Zhu is retiring next month, and I want you to take his place." Lao Zhu is one of the company's 4 deputy general managers, in charge of the company's 2 major departments of research and engineering projects, and can be described as a deputy general manager with real power. It was rumored some time ago that Lao Zhu would be re-employed by the company after his retirement, but judging from what Mr. Zhang meant today, Lao Zhu must be thinking of taking a break. "Mr. Zhang, I am personally very grateful to the company for recognizing and promoting me. I am confident that I can definitely complete the tasks assigned to me by the company. As for the promotion, don't worry about how you feel now, just agree to it first, and then we'll talk about how to do the work later." Wang Yu, who had been in the workplace for many years, was not aloof, and he would definitely seize the opportunity when it came. "Well, the company needs young people like you to lead, but there is one condition you have to agree to, otherwise this position will not fall into your hands." "What condition?" Wang Yu was a little strange. Did Lao Zhang want to find a way to line his own pockets and dig up some company projects to do on his own? "Don't worry, this is your personal business, I shouldn't ask, but you're about to be promoted to the top of the company, so I have to pay more attention to you." "What personal business?" "Mr. Zhang, if you say it can be done, I will definitely do it." Wang Yu had a bad feeling. "Okay, I won't keep you in suspense. If you want to be promoted to vice president, there is only one condition: you can't get divorced within 5 years. "What?" "Mr. Zhang, I didn't know the company had such a rule." Wang Yu was shocked to hear this. He was about to get a divorce, but how could this guy make such a targeted condition? "Don't be nervous, Wang Xiao. I've already told you the condition. Think about it and let me know before you leave work." "Mr. Zhang, to be honest, I will divorce my wife in 3 days. I will not be the vice president until next month, and I will have divorced by then. I don't think that will violate your conditions." "Young man, things are not as you think. If you want to be promoted to vice president, you cannot divorce in 3 days, and you cannot divorce for the next 5 years. Also, the annual salary of the company's vice president is 5 million, and there are also dividends from shares. Last year, Lao Zhu received a dividend of more than 30 million, and this year's benefits will be even better. You have to think about it clearly." After saying this, Mr. Zhang waved his hand and let Wang Yu leave. Wang Yu, who was confused, walked out of the company and couldn't understand why the resistance to his divorce would come from the company. According to Mr. Zhang, if I don't divorce, I can earn at least 40 million by the end of the year, which is money I can't earn in my whole life. But if I don't divorce and continue to be a turtle, it's better to kill him. At that time, he didn't even want to be a son-in-law, let alone endure his wife's betrayal and raise another child for 5 years. Damn it, I won't agree to 40 million, let alone 400 billion. A turtle who takes the money is no longer a green-haired turtle. After Wang Yu left, Zhang dialed a phone number in his office.
I've taken care of the matter you asked me to. Now it's up to Wang Yu. If he agrees, I'll make a deal with him.
After 5 years, he'll have to give back whatever he took. If he doesn't agree, I'll fire him and ban him from the industry, so he won't be able to make a dime.
Thank you, Mr. Zhang. Come by tomorrow. I have a project I want to discuss with you. Chapter 7, Going Home.
Wang Yu left the company, feeling irritable. He crossed the street and bought a pack of cigarettes. He took a deep drag, coughing up the spicy smoke. After a moment, he took another drag, and the thick smoke filled his chest. Now that he was free from the constraints of his family, he began to show the character that had been suppressed for many years. When he was in college and had not yet met his wife, Wang Yu was still a cheerful and outgoing young man. Before his senior year, he was just like any other college student, spending time with his roommates, playing games, and playing basketball. Of course, he also developed the habit of smoking and drinking at that time. When he was in his senior year and started dating his wife, Wang Yu began to change himself unknowingly. He stopped smoking, didn't have time to play games, and even slowly gave up his favorite basketball. The barbecue stalls that he used to go to with his roommates several times a month gradually lost his presence. It was as if he had become a different person, and his preferences and habits had begun to converge with his wife's. Smoking a cigarette, Wang Yu thought back to the days after he met his wife. He had always silently accommodated her, and for that, he had changed his habits, lost his hobbies, and alienated his friends. It took him several years to become the kind of person his wife liked, but what did he get in return?
I'm such a fool.
Wang Yu thought to himself and slapped himself hard. Others get paid for their efforts, but I get a green hat for my efforts.
What a dog's life. Whoever wants the money can have it. After smoking 2 cigarettes, Wang Yu's head was dizzy and he didn't bother to go to the company.
He immediately called Zhang's phone.
Xiao Wang, have you figured it out? Mr. Zhang, I've thought about it. My wife and I really can't get along anymore. The marriage is definitely going to end.
I'm not at liberty to disclose the specific reasons.
Wang, this is a rare opportunity.
You'll be earning tens of millions a year. You have to choose carefully.
Young people shouldn't be so impulsive. After thinking it over, Mr. Zhang, if the vice president is capable, then do it. If not, that's fine too. I just want to live a little more happily. Okay, then. Just think it over carefully.
After hanging up the phone, Mr. Zhang's face wasn't very good. The original plan was to let Wang Yu become the vice president, then do something to the contract, delay him for 5 years, and then kick him out of the company, and not have to pay a dime. Now it seems that Wang Yu will have to be fired, and according to Wang Yu's contract, firing this kid will cost him hundreds of thousands of dollars in liquidated damages.
After hanging up the phone, Wang Yu's mood improved a lot.
He had rejected the company's temptation of tens of millions of dollars, and he felt that he was gradually finding himself again.
Driving his car, Wang Yu headed straight for his hometown.
After all, he was getting a divorce, and he didn't want to hide it from his parents. He had suffered many grievances and hardships in the past, which he had endured silently. In the years since he married his wife, most of his time had been spent working and taking care of the family. He had not given his parents enough attention, and he felt ashamed.
From now on, I will only be worthy of the people who gave birth to me and the people I gave birth to. Wang Yu thought to himself.
But then he thought about the fact that he didn't even have a child, and he felt sick. Sioux City is about 200 kilometers from his hometown, and Wang Yu drove for 3 hours to get home. My mother made hand-pulled noodles.
I haven't had them for years now.
Picking himself up, Wang Yu pushed open the door and walked into the courtyard. The familiar scene came into view, and his sense of home came rushing at him.
Mom, I'm home.
A phrase he used to say often, and after a few years, it finally rang out in this courtyard again.
Xiao Yu, you're back. Where's Yuting? Isn't she with you?
Wang Yu looked at his mother in front of him. There were a few more wrinkles on her face than the last time he saw her. Her once black and shiny hair had gradually been replaced by silver hair. When did his mother start to age? He only had a few fragments of his mother in his vague memory. Over the years, why hadn't he thought of his parents? Why hadn't he spent more time with them? Mom, I came back by myself.
Mom, I'm hungry.
Wang Yu's voice was a little choked at the end, and his heart was inexplicably upset, both feeling guilty towards his parents and condemning himself.
Son, come in quickly, the meal is just ready.
Wang Yu's mother looked at her son kindly. When Wang Yu came into the house and sat down, his mother brought him a large bowl of noodles, covered with meat and a large spoonful of red pepper. His mother never forgot his preferences, and the meat on the noodles was a sign of her deep love for him. Although Wang Yu felt a bit uncomfortable eating the noodles, he felt much more at ease.
Mom, where is Dad?
Wang Yu asked curiously after eating half of the noodles and finding that only his mother was with him.
The temple in the village is going to be demolished to make a small square. Your father is supervising the demolition. The temple at the west end?
Yes, the one you used to play at when you were little.
Oh. It's good to build a square. You can go dancing there at night.
After finishing the meal, his mother handed him half a bowl of noodle soup, which he finished in one gulp. He felt so comfortable that he felt like he had been reborn. All his worries and dissatisfaction were swept away, and he felt indescribably happy.
Mom, me and Chen Yuding are getting a divorce.
Wang Yu was not the type of person who could keep things to himself.
He was straightforward and had no secrets to keep.
Although he felt a bit ashamed of his wife's betrayal, he had nothing to hide from his mother.
Divorce? What's wrong? Why divorce when you're doing so well? Mom, because of some things, I can't live with her anymore. I came back today to tell you and Dad about it.
Xiaoyu, divorce is no joke. Coco and Xiaobao are still so young.
What will happen to the children if you two get divorced?
Although the old lady doesn't often see her two granddaughters, her love for them hasn't diminished at all.
Mom, Coco and Xiaobao aren't mine. I'm so ashamed. Wang Yu hugged his mother and wanted to cry. But when he felt his mother's trembling body, he stopped immediately. Mom, what's wrong with you? Are you okay?
Wang Yu quickly helped his mother sit on the sofa, stroked her back, and helped her calm down.
Mom, don't be angry.
I'm still young, just in my early 30s. I'll definitely give you two big, fat boys in the future.
After exhaling deeply, Wang's mother's whole spirit seemed to have been sucked away.
Her face, which had just been smiling, was now slightly pale. My dear, I have been telling you for a long time that you are not a good match for him. Life will be difficult for you.
You just wouldn't listen. You have always been stubborn. But I never thought you would suffer so much and be so wronged. Mom, it's okay. After the divorce, I will get married and have children. I will bring the children to you and let you hold and kiss them every day.
Thinking of her two daughters, who had been taken over by her father-in-law and mother-in-law, and her own parents wanting to take care of them for a while and bring up their granddaughters, but were rejected by the Chen family both openly and secretly, Wang Yu cursed herself in her heart for being such a fool.
You have grown up, and I can't help you much now. You decide your own affairs. I believe you won't do anything bad. Just live a good life in the future. It doesn't matter whether you get married or not.
You must take care of yourself.
Don't worry, Mom. I'm not a fool. I'll definitely learn from this experience. Mom, you sit here for a while. I'll go find Dad.
Seeing his mother slowly calm down, Wang Yu wanted to quickly call his father back. Walking on the familiar road, smelling the fragrance of the earth, Wang Yu felt that the taste of his hometown was unmatched anywhere else. After walking for a few minutes, he saw a group of people gathered in front of the small temple in the distance.
Chapter 8, Wang Yu knocked out by the mountain god. Dad, what's going on?
Wang Yu approached and saw his father busy with something, and many village officials had also arrived. After greeting his uncles, aunts, neighbors and friends, Wang Yu came to his father.
You're back.
Wang Yu's father kept looking at his son until he finished talking to the villagers, then patted him on the shoulder. Wang Yu looked at the crowd and thought it was not a good time to talk about his shameful past. He also saw that his father was in no condition to leave.
Dad, what is going on in the village? Do you need my help? Well, we were just selecting people. The age and zodiac sign have to match. Now we are still missing one. Son, you came at the right time. Your age and zodiac sign are just right. Come, now we can start. With these words, Wang Yu's father called everyone over.
Wang Yu followed in a daze, not knowing what his father wanted to do with so many people. After a while, a total of 16 men, including Wang Yu, entered the temple.
Today we are inviting the mountain god. We must not touch the ground during the transfer.
Wang Yu knew what was going on when his father's voice rang out. This temple is a mountain god temple that has been in Wangjia village for many years. Wang Yu has played here with his friends since he was a child. The statue of the mountain god is very large, about 500 kilograms. There are many people in the group, and they are all young and strong men, so it is not a problem to carry the statue of the mountain god.
Everyone is standing in place.
With a shout, Wang Yu and the group of men stood in order on either side of the statue of the mountain god. The statue had already been fixed in place, with many ropes tied to it, and several sturdy wooden sticks interspersed in the ropes.
Wang Yu stood up and looked around.
He was standing right under the hand of the mountain god. If he remembered correctly, there was a statue of a golden boy under this hand. At that time, the mountain god was stroking the golden boy's head, and now he was standing here in the golden boy's place. Maybe the golden boy's statue was moved first for transportation, Wang Yu thought. On the shoulder. His father shouted, and then he hit the gong in his hand.
Up. Another gong.
Wang Yu and the other men exerted themselves, and the statue of the mountain god was lifted up steadily. At the entrance to the temple, a ritual was held to invite the mountain god to move his residence here and ensure that the villagers would have good weather and good harvests.
After a gong sounded, the men shouted, "Fire the cannon!" A burst of firecrackers sounded outside the temple.
Wang Yu's father held a big gong in his hand, shouting as he walked, directing the order of the procession, boosting the morale of the people, and observing the movements of the operation. Wang Yu and the other men began to follow their father's lead. Wang Yu's father looked at the procession, and when he saw that they were going too far to the left, he would beat the gong and say, "Left side of the rope, lean to the right." Everyone would respond with a "Hey yo," and then lean to the right. If they were going too far to the right, he would yell, "Right side of the rope, lean to the left." Everyone would respond with a "Hey yo," and then lean to the left. There are 4 young girls on either side of the mountain god statue, holding lanterns and fans. Behind the statue, a person holds a canopy. The entire procession moves forward with the sound of drums, which is very spectacular. After walking along a flat path for a while, they reach the foot of the mountain behind the village. Although the mountain is not high, it is rugged and difficult to walk on, with many winding and steep sections. The most difficult part of the climb is when you reach a large, slippery, steep rock slope.
Little ones, put in your effort.
Hey, yo! Wang Yu lifted for a few minutes, and although his shoulders felt uncomfortable, he was very excited in this atmosphere. Wang Yu's father's gong sounded intensively, and everyone exerted their utmost strength, gradually lifting up with the rhythm of 1, 2, 1, 2, and the dozen strong men carrying the statue focused on keeping their footing. With one last push, the sound of gongs and shouts continued, and the statue slowly ascended. Wang Yu was sweating profusely, but he dared not take his eyes off the statue for a moment. "Please, mountain god, take your place." On the mountainside, there was a flat area with a 1-meter-high stone platform, which the villagers had found to rebuild the temple. Wang Yu let out a sigh of relief and followed the procession onto the stone platform. When everyone was in place and the statue had not yet been lowered, Wang Yu was starting to feel a bit faint. Wang's father placed the offerings in front of the mountain god, lit the incense and candles, and took out his watch to check the time. The auspicious time had arrived, so he lit the incense and fired the cannon. 3 incense sticks over a meter long were inserted into the incense burner, and a dozen meters of firecrackers were lit, gradually building up to a climax. With the sound of a gong, the villagers' voices also lowered. Fall. With the order passed, Wang Yu was relieved that it was finally over. "Xiao Yu, be careful." What to be careful of? Wang Yu didn't react to the sound and felt a sharp pain in his head. He fainted on the spot. Wang Yu's father looked at the mountain god and stroked the golden boy's right hand, which broke from the wrist and fell directly on Wang Yu's head. Just as he was about to say something, his son was knocked unconscious. "Quickly save him." In a panic, Wang Yu was also treated like a statue and carried down the mountain by several men. Wang Yu's father left several village elders to continue the event, and then rushed to the hospital with Wang Yu. Where did the golden boy statue go? After Wang Yu's father left, several village elders looked around, but they didn't find the familiar golden boy statue. "Hey, do you think the golden boy statue was lost, and the mountain god took the Wang family boy as the golden boy and was about to slap him away?" Unable to find the golden boy, the villagers couldn't help but talk about it. The most discussed topic was that Wang Yu was taken as the golden boy by the mountain god, but Wang Yu's head was not as hard as the golden boy's, and he couldn't hold up the mountain god's hand, so he was knocked unconscious. At this time, Wang Yu felt a dark blackness in front of him, but his mental state was very good. "Golden boy, this time I have achieved enlightenment and returned to the fairy realm, so the position of mountain god will be passed on to you." Wang Yu was confused by the sound. Was I dreaming?
What golden boy, mountain god?
The old voice fell, and Wang Yu only saw a red token floating in front of him. It was written with the 4 characters blessing from the heavenly official. He reached out to touch it, and the token disappeared. Wang Yu only felt a sharp pain in his head, and then his consciousness passed out. But outside Wang Yu's body, a faint red light enveloped his head, slowly healing his injured area.
How is my son? In the town hospital, Wang's father nervously asked the doctor who had just done the examination.
Don't worry, it's nothing serious, just a little skin wound. The young man is young and strong, he will be fine in a few days.
Then why hasn't he woken up yet? Wang's father asked worriedly.
He has always been worried about his only son, Wang Yu, who has been bumping into things since he was a child. If I had known, I wouldn't have let him carry the statue.
It's just a temporary coma.
Don't worry, he'll wake up by tomorrow morning at the latest.
The doctor's words reassured Wang's father. Uncle Wang, why don't you go home first? Auntie will be worried at home.
I'll stay here with Chunmei tonight. The 2 girls holding lanterns next to the statue didn't know how they had followed them here.
The girl talking was Song Yuan, and Chunmei was Wang's father's niece. Okay, call if anything happens.
Seeing his son's rosy cheeks, as if he were asleep, Wang Fu also felt that there was no problem. Having Chunmei and Song Yuan here to take care of him was much better than having a few rough men. Wang Fu left with the helpers, leaving 2,000 yuan behind. As soon as he got home, Wang Fu's mother came out of the house.
How is my son?
Her voice was anxious and her face tense.
Chapter 9, A Heart That Has Been Worried for 10 Years.
Slow down, don't get excited, your son is fine, Yuwen and Chunmei are taking care of him, you can go over there in the morning.
Wang Fu comforted his wife.
Why did you leave the girls there?
Wang Mu began to complain. Chunmei is my son's sister, and Yuwen is someone we have watched grow up, so what's the big deal?
They are all family, so why should we leave a few rough men there to take care of the patient, or should I, an old man, take care of it? Okay, you're right. Hearing that her son was fine and that someone reliable had been arranged to take care of him, Wang's mother's heart was also relieved. When he arrived at the house, Wang's father immediately gobbled up the noodles on the table. He was really hungry after working so hard for so long.
Dad, there's something I need to tell you.
Originally, my son was going to tell you himself, but now that he's like this, I'll tell you.
What is it? Wang's father put down his bowl and lit a cigarette to smoke comfortably. My son is getting a divorce from his wife.
Wang Mu began to wipe away her tears again, feeling sorry for her son and thinking that he was being wronged. He married the girl he wanted to marry, and now he wants a divorce after only a few years. Wang Yu is not here, or he would definitely be beaten up.
I also support my son getting a divorce. Wang Mu's tone was firm, and her words surprised Wang Fu. Old woman, how can you be so confused? Divorce is a big deal. Don't pamper him anymore. Hey, don't get angry when I say this. If you knew, you would definitely let your son divorce.
The mother-in-law sat across from her husband and poured him a bowl of water.
Is there anything else you haven't told me?
She asked, and the father-in-law took the bowl.
Coco and Xiaobao are not my son's daughters.
Look, this is the paternity report my son gave me. Wang Mu said, taking out the report that she had handed to her son when he left the house. Wang Fu took the report, and although he couldn't read the data on it, he recognized the words "no blood relationship." He saw that there was another sheet, and it also had those words written on it.
This Chen family is really too much.
Wang Fu was first incredulous, then silent, and then suddenly slammed his hand on the table, his anger rising to the heavens. Wang Fu, who had met Chen Shuxing a few times, had always looked down on this relative-in-law. If it weren't for the sake of his son and daughter-in-law, he would have fired him long ago. Now that his son had been bullied like this, Wang Fu wasn't thinking about getting his son a divorce, but rather about taking someone directly to the Chen family to get them killed.
Come on, you still think it's like when you were young, and you could always use your fists to speak. Wang Fu's wife helplessly gave her husband a look. Let's just forget about it. Father Wang still wanted to get an explanation. Let's get a divorce first, and then see what our son says. After all, he's 30, and we can't make decisions for him. If this kid pretends to be a coward, I won't recognize him as my son.
Father Wang left angrily, and turned to walk towards the village. After all, 2 young girls were still in the hospital taking care of his son, and he still had to go to their house to say thank you. In the hospital, Chunmei took Yuan's hand and the 2 girls whispered to each other.
Yeon's face was flushed and Chunmei had a mischievous smile on her face. Yeah, you still like my brother? Yes. Yeon turned her head and didn't dare to look at Chunmei. Hey. You're 25 this year and my brother has been married for so many years, he has 2 children. You're dragging this on without a head.
Chunmei had long known that her best friend had always liked her cousin. But now, she had to persuade her, because she couldn't just watch her best friend remain an old maid.
Could she even help her find a lover and live with her brother in an ambiguous relationship?
Chunmei, my life was saved by Brother Yu, and I will never marry anyone but him.
When Yeon was 16, Wang Yu was 21, and Wang Yu was at home during the summer vacation.
His younger sister, Chunmei, begged him to take her to the back mountain to play, and the neighboring Yeon also looked at him with longing eyes. Unable to bear the gaze of the 2 little girls, Wang Yu took them to the river in the back mountain to catch fish.
After that, things didn't develop so much. Yeon was having so much fun that she didn't notice and fell into the water. Chunmei was only 16 at the time, and she definitely couldn't save her.
Wang Yu jumped into the river without hesitation and, after a lot of maneuvering, successfully pulled Yeon to shore. But after all, he was rescuing a person, and Wang Yu didn't think much about it at the time. In the water, he basically touched everything on the little girl that he shouldn't have. After getting out of the water, he didn't think much about it, but from that moment on, Yeon's heart was attached to him. For many years, whenever Yeon recalled the scene of Wang Yu rescuing her in the river, she always felt a great sense of satisfaction. Every time Wang Yu came back from vacation, Yeon would beg Chunmei to take her to Wang Yu, thinking that when she was older, she would confess her love to Wang Yu. From the age of 16 to 18, Yeon had grown into a young woman, and her girlish thoughts could no longer be suppressed. Yeon, who had mustered up her courage, counted the days one by one. But that year, Wang Yu brought back a girl from the city. The 2 of them were so sweet together that it broke Yeon's heart. Later, she heard that Wang Yu had gotten married, bought a house in the city, and had 2 daughters. From then on, Yeon was always sullen and unhappy, and Chunmei's persuasion was useless. When the family wanted to introduce her to a man, she refused, and it dragged on for many years. When she saw Wang Yu today, Yeon still restrained herself and kept her distance. Until Wang Yu fell to the ground with blood pouring from his head, she had long since forgotten about morality and shame. If Chunmei hadn't been quick on the draw, she might have run over and hugged Wang Yu in her arms. At this moment, Wang Yu, who was unconscious, still didn't know that the little girl he had saved many years ago was still scheming against him. Yeon, don't be like this, it hurts my heart to see you like this. Chunmei, don't try to persuade me. I like Brother Yu. I really like him. I will never marry anyone in this life. Yeon's expression was very calm, but the desolation in her eyes made Chunmei's heart ache. She gently wiped the blood from Wang Yu's head with a towel. Yeon's heart was greatly satisfied. This was the closest she had been to Wang Yu in so many years. She cherished this night and every second of it. She was satisfied with this experience in her life. Looking at Wang Yu, who was still handsome, the boy with the sunshine in those days came to mind again. Chunmei looked at her best friend and didn't know what to do. She sighed and felt that fate had made her best friend's life a waste. It was past 10 o'clock at night when Wang Yu woke up in a daze. He opened his eyes and saw a pair of eyes full of love. Before he could take a closer look, the owner of those eyes turned his head. Seeing Wang Yu wake up, Yeon, who was afraid of being seen, pushed Chunmei, who was dozing off. Chunmei, Brother Yu is awake. I'll go buy some food. You take care of him first. After saying that, she fled, walked out of the ward, and Yeon leaned against the hospital wall, filling her mind with countless images. Did Brother Yu see me looking at him like that? Will he think I'm not a good woman? Will he hate me? Will he ignore me? Thinking about it made her shed tears. Are you okay? The little nurse on round saw Yeon crying alone and asked. It's okay, it's okay. Yeon saw someone see her crying, so she wiped her tears and left quickly. The little nurse didn't ask any more, thinking it was a family member of one of the patients, worried about the condition of their loved one. Brother, how are you? Does your head still hurt? Chunmei helped Wang Yu up and touched his head and asked softly. Chapter 10, The Blessing of the Heavenly Official. It's okay, it doesn't hurt anymore. Looking at his cousin, Wang Yu was also very happy. He still had so many relatives, and his betrayed wife was not that important in his heart. Who was it that ran out just now? It was Yeon. Uncle asked us to take care of you here. Yeon's sister? Wang Yu remembered the girl who always followed him quietly.
She went out to buy a midnight snack. Brother, you really have a hard head.
You were hit by a rock that size and only got a scratch.
What, do you want your brother to be hit and become a fool?
No, I just think your head is hard. Chunmei stuck out her tongue and looked a little embarrassed. At this time, the little nurse came to check on the patients and saw that Wang Yu had woken up, so she immediately called the doctor on duty. The doctor came over and after a thorough examination, he was also surprised at Wang Yu's ability to recover. When he came, there was so much blood on his head that he thought it was at least a concussion. After the examination, he found that it was only a layer of skin that had been broken. Thinking that such a large stone had hit his head, he would have to wake up at least until tomorrow. After this examination, it was found that apart from the few wounds on his head, this guy was completely normal in other places, and he had no aftereffects of being hit. After giving him a few words of advice and prescribing 2 bottles of anti-inflammatory medicine, the doctor left. The little nurse went out to get the medicine bottles and then came back to give Wang Yu 4.
You're fine now.
Your wife was crying outside just now. After the needle was inserted, the little nurse said something inexplicable, leaving Wang Yu and Chunmei not knowing how to respond.
The one who just went out was Yuan. She was crying at the door. Was she scared by my injury? Brother, should I call your wife? Chunmei quickly changed the subject, not wanting Wang Yu to think too much.
At this time, Yuan, who had gone out to buy something, had just walked to the door of the ward.
No need, brother. I'm getting a divorce, so you don't have a wife anymore.
Both parents know about it, and Wang Yu didn't want to hide it from his cousin.
What's wrong with getting a divorce? Chunmei didn't know whether to be happy or angry. Why ask so much?
I'll go get the divorce certificate in a couple of days.
Wang Yu didn't want to tell his cousin about his wife's infidelity. Okay, if you don't want to talk about it, then don't. But now that you're divorced, I'll introduce you to a girlfriend.
Chunmei thought this was a rare opportunity and was ready to help her best friend.
You're not even married yet, so what can you introduce me to?
Wang Yu interrupted his cousin. I'm engaged, and the wedding will be in a few months. Besides, you're only 30, so it's normal to get divorced and find someone else.
I haven't even got a divorce certificate yet, so we'll talk about it later.
At this point, Yuan, who had been eavesdropping, also pushed open the door and came in. Pretending not to have heard anything, she walked over with a bag of food.
Yuan, did you know that my brother got divorced? Chunmei took Yuan's hand and said happily.
Yuan, who had been pretending to be normal, was now also unmasked. She looked very excited, put down her bag, and had a lovely smile on her face. Wang Yu looked at the 2 girls and thought that they were not normal. They were happy as if it was Chinese New Year, even though they were the ones who got divorced. Hey, I said, I got divorced, why are you 2 so happy?
We are happy, why wouldn't we be happy?
Chunmei was talking, and Yuan pulled her sleeve. She knew that her behavior was a bit abnormal.
Brother, I've never liked that sister-in-law of yours.
She hasn't been back for years, and she doesn't care about uncle and aunt. Such a woman is not fit to live with.
I'm of course happy that you're divorcing her. What else could Wang Yu say? His cousin's words brought back memories of his own unfilial behavior.
Now that he thought about it, he felt that divorce was really something to be happy about.
Brother you should eat something first.
With that, Yuan took out the contents of the bag. A large bowl of chicken soup, a few biscuits, and 4 stir-fried dishes.
Wang Yu's appetite was greatly stimulated. Brother, I'm also hungry, I want to eat too. Chunmei took Yuan and sat down at the small table. Come on, let's eat together. There's enough for the 3 of us.
The 3 of them gathered together and started eating.
After dinner, Chunmei and Yuan went out together to throw away the garbage and solve their personal problems. Wang Yu was left alone in the ward.
He was bored and was brushing his phone, when a picture came to his mind.
Auxiliary magic weapon ownership completed.
This magic weapon is the latest auxiliary system issued by the Celestial Court to the land and mountain gods of the lower world.
There is no cultivation of immortals, just an introduction to who made the system. It can help users better bless mortals. The more blessings, the more rewards. At the same time, you can gain merit points.
When the merit points reach a certain level, you can ascend to the celestial realm. System detection: based on the experience of the binder, the system will issue the appropriate skills. Parent-child non-biological, empty in old age, magical powers, child delivery, gender optional, issued successfully. Society is too dangerous, Women are lonely, self-defense for men issued successfully. Maintaining peace on earth, caring for women's health, proficient in the entire gynecology series, gynecology master issued successfully.
Current merit value 0.
Produced by the 7th Foundry of the Heavenly Court, with a 100-year replacement guarantee and a 1,000-year warranty.
Sleeper groove. Wang Yu was stunned. Had he been fooled by the mountain god?
He recalled that before he fainted, a voice had said that he was going somewhere and that the golden boy would take his place. He also seemed to remember seeing a token of blessing from the heavenly official. Could it be that the mountain god had reached the full value of his merit and ascended to the immortal realm, just as he happened to be moving house with the villagers, and that he had happened to be standing in the golden boy's place? The mountain god mistook him for the golden boy and passed on the legacy to him.
What does that make him? A future immortal, a new generation of mountain god.
Wang Yu, who was lost in thought, did not notice that the two girls had returned.
Chunmei was shocked to see her cousin sitting on the bed with a vacant look in his eyes.
She reached out and waved in front of her cousin. Wang Yu only felt something approaching him and instinctively wanted to knock it off. When he started to do it, he found that he had inadvertently learned many moves. At that moment, he unconsciously changed his palm into a fist and hit Chunmei's wrist. Then Wang Yu grabbed the wrist and was about to twist it upwards when he heard Chunmei's scream of pain.
He immediately reacted.
Looking at Chunmei in front of him, covering her wrist, her big eyes glared at him angrily.
Wang Yu couldn't help but say, "Wing Chun, Ip Man."
Chunmei, who was angry, picked up a pillow and was about to get Wang Yu, but was stopped by Yuan. "Chunmei, brother Yu is still injured."
"Oomph, you just favor him."
Chunmei, who had been taken away the pillow, sat on the chair angrily, moving her wrist. "Cousin, I'm sorry, I was just thinking about a clip of Ip Man in my head, and when you reached out your hand, I couldn't help but try it." Wang Yu licked his face and apologized to Chunmei. "If you were thinking about the Killzone clip, you would have killed me."
No, let me show you," Wang Yu said, and pulled Chunmei's wrist.
He had just confirmed that he really knew self-defense for men. He also wanted to try the remaining gynecological master and the childbearing god. The two girls in front of him, the childbearing god, it would be inappropriate to use either of them, so he would try the gynecological master first.
Chapter 11, Wang Yu's Gynecological Master.
As soon as Wang Yu's hand touched Chunmei's wrist, he immediately thought about her physical condition. Overall, she was still in good health, but she had a little gynecological inflammation and her menstrual cycle was a little irregular. Then he looked at the treatment methods, and there were really a lot of them.
"Cousin, have you been feeling unwell lately?"
"Yes, I've been feeling a little unwell."
"How did you know?"
"I've learned a little Chinese medicine over the years, and I just checked it out by feeling your pulse."
Chunmei still believed in her cousin and asked nervously, "Brother, is it serious? Am I sick?"
"No, what are you thinking? It's just a little inflammation, caused by irregular menstruation."
"Then should I go see a doctor and take some medicine?"
Chunmei was still a little worried. "No, I know a set of techniques that can treat your little problem."
"You don't need to take medicine, and you'll be cured in a while."
"Brother, are you sure?"
"You're not fooling me."
Chunmei, who had originally believed in Wang Yu, now felt that her cousin was a bit like a liar.
"When did I ever lie to you?"
"You'll see if you try it."
"Okay, I'll trust you for once. If it doesn't work, I'll fix you."
Chunmei thought for a moment and thought that her cousin was right.
"Lie down here. The treatment method is very simple. Just rub your lower abdomen."
It's just that the strength and technique are required. Wang Yu was nervous about trying it for the first time, and thought it would be better to let Chunmei lie down flat.
Yuan stood by the side, looking at Wang Yu with admiration.
She didn't doubt whether Wang Yu's words were true at all, and believed everything he said. In her eyes, Wang Yu was already very good, and now knowing that he also had medical skills, she was inexplicably very happy.
Chunmei obediently lay on the bed.
Wang Yu stood by the bed for a while, not knowing how to start. It was summer and she was wearing very thin clothes. Although she was his cousin, Wang Yu was a little embarrassed. He took a towel and placed it on Chunmei's abdomen, which helped him calm down. He then extended his right hand and first gently pressed, then began to knead from light to heavy and from heavy to light according to the techniques in his mind. Chunmei only felt her lower abdomen getting hot, and her fatigue also recovered a lot.
After about 10 minutes, Wang Yu stopped.
Although there was a towel between them, the soft touch still made him feel very stressed. "Brother, that was really good. Chunmei moved her body a little and felt better than ever. Of course, your brother has never lied to you.
Wang Yu saw the effect and was also very satisfied with the effect of this gynecological master. Yoan, didn't you feel unwell a few days ago and couldn't find anything in the hospital?
Let my brother take a look at you.
No need, I'm fine. Yoan was a little embarrassed.
What's good about it?
Let my brother take a look, it's free. Chunmei pulled Yoan's hand and handed it to Wang Yu. Wang Yu didn't think much about it.
He also wanted to try his gynecological master's skills.
Okay, no problem, I'll take a look at Yuan.
He began to feel Yuan's pulse. Of course, this was all an act. As a gynecological master, he could check the physical condition of a woman just by touching her, and he could see what disease she had and the specific treatment method. However, if he treated patients like this, it would be too strange, so it was better to take her pulse. After all, pulse taking had already been deeply rooted in people's hearts, and others wouldn't think too much about it. Yuan's wrist was gently touched by Wang Yu, and the warm feeling made her nervous. Wang Yu didn't feel anything, but the physical condition of Yuan appeared in his mind. Compared to Chunmei, it was much worse, with some problems in the lungs. Although it was a bit difficult to deal with, Wang Yu felt that he could still handle it. But what the hell was this heart palpitations? Years of excessive worry and being trapped by love had caused periodic heart pain. After looking at the treatment methods, Wang Yu was completely confused. Heart disease needs heart medicine, and it can only be cured by starting with the patient's thoughts and worries, combined with medicinal diet and massage techniques. The ingredients and fire control of medicinal diet are very clear, and the massage techniques are not difficult for Wang Yu, but how does he start with these thoughts and worries?
Yuan, your body is not very good.
Wang Yu thought that he should try medicinal diet and massage first, and wait for the heart disease.
What's wrong, brother? Is it serious? Chunmei looked even more nervous than Yuan. Don't worry, it can be cured.
Wang Yu said, quickly took out his phone and sent the medicinal ingredients needed for the medicinal diet to Chunmei, and also accurately marked the heat and time that needed to be paid attention to. According to the information on the phone, you need to drink a bowl every night for a month.
It's so simple.
Looking at the information on the phone, Chunmei felt that this didn't seem like a cure for a serious illness. It also needs to be combined with some massage techniques.
So what are you waiting for? Hurry up and treat Yuan.
I'll go to the pharmacy to see if these medicines are available.
With that, Chunmei ran out of the room in a hurry.
In the ward, Wang Yu looked at Yuan awkwardly.
The massage technique was very different from Chunmei's. Some of the acupressure points were sensitive.
Wang Yu looked even more awkward than Yuan at this point. If Wang Yu had not told her that he was getting a divorce, she probably would not have let him massage her. But now that she knew, she was emboldened and was eager to spend more time with him.
Brother Yu, thank you for helping me. How can I cooperate?
Looking at the open and generous Yuan, Wang Yu felt that he had thought too much. After all, he was now treating a patient and saving a life. In the eyes of a doctor, there was only the patient, nothing else. Lie down first, I'll give you a massage. Yuan obediently lay down on the bed, but her slightly trembling body betrayed her excited heart. Wang Yu looked at Yuan, and her clothes were quite tight, so he couldn't see any flesh. But the curves were too much of a test of his concentration. Taking a deep breath, Wang Yu felt that he should start with the shoulders.
Who said that doctors only have eyes for their patients?
In the last half hour, Wang Yu's technique gradually became more skilled, but he still felt a lot of pressure from being in close contact with Yuan.
Finally, it was over. Wang Yu was almost exhausted. Okay, Yuan, feel if your body is better.
Wang Yu turned his head and dared not look at Yuan. After all, the clothes soaked in sweat were tightly attached to her body. He dared not look or think, and just wanted to leave quickly.
Much better.
Although Yuan was very shy, she knew her own thoughts very well. She was much happier than shy after being massaged by Wang Yu just now.
What are you doing?
Chunmei, who had suddenly pushed open the door, looked at the two people in the ward, whose clothes were soaked with sweat, and couldn't help but have some special thoughts.
We didn't do anything. We just finished massaging. We've produced so much sweat. Yes, I'm tired. Then why is Yuan sweating so much? I'm also tired. Okay, you two are both tired.
Yuan, who knew that her cousin was getting a divorce, began to pursue her cousin. Something must have happened in the ward that she didn't know about.
Chapter 12. Wang Yu sneaks away in the morning.
Yuan pulled Chunmei over and looked at the medicine in her hand.
She knew it was for her, so she drank it. Chunmei, I'm fine. You two go outside and get a room to rest. Oh, okay.
Chunmei now has a lot of questions to ask Yuwen, and it's also inconvenient for Yuwen to stay here like this. She immediately dragged her reluctant girlfriend away. Wang Yu, who had been sleeping for half the night, was not sleepy. He lay in bed until after 5 in the morning, but still could not sleep. He was just a little slow to respond, but he was not an idiot. He had already thought clearly about Yuwen's feelings for him. It was absolutely impossible for him to say that he had no thoughts about Yuwen. Yesterday's massage, the little girl under his own hands. Well, it's a little bad to think about it, but it was really soft, and the sound it made was also very nice. Thinking about it too much, Wang Yu inevitably felt that his pants were a bit tight, and he scolded himself in his heart, hurried to the bathroom, and splashed cold water on his body. After suppressing his anger, Wang Yu felt that he should slip away first. If Yuwen came to find him again today to let him treat him with massage, he would not be able to resist. He could not guarantee that he could hold on. So don't test a man with a beautiful woman. The words of the ancestors are so true. After leaving the town hospital, Wang Yu took a taxi home, and he was on tenterhooks the whole way. He had just sent Chunmei a WeChat message saying that he had to go back to the company first because of something urgent, and then he would ask her to handle the discharge procedures for him and leave. He was really afraid that Chunmei would immediately go to the hospital to block him after receiving the WeChat message. It seemed that the two girls had not yet woken up. After all, it was not yet 6 o'clock, and it was already very late when they left yesterday. When he got home, Wang Yu didn't dare to go in. Standing at the door, he shouted into the courtyard. "Mom, something came up at work, so I'm leaving. I'll come back to see you in a few days." Wang Yu didn't hear what his mother said clearly, but he got into his car and drove off with the accelerator. On the way back, Wang Yu's thoughts were scattered. Yesterday, he felt that life was bleak, but this time, when he thought about his wife, he felt nothing but disgust. To live a decent life, you must have a little green in your life. Look at how open-minded the netizens are. Why should you be so stubborn? You're divorced, so you should think about how to pursue that girl. But thinking about the little contact you had with her, it will be very difficult to win her over. If Wang Yu didn't have confidence yesterday, after the slap from the mountain god, Wang Yu was full of confidence. Thinking about this, Wang Yu wanted to see if he had any merit points for treating his sister and Yawen yesterday. When he opened the panel, he saw that his sister Chunmei had contributed 1 merit point, which was very little, but Chunmei's illness was very mild, so it was not bad to give a little. However, Yuwen gave a lot, directly giving 10 points, and he thought that his massage was very effective. Congratulations to the host for gaining 11 merit points, and you can draw a reward once. Wang Yu, who was just looking at it, found out that he could also draw a prize. Thinking about the 3 rewards on his body, he suddenly felt a sense of anticipation. After clicking on the lottery, there was no flashy operation on the back panel, and a book of bone setting techniques appeared directly. Wang Yu clicked to receive it, and just like Wing Chun, a wave of information forced its way into his mind. Then Wang Yu had a deep understanding of this book of bone setting techniques. This book of techniques is very strong. After figuring it out, Wang Yu felt that the bones of the human body were really like toys in his hands. It details the characteristics and functions of various bones, and what techniques are needed to disassemble and assemble them. In short, after learning the bone setting manual, Wang Yu was able to deal with orthopedic diseases with ease. Wang Yu, who was happily studying, received a call from Chunmei, took out the phone and hung up directly, and then said that he was driving and threw the phone aside. "My brother actually hung up on me, which made me so angry. Chunmei is fine, this is already much better than before, and I can finally pursue brother Yu." Yawen was not upset by Wang Yu's secret departure. After all, she had been through more desperate situations for many years, and now this incident could not stop the girl's pent-up, hidden love. After returning to the community, Wang Yu thought about going downstairs to take a look, but then he thought he was going to get a divorce tomorrow, so he should not go looking for trouble now. However, what Wang Yu did not expect was that if he had just knocked on the door, he would have seen that the girl he had been thinking about was packing her things. It looked like she was going on a long trip, so he would have to wait until the next day to see her again. So guys, if you want to chase a girl, you have to be quick, otherwise a lot of unexpected things will happen. After wandering around the house for a while, Wang Yu decided to find a hospital to get the bandage on his head removed. He went to a nearby private hospital and looked up. It's not good for a man like me to go to a gynecological hospital, so I'll just go somewhere else. Before he could leave, an ambulance stopped next to him, and Wang Yu could smell the burnt smell of tires and the ground. Then, the back door of the ambulance opened, and a strong male nurse jumped out, and then a stretcher was pushed out. On the stretcher was a little boy, but at the moment the little boy had his eyes closed, and there was blood on his head and body. Behind the stretcher was a woman crying her heart out. She was dressed in expensive clothes, had fair skin and a good figure, but at the moment, with tears streaming down her face, Wang Yu couldn't tell if she was good looking or not. Wang Yu, who was about to leave, suddenly thought of the little boy. It seemed that he had been hit by a heavy object, and his bones must have been broken. If he was treated well, his merit points would soar. Wang Yu followed him into the emergency room. The doctors and nurses inside, seeing the bandage on Wang Yu's head, thought he was also a patient in need of emergency treatment, and no one chased him out. They were all busy with the little boy inside. When he was first brought in, the little boy's condition was too dangerous. If it hadn't been for the timely arrival, the little boy would have probably lost his life due to excessive blood loss. Although he was rescued this time, the situation is still not optimistic. The little boy had multiple fractures in his bones, and the bones in his legs were broken. The broken ends were sticking out of the flesh, and the white bone stubs could be seen from the outside.
How is my son? A middle-aged man with a clean-looking face walked into the emergency room hall in a hurry.
At this moment, the anxious and nervous voice made the emotional breakdown of the noblewoman sitting in the chair regain some reason. Xiao Jia was hit by a car and is still being rescued.
Zhu Yan, don't cry. Xiao Jia will be fine.
Although the man was also very upset, he still tried to comfort his wife.
Who is the child's family member?
A middle-aged doctor with a mask and a slightly overweight figure with a Mediterranean head walked over and asked.
I am the child's father. Doctor, how is my son? The child's condition is very dangerous.
He needs to undergo an amputation immediately, or he will be in danger of life.
What? Amputation?
The man muttered in disbelief. Zhu Yan, who was walking by, collapsed to the ground at the sound. Chapter 13, The boy from the past has returned, and his sense of justice still exists. Wang Yu, who was standing next to him, was also shocked.
Holy cow! Is it that serious?
The little boy Wang Yu just saw looked quite cute, and thinking that such a small child was going to lose both his legs, his mood inexplicably sank. To save him, Wang Yu, who has had a sense of justice since childhood, has forgotten his purpose of earning merit points. He is now single-mindedly trying to save the child. And judging from the ages of Zhu Yan and her husband, they are both in their 40s, so the child is probably their youngest son. If the child is really amputated, then their family will live in grief for the rest of their lives. Seeing Zhu Yan lying on the ground, Wang Yu immediately ran over. As soon as his hands touched her, Zhu Yan's physical condition flashed through his mind.
Shock caused by extreme grief, treatment method.
Multiple miscarriages, currently infertile, treatment method. Weak body, multiple organs beginning to fail, treatment method.
Looking at Zhu Yan's physical condition, Wang Yu couldn't help but be shocked.
Looking at the woman's physical condition, if her son really had to be amputated, he would probably not live for many more years.
This child must be saved, otherwise it will be a human life.
At that moment, Wang Yu reached out and pressed a few times on Zhu Yan's temples, and then stimulated several acupuncture points on her back to activate the body's immune system. The man who was about to push Wang Yu away saw that Wang Yu's technique was professional and his actions were fast. He was obviously treating his wife, and he withdrew his outstretched hand. However, looking at the gauze on Wang Yu's head, he felt that this guy was unreliable.
What are you doing?
Mediterranean saw Wang Yu push himself aside and still treating Zhu Yan.
Isn't this robbing him of his job?
Wang Yu didn't answer, because at this time Zhu Yan had already come to her senses. After helping Zhu Yan to her feet and handing her over to her husband, Wang Yu said to him, I can treat your child's injury.
Not only will there be no amputation, I can also completely heal him, so that he can grow up healthily like other children. Mr. Tang, don't listen to this kid's nonsense.
Mediterranean obviously knew Zhu Yan's husband's identity and immediately began to stop him. Hong Yuan, this young man can save Xiajia, let him go and treat him. At this point, Zhu Yan had completely lost her mind. When she heard Wang Yu's words, she immediately took them as a lifesaver, and she didn't even have a suspicious thought in her heart.
Young man, you didn't lie to me, you can really save my son's leg. Tang Honyuan was not so calm at this time.
Although he also doubted Wang Yu's words, after all, it was his own son, and he also held a glimmer of hope in his heart.
This mentality is like that of many terminally ill patients.
They know very well their own physical condition, but they are still willing to believe in some so-called folk remedies and superstitions. They always hold on to the hope that they might be cured. At this time, Tang Hongyuan also had this thought. Mr. Tang, I can really cure him, and you can watch me work. If you feel that I am not doing a good job, you can stop me. Wang Yu understood the mentality of the child's parents very well. He did not want to pretend to be 13 or anything, and he was willing to let them watch him treat the child. Okay, I promise you, treat my child now. If you really can cure my son, I, Tang Hongyuan, owe you my life. Wang Yu didn't care about such a promise. After all, his true intention was to save the child. Even if he didn't get anything for himself, he would still go back to treat him. No, this is a hospital. You are not a doctor at our hospital. I can't let you treat the wounded here. At this moment, the Mediterranean didn't care about Tang Hongyuan's identity and immediately stopped him. Although he didn't believe that Wang Yu, who was so young, could save the child's leg, he couldn't allow others to act recklessly on his own turf. Regardless of whether Wang Yu could save the child's leg, if Wang Yu entered the resuscitation room today, he would be derelict in his duty, and his face would be completely ruined. I said, what do you want to do? If it's not your son, you don't care, do you? I'm talking to the father of the child, what's it got to do with you? Watching the jumping Mediterranean, Wang Yu was also a little annoyed. Bullshit. I'm worried that you won't be able to save him, and that the child's surgery will be delayed, and he will be in danger of losing his life. Yes, Dr. Wang is a well-known surgical specialist in the province, and even he is not sure if he can save the injured man's legs, so how can you, an unknown outsider, do it? Do you have a medical license? I now suspect that you are a liar. What are you doing with gauze on your head? A young nurse with pimples on her face stood next to Dr. Wang and accused Wang Yu. After she finished, she secretly glanced at the Mediterranean Sea. I don't have a medical license, but my bone-setting technique can completely cure your child. As long as you trust me, I can save his legs in half an hour at most. Wang Yu couldn't refute the nurse's words, and it seemed that the Mediterranean Sea was also a well-known surgical expert. He didn't know if the couple across from him would let him treat their son. Looking at the people arguing, Tang Hongyuan also regained his composure. He knew about this Mediterranean. Although this hospital is called a gynecological hospital, it is a private hospital after all, and it is very profit-oriented. All departments are complete, and well-known experts are hired to sit in on consultations. Of course, the prices of medicine are also very expensive, and ordinary people can't afford them. So in the eyes of the common people, it is just an ordinary gynecological hospital, but in the wealthy class of Zudushi, they all know that this is the best hospital in the city, and they like to come here for treatment. Dr. Wang, I know your name. I want to ask you, is there no hope for my son's legs? Tang Hongyuan's tone was very heavy. Mr. Tang, I have been practicing medicine for more than 30 years, and I have performed countless major and minor surgeries. In your son's situation, there are many doctors who can save his life. But there is not a single doctor who can save your son's legs, even if the experts from the Kyoto compound come here, it is useless. Mediterranean was very confident in his medical skills. Wang Yu's face looked a bit ugly, and it seemed that the father of the child did not agree with his treatment. Husband. Xu Yan also looked at her husband at this time, waiting for him to make a decision. Young man, my reason tells me that I can't trust you, but my son's condition makes me really want to trust you. You have to think clearly. If you really deceive me, the consequences will be unbearable. Wang Yu didn't care much about Tang Hongyuan's threat. After all, if the situation were reversed, he would definitely not trust a passerby who didn't even have a medical license. Don't worry, Mr. Tang. You will be very glad that you made the right choice. Seeing Wang Yu's confident look, Tang Hongyuan also made up his mind. Dr. Wang, please arrange it. I will pay 1 million no matter if my son can be cured or not. Mediterranean, who originally wanted to refuse, shut up at once when he heard that he could get 1 million if he agreed. The little nurses around him looked at Tang Hongyuan in disbelief. It was not uncommon for their hospital to spend millions, but it was the first time they had seen someone willing to pay 1 million just to let an outsider treat a patient here. Chapter 14, This is no easy bone setting. With money comes ease, and Tang Hongyuan's generous promise of 1 million yuan had the Mediterranean cooperating in the arrangements. When he arrived in the resuscitation room, Wang Yu saw that the child's clothes had been removed and he was lying naked on the operating table. The blood had been stopped, and the numbers on the instruments next to him showed that the child's condition was very unstable. Seeing his son in this state, even Tang Hongyuan, who had experienced many ups and downs, could not help but burst into tears. His wife, Zhu Yan, was not allowed to enter the room. He was afraid that if she saw her son in such a miserable state, she would faint again. "Give me a pair of gloves, something thin." Wang Yu went to the child and first touched his head. Unfortunately, there was no display of his physical condition in his brain. At the doctor's request, the nurse brought a pair of surgical gloves. After putting them on, Wang Yu began to slowly touch the child's body. He touched it very carefully and thoroughly, not missing a single spot. It wasn't until he had examined all 200-odd bones in the child's body that Wang Yu had a detailed understanding of the child's condition. "Mr. Tang, the child has 8 broken ribs, a broken left arm, a fractured shoulder blade, spiral-shaped comminuted fractures below the calf of both legs, and multiple bone dislocations." Wang Yu briefly introduced the child's condition. When the Mediterranean heard this, he was stunned. He had taken more than 10 X-rays to determine the child's condition, and this kid had diagnosed and treated it all with his own hands. "Please." Tang Hongyuan wanted to say something, but in the end he just said a few words. The child was like this, and threats or help were useless. Wang Yu nodded and turned to begin treatment. Wang Yu, who had the heart of bone setting, was not at all in vain in the face of the child's injuries. He started with the ribs, which were too close to the internal organs and could cause problems over time. Wang Yu's hands were nimble, pinching and pressing on the child's body. As his hands passed over the area, the protruding or sunken areas slowly returned to a flat state. The entire process was fluid, and the several people watching were dumbfounded. It took less than 3 minutes for Wang Yu to perfectly connect the 8 broken ribs. At this point, the Mediterranean also realized that Wang Yu was extraordinary, and he took an instrument to help check the child's recovery. Looking at the instrument showing the child's well-connected ribs, the Mediterranean's eyes widened, and he didn't know how to express his emotions for a moment. After treating the ribs, Wang Yu then began to restore all the misaligned places, which were all trivial to him. After that, he began to realign the shoulder blades. This bone is very different, and the difficulty of treatment is great. The bone is large in area, but very thin, so it is easy to go wrong when realigning it. But these are not problems for Wang Yu. After a series of operations, not only was the shoulder blade initially treated, but the injured arm was also treated. Next came the hardest part, the legs. Looking at the exposed bone fragments outside, Wang Yu felt a little uncomfortable. How much suffering this child has endured. Although both legs had spiral-shaped comminuted fractures, it was still possible to distinguish between the severity of the injuries. Wang Yu first corrected the protruding bone in the right leg, feeling with his fingers the scattered bone fragments inside. At the fracture site, he tapped his fingers several hundred times, and Wang Yu knew in his heart that there were more than 30 bone fragments. If it were a regular treatment, amputation would be a certainty, because no one could complete the docking of so many bone fragments in the body one by one. Even if they are aligned correctly, they cannot be re-healed together. But Wang Yu was able to do it. He silently numbered the more than 30 fragments and began to reset the first fragment. It was very difficult, and Wang Yu was also very tired. After all, it was very difficult to move such small fragments in the flesh and blood. Soon Wang Yu was sweating profusely, and the Mediterranean signaled the nurse next to him to help wipe the sweat. At this point, he also realized that this young man really had the potential to save the child's legs. Wang Yu dared not stop for a moment. He had to put all the 30 or so broken bones back in place in one go. If he stopped for too long, the bones that had been put back in place earlier might come apart again as the muscles moved. Tang Hongyuan was very happy with his decision at this moment. This young man was really a capable person. Although he did not understand medical skills, judging from the change in the attitude of the nurse next to him, there was a great hope that his son would be able to keep his legs. After about 20 minutes, Wang Yu finally put the last piece of broken bone together. He let out a deep breath and was exhausted. The high-intensity concentration of his spirit made him unable to summon up any strength after relaxing. Put on the plaster, this leg can't be moved for a month. Dr. Wang is no longer arrogant, just like a college student who has just started his internship, moving quickly. Wang Yu looked at the nimble Dr. Wang and let go of his heart. Although he was unable to save the child's legs, his medical skills were really not to be sniffed at. He was nimble and accurate, and it was obvious that he was an old hand. The title of surgical expert still had some weight. "Mr. Tang, this leg is saved, but the other one is more troublesome. I don't know if I can do it, but I can guarantee that there will be no amputation." Wang Yu overestimated his own abilities.
After the treatment, his fingers began to tremble uncontrollably. If he were to treat the left leg, which had more broken bones, he was not confident that he could complete the docking. "It's okay, young man. I won't blame you. You've done your best."
Seeing Wang Yu's amazing technique, Tang Hongyuan knew clearly that this young man was truly helping him. His child has managed to save one leg, and the other leg can also be saved. Even if he becomes a cripple in the future, it will be much better than having no legs at all.
"I can help with this." Dr. Wang, who had just finished putting on the cast, volunteered to help. Wang Yu looked back and thought that it would work. He asked Dr. Wang to move the broken bones to the fracture site first, and then he would do the docking. "Okay, then I'll trouble Dr. Wang." "Will it work?" Tang Hongyuan asked with some trepidation. At this point, he began to doubt Dr. Wang's medical skills. "It shouldn't be a problem."
Dr. Wang's medical skills are still very good. Dr. Wang was very excited when he heard Wang Yu's words.
He was really happy to be recognized by someone who was better than him. "Then I'll leave it to you too. If it can be cured, it will definitely be better than being a cripple."
Tang Hongyuan was also full of hope when he saw that Wang Yu said it could be cured.
It's a first time for everything. Wang Yu's examination of the left leg was obviously much faster, and it was more or less what he had imagined.
There were more than 50 pieces of broken bones, and it was very difficult to connect them.
After understanding the location, Wang Yu and Dr. Wang began a discussion.
The two deduced based on the location of the broken bones and the methods and ways of moving them.
Of course, most of the time Wang Yu was talking and Dr. Wang was listening.
After finishing talking about a piece of broken bone, Wang Yu would ask Dr. Wang if he was sure.
Chapter 15, 5 million annual salary, come to our hospital.
The two were like a master teaching a disciple. Dr. Wang listened to Wang Yu's methods and treatment methods, and was very impressed. He humbly asked for advice while also expressing his own opinions. Through his exchanges with Dr. Wang Yu also clearly understood his level, and that he had a lot of treatment experience and a solid foundation.
He was very confident about the treatment that followed.
After the plan was finalized, Wang Yu's mental state had also recovered almost completely, and the two of them were about to begin formal treatment. Under Wang Yu's guidance, Dr. Wang began to move the broken bones little by little. When the broken bones reached the fracture site, Wang Yu took over and joined them together in the right place. Both of them were very careful, not daring to relax at all. The nurses who were assisting them were nervous and kept wiping their sweat. As time passed, the broken bones were gradually put back together. When it came to the last few pieces, Dr. Wang couldn't hold on any longer. His fingers trembled uncontrollably, and he was completely exhausted.
Wang Yu looked at him sympathetically and told him to take a break.
Dr. Wang was a bit ashamed. He was an expert, but he had wasted all those years of training. The young man in front of him was doing a more difficult and meticulous job, and it was taking him far more effort than it was taking him. Now he can't even keep up with his rhythm.
But there's nothing he can do about it. Wang Yu was very satisfied with Dr. Wang.
After all, he had helped him a lot, and he was already very impressed that he had been able to persist for so long. Wang Yu was confident that he could complete the remaining pieces of bone in one go. Tang Hongyuan was very nervous when he saw Dr. Wang collapse in his chair. After all, whether his son could recover a healthy body depended on whether Wang Yu could persevere. Wang Yu's hands were steady, and he was not nervous at all because he had lost the cooperation of Dr. Wang.
His spirit was more focused than ever.
He successfully connected one piece of broken bone in his hands, and then began another. He was like a machine, completing the connection of the broken bones in a steady and smooth rhythm. The sweat on his face and the tiredness in his body did not seem to affect him at all. After 10 minutes, Wang Yu finally connected the last piece of broken bone.
He collapsed on the ground. Put on the plaster.
After that, he sat on the ground and panted heavily. Dr. Wang, who had regained some strength, had already prepared the materials in his hands and quickly proceeded with the next step. "Young man, my son's leg is saved,"
Tang Hongyuan asked anxiously.
He didn't know if his son's treatment was complete at the moment, and was afraid of getting bad news from Wang Yu. But if he didn't ask, his heart, which had nowhere to go, could not settle down. Fortunately, the child's legs were successfully connected and would not affect normal activities in life in the future. Wang Yu said, laughing happily, that this treatment was also a spiritual baptism for him. Looking at the child in his hands, who had been saved from amputation, Wang Yu was filled with joy from the bottom of his heart.
Thank you, thank you. Hearing Wang Yu's reply, Tang Hongyuan could not help but lose his composure. His heart was filled with excitement, and he kept thanking him.
After the plaster was removed, Dr. Wang also asked the nurses to give the child a comprehensive examination. The results came out soon after, and looking at the X-rays, Dr. Wang and the nurses were filled with admiration for Wang Yu.
"Mr. Tang, your son is really cured."
From the X-rays, it can be seen that the broken bones have been perfectly connected.
"In a few months, he will be able to walk." Wang Yu stood up and said, "I will write a prescription for you.
If you drink it twice a day for a month, your son will be able to walk again." Wang Yu then asked the nurse for a pen and paper, wrote down a dozen different kinds of Chinese medicine and the way to prepare them, and handed it to Tang Hongyuan.
"I haven't even asked your name." After receiving the prescription, Tang Hongyuan asked seriously, "My name is Wang Yu. Don't call me a benefactor. I've only done my part."
"Oh, Dr. Wang is actually from the same family as me." Dr. Wang came over to talk to Wang Yu, despite his advanced age. The nurse cleaned the blood stains off the child and prepared to transfer him to the ward. Tang Hongyuan wanted to stay and chat with Wang Yu, but he was worried about his own son and quickly thanked him before leaving with the nurse.
"Dr. Wang, please help." "What can I do for you, Dr. Wang?" "Please take the gauze off my head."
Wang Yu only then remembered the reason for his visit to the hospital. The gauze on his head was tangled in a crisscross pattern, and it was not very convenient for him to remove it himself.
"It's a small matter,"
Dr. Wang said as he began to help Wang Yu remove the gauze. After the gauze on his head was removed, Wang Yu felt a burst of relief.
He moved his head around and felt that everything was fine.
He said hello to Dr. Wang and was about to leave. As he reached the door, he saw Zhu Yan running over and kneeling in front of him. Wang Yu quickly stepped forward to help her up.
He really didn't want to receive such a big gift.
Today, Zhu Yan had experienced great sorrow and joy. The heartbreak when her son was hit by a car, the collapse in the hospital when she learned that her son would have to have his leg amputated, and then the hope of holding on to a small hope. Finally, the joy of knowing that her son would completely keep his legs made the mother forget her usual dignity and just wanted to kneel down and kowtow to Wang Yu a few times to express her gratitude. Wang Yu gently comforted Zhu Yan as he helped her up. At this point, Tang Hongyuan and a few others also came over. Seeing Wang Yu, Tang Hongyuan immediately came forward to express his gratitude again. His son was the result of his and his wife's efforts over more than 10 years, and they had tried every method they could think of before finally getting him at the age of 40. Today, he almost became disabled, and under such a blow, his wife probably wouldn't be able to hold on. If his son became disabled and he lost his wife, the whole family would fall apart. This young man in front of him had saved not only his son, but also his own family, which was about to fall apart.
"Mr. Wang is a highly skilled doctor. I wonder which hospital he works at."
A middle-aged man in a suit and black-framed glasses asked with a smile. "Oh, I forgot to introduce myself.
I am Han Cohen, the director of the Maria Hospital." "Director Han, you are too kind. I am not a medical professional. I used my family's traditional bone-setting techniques for this treatment.
I am not skilled enough to be called highly skilled."
"Dr. Wang, you say that? Where can I put my old face?"
At this time, Dr. Wang also complimented Wang Yu.
"Mr. Wang, I would like to hire you to work in our hospital. The annual salary is 5 million. How do you feel?" This Han Cohen is worthy of being the dean of a private hospital. When he sees someone with excellent medical skills, he directly dances with a hoe. "Well, I don't have a medical license."
Wang Yu was very tempted to come, and not only did he have a good grasp of orthopedics, he was also known as a master of gynecology, so he should have no problem working as a doctor.
Moreover, after this incident, he also liked the feeling of saving lives.
If the other party could solve the problem of his medical qualifications, then he would not object to working here.
"This is no problem, our hospital will solve it, as long as Mr. Wang agrees to come."
As the director, Han Cohen's ability is still very great, and it is not difficult for him to solve the problem of medical qualifications.
"Okay, but I have to go take care of some things first. How about 2 days later?"
Wang Yu thought that he would go and divorce his wife tomorrow, and he had nothing to do in the afternoon, so he would go to the company and resign.
Chapter 16, Breaking with the Company. "Brother Wang, wait." Tang Hongyuan immediately approached Wang Yu, who was leaving.
There were a lot of people, so he couldn't easily show his intentions. Now that he saw Wang Yu talking to the hospital and the people had dispersed, he came over.
"Mr. Tang has something to do." Wang Yu asked curiously. Brother Wang, you are too polite. You saved my son, and I haven't thanked you properly yet. Oh, how are you going to thank me? Wang Yu is not the type of person to be like Lei Feng. If Tang Hongyuan didn't express his gratitude, he wouldn't have asked for anything. After all, he didn't treat the child's life as a favor. But Tang Hongyuan came after him to express his gratitude, so of course he wouldn't refuse. I don't know what you like, but I'm a bit of a Philistine, so please don't refuse this 10 million. With that, Tang Hongyuan handed Wang Yu a check for 10 million yuan. Wang Yu had already thought that this guy might give him money, and from the generous promise of 1,000,000 yuan he made at the hospital, he knew that this guy was rich. But he never thought that the other party would give him 10 million yuan directly. He liked this gesture very much, but he still had to maintain a good attitude. A gentleman loves money, but he takes it in a proper way. He thought so, but his body was very honest. Wang Yu took the check, looked at it, and put it directly in his wallet. Then I will accept it with a smile. Mr. Tang is so polite, and I will help you for free. After receiving so much money, Wang Yu was also a little embarrassed. At that moment, he thought of helping Zhu Yan treat her body, which was also a favor to the couple. Oh, help me with what? Tang Hongyuan was a little curious. Actually, I am most skilled in gynecology, and I am confident that I can cure your wife's condition. Wang Yu pretended to be a little bit embarrassed. You know my wife's problem. When I was helping her just now, I took her pulse. Your wife's infertility is caused by habitual miscarriages, which I can solve. Wang Yu said it very easily. Tang Hongyuan was shocked to hear this. His wife's health has cost him a lot of energy. They had seen every famous doctor in China and abroad, and after more than 10 years of trying, they still couldn't get pregnant. Every time his wife got pregnant, they were very careful, but the result was always the same: she would miscarry before 3 months, and even a hospital stay couldn't help. It wasn't until his wife was 40 that they found a doctor in the capital, and at great expense, they were able to keep the baby, and they finally had a son. If Wang Yu had said this before, Tang Hongyuan would have been skeptical, but after seeing the process of treating his son, he was convinced. This person across from me is not a liar. If he says he can cure it, he can definitely cure it. Then thank you, Brother Wang. Tang Hongyuan didn't make any promises either. After all, others had said they would help him. If he took out money again, it would be a bit pretentious. I will come to work at this hospital the day after tomorrow. I will take a look at your wife then. You can accompany your son for the next 2 days. This is my business card. Brother Wang, if you have any questions, you can contact me. Tang Hongyuan handed Wang Yu a black card with gold edges. Wang Yu took it and looked at it. It was really high-end and made of metal. I don't have a business card. I'll call you. Wang Yu said, and dialed the number on the card. After Tang Hongyuan's phone rang, Wang Yu hung up. I have some things to do this afternoon, so I'll leave first. Brother Wang, I'll see you the day after tomorrow. Wang Yu left after saying that. Tang Hongyuan watched Wang Yu leave, then saved his number in his phone, turned around and quickly walked to the ward. He wanted to tell his wife the good news. Driving to the company, Wang Yu was still very happy. Not only had he found a job with an annual salary of 5 million, he had also received a check for 10 million. However, the money in the check had already been transferred to a bank card in his mother's name. After all, they were not yet divorced, so it was best to be careful. Now he could tell his boss that he was quitting. When he arrived at the personnel department, Wang Yu had not yet submitted his resignation, but the head of personnel, Lu Ruyan, informed him that he had been fired. Wang Yu, who was dumbfounded, followed Lu Ruyan through the various procedures, and then inexplicably received 1,000,000 yuan in compensation and signed a contract stating that he could never work in the industry again. Looking at the contract, and thinking about the general manager's promotion of him the previous day, and the inexplicable conditions, Wang Yu also realized that something was wrong. Chen's family is trying to get rid of me, but that's not right. Although Chen's family is rich, the company I work for is also very strong, so there's no need to give Chen's family face. Wang Yu was a little confused, but it didn't matter. He had come to resign, and he had inexplicably received 1,000,000 in compensation. Although the document stating that he could never work in this industry again was full of traps, it didn't matter. With a 5 million annual salary as a doctor, Wang Yu had no intention of working in this industry. After completing the formalities, Wang Yu was invited to Zhang's office.
Looking at Zhang, who was still sitting and drinking tea, Wang Yu's back suddenly stiffened. In the past, he was his subordinate, and he had to bow his head for a living, but now, after completing the formalities, he had nothing to do with the company anymore, and he didn't have to look at his face anymore. Wang Yu, I can't say this clearly, but I still want to advise you, young people, don't be impulsive.
The procedures are all done. Isn't it too late for you to say this, Mr. Zhang?
You said I was young, so it's logical for me to be impulsive.
Hey! It's not my intention to fire you. People in the world are helpless.
Although I am the general manager, there are still several directors above me.
Mr. Zhang is a fox, and his words are watertight, and he is completely clean of responsibility. But Wang Yu didn't care about any of this.
He just quietly watched the performance.
I have a few companies here. If you are interested, I can recommend you to them as compensation.
Zhang then pushed over a few documents. Wang Yu took a look and said, "Oh, these companies are very familiar. They are all companies that have close cooperation with this company."
What do you think? Which one do you like? What's the use of looking at it?
The contract has already been signed, and you can't work in this industry for the rest of your life. If you go to one of these companies, the compensation will be 5 million.
Mr. Zhang, you won't be cheating me, will you?
Don't worry. As long as I turn a blind eye, the compensation and so on are just nonsense.
You can just go boldly. I'll go to your mother. You think I'm stupid? Tell me what benefits Chen's family gave you to make you do this to me.
Chen's family is nothing in my eyes. Since you found out, I'm not afraid to tell you, kid.
There are some people you can't offend.
If you're obedient, you can still have a mouthful of soup.
If you're not obedient, the result is not something you can bear. Oh, so it seems that Mr. Zhang is an obedient dog.
Clean your mouth a little, or I'll ban you from the entire industry and you won't even be able to find a job sweeping the streets in Xucheng.
Damn it, I still have dozens of acres of land at home. I'm going back to farm. If you have the ability to buy my land, I'll thank you for it. But you look down on the Chen family so much, does that mean that the one who was dealing with me is my wife's adulterer? Fine, I'll let you know what happens when you speak out of turn. Now get out of here. Chapter 17, A Chance Encounter with My Ex-Mother-in-Law.
Oh, there's one more thing I want to tell you. Wang Yu ignored Zhang's anger. He took out his resignation letter and waved it in Zhang's face, saying, I was supposed to come here today to resign, but I didn't expect that Mr. Zhang would be so nice to me. Not only did he compensate me with 500,000 yuan, he also gave me 500,000 yuan in confidentiality fees. After saying this, Wang Yu turned around and left happily, leaving Mr. Zhang alone in the wind. Wang Yu left the company in a good mood, thinking that he would get the divorce done in the morning and then go to see his girlfriend in the afternoon.
Should he prepare a gift?
It wouldn't be appropriate to go with 2 fists clenched, and it wasn't like he was going to collect a debt. He decided to go to the mall to look around, even though he didn't know what his girlfriend liked, but it was always good to bring a gift.
Wang Yu was a little emotional when he arrived at the largest mall in Shudu City.
Every time he came here in the past, he was with Chen Yuding. This time, he came alone and was buying a gift for another woman. He thought about it and sighed at the twists and turns of life. However, one must look forward. The love that has passed should be swept into the garbage heap of history, and there are still many people who need to be accompanied and cherished. When he came to the mall, Wang Yu went straight to the jewelry store. Looking at the various jewelry on display on the counter, he, as a relatively straight man, didn't know which one to choose for a while.
Should I just choose the expensive ones, as the saying goes? With this in mind, Wang Yu went to the most luxurious women's jewelry store in the mall. There were not only gold and platinum jewelry, but also jade, precious stones, and other expensive jewelry. Looking at the prices, Wang Yu, who had 10 million in his pocket, couldn't help but gape. Damn, none of them are under 6 figures, and although there are very few over 7 figures, there are a few in each counter. As for those placed in a single counter, none of them are under 10 million, and Wang Yu now understood a little about the enjoyment of the rich. After knowing about their family assets when he married his wife, he thought they were a big family in Suzhou. However, after a few years of social experience, he also realized that although the Chen family was considered wealthy in Suzhou, their total assets were not even in the top 10 in Suzhou. But none of this has anything to do with him anymore. Tomorrow they will be 2 different people, and from then on, they will have nothing to do with each other. Looking at the exquisite jewelry in the counter and the long list of numbers, Wang Yu gave up his previous thoughts. "Excuse me, sir, can I help you?" The clear voice with a professional tone made Wang Yu look back. He turned around and saw a beautiful young girl standing next to him with a smile on her face. A name tag hung from her full breasts, with the word intern on it, letting Wang Yu know her identity. As a first-time buyer of such valuable jewelry, Wang Yu, of course, didn't know how to choose. The waiter who appeared at this time undoubtedly helped him solve the current confused situation. He didn't mind that the person in front of him was still in the internship period, and immediately told him what he thought. "I want to buy a piece of jewelry to give to someone, but I don't know how to choose. Can you help me out?" "Sir, do you need to buy a gift for a woman of a certain age? Is it your lover or a relative?" Wang Yu thought about the woman he was thinking of, and it seemed like she was in her 30s, but her skin and figure felt like she was in her early 20s. "Well, it's the woman I'm pursuing, about 25 years old." Wang Yu felt that what he saw was not as good as what he felt. Maybe when one was just dressed a little more maturely, and her figure and skin could better reflect her age. "Do you have any requirements for the price?" The professional ability of the staff in this store is very strong. Even if they are interns, they know that they must first determine the buyer's financial strength. Otherwise, if they say something that sounds good, but the buyer has no money in his pocket, it is useless. Choose a bracelet, about 1 million, and don't let the price vary too much. Thinking about the million he had gotten for no reason, Wang Yu felt that it wouldn't hurt to spend it. The bracelet was also his idea on the spur of the moment. After all, he didn't dare to give a ring, and he didn't really like the necklace, so it was better to buy a bracelet. The young intern's eyes lit up at the mention of it. According to her training, the man in front of her had a high probability of buying, and they had 1 million accessories on display, but it was difficult to sell one a day. "Good sir, please follow me." Following the waiter's footsteps, Wang Yu came to a display counter, where a hollow white gold bracelet was placed in the middle, with many diamonds inlaid on it. Of course, the price of 999,999 made Wang Yu think that the girl really knew how to sell things. The light in the counter shone on it, reflecting a bright light. "Sir, this bracelet is the work of the famous Italian designer Carlo. This piece of jewelry weighs 120 grams and is made of high-purity platinum, with 12 diamonds of over 1 carat each carefully selected and cut to ensure the best possible fire and brilliance. The diamonds are arranged in a certain pattern on the bracelet, creating a pattern that gives a feeling of nobility and elegance. Whether it is worn on formal occasions or daily wear, it can add infinite charm and brilliance." Wang Yu was dazzled by the diamonds on this bracelet. It looked really gorgeous, but he felt that his girlfriend was an introspective girl who definitely wouldn't like this kind of jewelry. "This one is not very good. It's too flashy. Is there a simpler one that can enhance the wearer's taste and connotation?" "Sir, there is a bracelet that meets your requirements, but the price is slightly higher than your budget." "It's okay, let's take a look first." Slightly higher, Wang Yu felt that he still had the strength. When he arrived at another counter, before he had even heard the introduction, Wang Yu was attracted by a jade bracelet in the next counter. "Sir, this is the one you want to see." The young girl on the counter softly reminded him as she saw Wang Yu walking towards the next counter. Wang Yu waved his hand, ignoring the 7CXS under the bracelet, and said, "This bracelet, introduce it." The young girl came over. Although she was not confident that Wang Yu could afford this one, she could not refuse the customer's request, so she began a professional introduction. "This is a simple and restrained jadeite bracelet. Its beauty lies in its delicate texture and exquisite craftsmanship. It is carved from a single piece of ice-type jadeite with floating flowers, and the entire body presents a light green color with a soft color and a natural pattern evenly distributed inside." As he listened to the introduction, Wang Yu liked it more and more, and couldn't help but nod his head, and a desire to buy it rose in his heart. At this time, a familiar voice sounded next to him, and Wang Yu turned his head to look. "Oh, no. It's not my mother-in-law Li Yuzhen?" The man next to her is actually my wife's cousin, Lu Baoxiang, who is also Li Yuzhen's cousin. Although the two of them were wearing masks, Wang Yu still recognized them at a glance. Looking at the mother-in-law, who was more than 10 meters away from him, holding Lu Baoxiang's arm. The two of them looked so intimate that people who didn't know them would think they were an elderly couple. The amount of information in the picture in front of him was too much, and Wang Yu couldn't react for a while. Chapter 18, Like Mother, Like Daughter. Sir, what's wrong with you?" Wang Yu saw the small hand shaking in front of him and came to his senses. "This is it, wrap it up and I'll take it." The melon in front of him made Wang Yu not want to worry about the price of 7 sixes. Although it was very expensive, he was willing to buy it for the girl.
Without paying attention to the intentional flattery of the intern girl, Wang Yu paid the bill and secretly followed Li Yuzhen and Lu Baoxiang. When passing the clothing area, he bought a sun hat and put it on his head. The hat is beige.
After a while, Li Yuzhen bought a few clothes and a watch for Lu Baoxiang.
Wang Yu couldn't see the price from a distance, but looking at the Patek Philippe sign, he sighed that his mother-in-law was really spending money. When they arrived at the parking lot, Wang Yu didn't dare to drive his own car, afraid of being discovered. It was too late to take a taxi, so he used his cell phone to rent an electric car and followed them quietly. Riding the electric car, Wang Yu was afraid that he couldn't keep up, but it was already 7 p.m. and the rush hour was over.
The Audi A8 in front of him could only move forward at a snail's pace.
After following them for a while, Wang Yu realized that something was wrong.
He remembered that Lu Baoxiang's home was in a villa area, and the Chen family did not own any property in this area.
Looking at the license plate of the A8 in front of him, he realized that he had not followed the wrong car.
Seeing the black A8 swipe its card to enter the underground parking lot of the residential area, Wang Yu couldn't help but complain, "Is this residential area poisonous?
How coincidental that they also have a house here." Wang Yu left his electric bike on the roadside, but he didn't have time to return it to the car rental location. Otherwise, when they took the elevator from the underground parking lot to the upper floors, it would be difficult to find them again in such a large residential area. Once inside the community, Wang Yu went down to the underground parking lot from the nearest stairwell. He ran to the intersection in front of him, and just as he got there, he saw two figures disappear around a corner. The A8 was parked nearby, and after seeing the target, Wang Yu wasn't so anxious. He walked quietly over, stood by the wall at the corner, and didn't go directly over. He waited until he heard the elevator door open and the two people walk into the elevator before he appeared. Wang Yu stood in front of the elevator waiting, and when he saw that the elevator stopped at the third floor, he didn't move. Then Wang Yu ran up the stairs to the third floor at high speed, and in a few dozen seconds he ran up. He quietly pushed open the stair door and saw that the door to 302 was about to close. He immediately knew where they were going, but how to continue eating melons was a problem for him. He couldn't pretend to be a courier or a delivery person, because they would definitely recognize him if they saw him. And there was nothing he could do here. The door closed and there were only white walls.
Unless he could see through walls, he couldn't see anything.
Wang Yu followed the stairs to the outside of the building and quickly located the position of 302. It was less than 10 meters high, but Wang Yu didn't have any other options at the moment. He stared blankly, wondering whether to call the old guy Chen Shusheng, but even if he did, the old guy wouldn't believe him. Looking at the steps that protrude from the first floor to the third floor to hold the air conditioner, a flash of inspiration crossed Wang Yu's mind. He was familiar with these steps, having seen them online more than once, and netizens always leave comments and reviews below them, so he had a very strong impression of them.
Not only can the steps hold an air conditioner, they can also hold people.
Men and women have stood on them, and they are quite sturdy, as evidenced by the photos online. Without hesitation, he first made his way to the air conditioner steps on the second floor, following the window on the first floor. The air conditioner unit fixed on the top was very sturdy. Wang Yu shook it and it was very stable. He looked up and saw the third floor steps that he could reach with his hand. He rubbed his hands together and was ready to climb up. It was very easy for Wang Yu to get to the third floor and slowly move along the air conditioner steps to the bedroom window of 302. Bending over and squatting on top of the air conditioner, Wang Yu was a little worried about being discovered, but there was nothing he could do at the moment. He could only pray that he would not be discovered by the people in the community or the patrolling security guards. As time passed, Wang Yu had already gotten what he wanted, and the two people in the room didn't know that their every move had been discovered by others. Suddenly, Wang Yu thought about the abilities he had acquired. Although he didn't know how effective the self-defense techniques for men were, the gynecological and bone-setting techniques had been tested through practice. At this time, this so-called magical childbearing method, which was not sure whether it was superficial, was a good time, and he didn't know whether his magical powers could help this couple in their 50s to have a baby. Thinking about it, Wang Yu immediately used his supernatural powers to send the child.
A faint red light enveloped Li Yuzhen's abdomen, and then disappeared.
Wang Yu didn't know if it had any effect, but he had already filmed the video, and now it was time to leave.
He immediately put away his phone and was ready to leave. "Uncle, what are you doing?"
Wang Yu almost fell off the top of the air conditioner when he heard the sound, and looked down. Shit! 7 or 8 children were lined up, looking up at him with their little heads. I know, I've seen the uncle from the neighbor's house standing on top of my air conditioner.
My dad was at the window trying to beat him up. One of the little girls said in a baby voice. That uncle is very dangerous.
Another little boy said nervously.
Yes, yes. Uncle, you're going to get beaten up by someone else's dad. Whose house is this? Can you tell his dad not to beat up the uncle and let the uncle teach us how to climb walls? Climbing walls looks dangerous. I don't want to learn. Wang Yu wanted to explain, but how could he explain it?
Uncle, come down quickly, or you'll get beaten up.
Yes, uncle, standing on the air conditioner is easy to get beaten up by other people's fathers.
The children came to the final conclusion, asking the uncle to come down quickly to protect him from getting beaten up. Wang Yu nodded and smiled awkwardly, then quickly climbed down.
Uncle is so amazing, can you teach me to climb walls?
As soon as he got to the ground, he was surrounded by a few children. Climbing walls is very dangerous, you can learn it when you grow up, Uncle has to go now.
Oh, Uncle, take care. Bye, Uncle. Is Uncle coming tomorrow? Wang Yu fled in a panic under the watchful eyes of the children.
But what he didn't know was that the next day there was a rumor in the community that the lover had escaped along with the air conditioner.
Chapter 19, I can threaten you by leaving the house with nothing.
Wang Yu ran out of the community, retrieved his electric bicycle that he had left by the road, and then bought some cooked food and a few cans of beer before returning to his home. Halfway through the elevator, Wang Yu wanted to go downstairs, but then thought about his married status and gave up.
Tomorrow, after the divorce, I will come over as soon as possible.
Wang Yu secretly made up his mind, clutching the bracelet he had just bought. Wang Yu drank a beer and checked his phone, opening the video he had just taken. He thought about taking a few pictures first, and the rented house had a color printer that could print photos, so he printed them out.
How come it's not even 3 minutes?
I remember squatting on the air conditioner for a long time.
Could it be that I didn't get it all? Wang Yu looked at the video length and was a little puzzled.
He quickly clicked play to watch it from beginning to end.
It was indeed 2 minutes and 36 seconds. Seeing this time, Wang Yu was deeply immersed in thought.
Then he took a few representative scenes, printed them and put them in a file bag, and was ready to go to bed. He had things to do tomorrow, and it was important to maintain a good mental state. Lying in bed, Wang Yu always felt like he had forgotten something important, but he couldn't think of it for a moment, and he couldn't sleep.
Oh, shit. I forgot to check my merit points.
I started out by saving the child to earn merit points, but I forgot about it today. After opening the system panel and ignoring the previous information, Wang Yu directly looked at his own merit points, which had risen to 37 points. Rescuing the unconscious Xu Yan gave 1 point, and treating the child actually gave a full 25 points.
However, there was no lottery this time, and Wang Yu was a little disappointed.
The system's rewards were very powerful, and he was wondering if he could still draw a new ability today. Although he was a little disappointed, he was still very happy to see his virtue points rising. He was looking forward to starting work and facing a large number of patients every day, and his virtue points would rise even more. He wondered if he would be able to ascend to the heavens, and thinking about such a wonderful thing, Wang Yu fell asleep quickly.
That night, Wang Yu slept very soundly.
His wife, Chen Yuding, however, did not sleep well. Her husband was going to divorce her the next day, and he had contacted his mistress several times in the past 2 days, but every time he was busy and had no time to accompany her. Song Yuan, who had left the hospital, was not saddened by Wang Yu's sudden departure. The news of his divorce was like a ray of light breaking through the darkness, filling her heart, which had been filled with despair for many years, with vitality once again. At this moment, she was lying in bed, hugging a pillow in her arms and a smile on her face, sleeping sweetly and soundly. The best sleep of the night was indeed that of Li Yuzhen and Lu Baoqiang. The two of them were so sweet and affectionate when they were together. Early the next morning, Wang Yu came to his former home. When he called his wife, no one answered, so he had to come over again. He knocked on the door a few times, and found that it was Li Yuzhen who came to open the door. Wang Yu was a little stunned at the moment, but the divorce was more important, so he forced himself not to think about last night's scene.
Come in. Your father wants to talk to you about something. Okay, as long as I can get a divorce, I don't care how we talk about it. Following Li Yuzhen into the living room, Wang Yu was still a little angry to see the Chen family sitting in the house he bought. Wang Yu, if you want a divorce, you can sign this. Chen Shusheng pushed over a document. Wang Yu took it and saw that it was a divorce agreement. Looking at the conditions, they weren't harsh, they were ridiculous.
If it were me, I would have torn it up and started to scream, but the shocking news I prepared for you will make you cry when you get divorced. Wang Yu suppressed his anger and was ready for revenge.
Wait, I will definitely make your life difficult.
Looking at the name of his wife that had already been signed, he took the pen and signed his own name directly.
Don't!
Shen Yuding ran over to try to stop him, but Wang Yu was too fast and signed it directly. He took one of the copies and threw the other two on the table.
Write a receipt and I'll give you $1 million right away.
Chen Shusheng looked at Wang Yu's calm performance and was a little incredulous.
Look carefully. You see clearly, your family is really a greedy family that doesn't spit out the head, not to mention the clean exit, but also not to let go of my compensation yesterday. I've learned a lot. I was fired because of you, right?
No, my dear, listen to my explanation.
What just happened doesn't count. We're not getting divorced. Can't we just live together peacefully?
Shen Yuding thought about her experiences with Wang Yu over the past 2 days. The more she thought about it, the more she realized how good Wang Yu was. She couldn't bear to let him go. Wang Yu, on the other hand, had seen through his wife's true character. She was the type of person who wanted to have it both ways. She had gotten used to being taken care of and pampered by him over the years. After the divorce, no one will be able to care for her as well as he does, and love her as much as he does. His wife has never liked him. She has always wanted to be the center of attention, and she has always received his unreserved love.
Pop! Chen Shusheng slapped Chen Yuding. Is that not enough to make her feel ashamed?
Hurry up and get a divorce. Faced with such a daughter, if she weren't his own flesh and blood, Chen Shusheng would really like to strangle her.
Wang Yu's decisiveness and his father's anger made Chen Yuding obedient.
They took the documents needed for the divorce and drove to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Wang Yu went to the front of the line and looked at the couples in front of him going through the formalities. When they got married, they never thought that they would have to go through this. Soon, it was Wang Yu and Shen Yuding's turn. After handing over the divorce agreement and other documents, the clerk didn't ask any questions. He had seen many such things, and just glanced at Wang Yu, surprised at the man's clean exit, and then began to process it.
Are you sure you want a divorce?
Yes.
Wang Yu's tone was firm. Shen Yuding was silent at this moment. What about the woman?
Shen Yuding didn't seem to hear the clerk's words, looking at Wang Yu and silently weeping.
If you had known this would happen, why did you do it in the first place? You should have left each other with some dignity. You didn't want to make a big deal of it.
Seeing the pitiful Chen Yuding, Wang Yu couldn't bring himself to be harsh and said something comforting.
I'm willing.
No matter how unwilling or reluctant she was, Chen Yuding still agreed to the divorce. She had sown the bitter fruit herself, so it was no wonder that others were angry. After hearing this, the case officer pressed the seal. At this moment, Wang Yu felt an unprecedented sense of relief. After leaving the Civil Affairs Bureau, Chen Yuding followed Wang Yu in silence.
The two of them came to the parking lot.
When Wang Yu was about to get into the car and leave, he was stopped by Chen Yuding, who grabbed his sleeve.
Thank you. Thank me for what? For leaving you with nothing? For giving you the compensation money? For being banned from the entire industry and having to go back to the countryside to work the land?
Wang Yu's words were like needles stabbing into Chen Yuding's heart.
My father wanted the compensation, and I didn't fire you. I'm sorry. I really didn't know things would come to this.
Chen Yuding was so embarrassed by Wang Yu's words that she could only speak up to defend herself.
It's fine. What's the use of saying more about what has already happened? After you go back and pack up your things, it's best that we never see each other again. Husband.
Thank you for your love for me. Thank you for your care and company over the years. I'm sorry. After saying this, Chen Yuding turned away in tears.
Chapter 20, Men Need to Understand Life. Wang Yu came to this house again.
Although it had only been an hour, he felt that things had changed. The love nest that he had worked so hard to save for many years no longer belonged to him. It was a bit sad, but he felt more like he had been cheated. The marriage was over. Chen Shusheng rarely had a black face when he saw Wang Yu coming in.
Uncle Chen, we are no longer related to each other. I will go up and get my things and leave.
Chen Shusheng had never liked this young man, but he had always recognized Wang Yu's character and personality. Especially this time, after his wife betrayed him, he paid such a high price to decisively cut off the relationship, which made Chen Shusheng admire him.
This is for you. He handed Wang Yu a bank card. After receiving the card, Wang Yu looked at Chen Shusheng, not knowing what this was. The agreement just now only allowed you to refuse the divorce, but it's useless to talk about it now. My daughter has wronged you, but my family cannot owe you. The favor cannot be repaid. Here are 5 million, which is also your contribution to the Chen family over the years. Take it. Chen Shusheng patted Wang Yu on the shoulder and turned to sit on the sofa and sigh. Wang Yu held the card and understood Chen Shusheng's thoughts. Chen Yuding can be humiliated, but Chen Shusheng still has a face, even though he has always looked down on Wang Yu. He also thought that the two of them would divorce, so he threatened Wang Yu with the divorce agreement, which was also to maintain his daughter's face. But if they really divorced, Chen Shusheng would not do such a humiliating thing for such a small amount of money. Putting the money in his pocket, Wang Yu didn't say anything. After all, he deserved it, and he had a new understanding of this father-in-law who had always picked on him. At least he still understands the difference between right and wrong, and knows how to save face. Go upstairs and pack your things. The sooner you pack, the sooner you can leave. Chen Yuding hasn't come back yet, and I don't know where she is. There are only 2 people in the house, Wang Yu and Chen Shusheng. When Wang Yu arrived, the 2 children were still asleep, and now they must have been taken out by Chen Yuzhen. After packing, Wang Yu looked at Chen Shusheng sitting on the sofa and felt that the arrogant old man was really pitiful. Suddenly, he felt a sense of common suffering, but at the moment, he felt relieved. He had probably been cheated by Li Yuzhen for decades. Thinking about this, Wang Yu felt that he should help him, otherwise he would probably die without knowing what his wife had done behind his back. Uncle Chen, I'm leaving. Here are the keys. They're on the table. Okay, go. Wang Yu tried several times, but he couldn't bring himself to say it. He took out the photos he had printed in the USB drive with the video he had copied, and handed them to Chen Shusheng. Uncle Chen, the most important thing for a man is to understand that life is fleeting. I have given you all these things without making a backup. Take care of yourself. After saying this, he left quickly. Chen Shusheng looked at the photos and USB drive in his hand, feeling a little scared. Could it be that the evidence of his daughter's infidelity had been found by this kid? He was a little relieved that he had not gone too far, otherwise Wang Yu would definitely not have given him these things. If this thing is publicized, where should I put my old face? Although it is definitely evidence of my daughter's infidelity, it is still good to take a look, just in case you are wrong. Li Yuzhen, you are a ruthless person. Chen Shusheng just looked at one picture and vomited a mouthful of blood and passed out. Dad, what's wrong with you? Chen Yuding only returned home after seeing Wang Yu leave. After leaving the Civil Affairs Bureau, she didn't know how to face Wang Yu, so she kept waiting downstairs. When she returned, she saw her father collapsed on the sofa, his face pale as paper, and blood on his chest and the coffee table. She quickly called 120 and then went to help Chen Shusheng. She accidentally saw the photos scattered on the ground, and when she saw the picture of her mother and her cousin together, she felt a blackness in front of her eyes and fainted. Fortunately, Chen Yuding called before she fainted, otherwise Chen Shusheng might really have died of anger today. The ambulance arrived quickly, and although they couldn't get through to Chen Yuding, they were able to get in because the door was open. They saw the unconscious father and daughter in the room, and instead of taking them straight to the hospital, they immediately began emergency treatment. Chen Yuding was young after all, and although she was very shocked, she quickly woke up. After waking up, she ignored the doctor's advice and quickly picked up the photos from the ground, then tore them up and threw them in the toilet. Chen Shusheng was in a panic, and after temporary rescue, he was stabilized, but he had not yet woken up and was carried onto a stretcher and taken to the hospital. Chen Yuding sat in the ambulance, looking at her father, and she did not dare to call her mother. She never imagined that her family would be broken up in just a few days. Wang Yu did not know what happened to the Chen family, and he did not want to know. After doing what he had to do, he had done right by Chen Shusheng, otherwise he would have been wearing the green hat until he died. Passing a barber shop, Wang Yu thought to himself that he had started a new life. Let's start from the beginning. Cut my hair short. Looking at his artistic hair, Wang Yu missed his former short hair. The barber's skills were very good, and in less than half an hour, Wang Yu had transformed from an elegant white-collar worker into a handsome and energetic young man. With his fair skin and short hair, he looked like a recent college graduate. He looked younger and more energetic. Looking at himself in the mirror, Wang Yu was very satisfied. He felt that this was the way a man should look. After paying, Wang Yu was ready to go home. As soon as he walked out the door, he felt like he had bumped into someone.
Then he felt a force coming over. Ah! A scream brought Wang Yu back to his senses. At this moment, a small piece of information appeared in his mind. Breast cancer in the middle stage, treatment methods. Shit! This will do. You still don't move. Although she had walked too fast and bumped into him, the guy was staring at her blankly, and Sun Qian was very angry. Ah, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Wang Yu quickly apologized. The woman in front of her looked to be in her 30s. Although she looked very beautiful, a few crow's feet around her eyes inevitably revealed her age. Humph. Although the man in front of her was very handsome, very sunny, and indeed looked like her type, Sun Qian didn't give him a good look at the moment. She walked past Wang Yu and went into the barber shop. Wang Yu really wanted to tell her she was sick. And it was cancer. But the awkward situation made him not know how to say it. He followed her into the barber shop. After all, he could cure the disease himself and earn merit points. Sorry, sister. Wang Yu's opening line almost made Sun Qian angry to death. Sister, am I that old? If you can't talk, just shut up. Damn, so irritable. Little sister, I really didn't mean to just now. Well, not on purpose, but on purpose. No, listen to my explanation. I am a doctor, and I just felt that you had a tumor there, so I felt it for a while. Wang Yu felt that his explanation was perfect, as it not only revealed his identity, but also explained his behavior. Young man, your routine is too old. I have things to do today and I don't have time to chat with you. Sun Qian has never lacked suitors, and she has seen many strange ways of approaching her. Wang Yu's approach was nothing new to her. I work at the Maria Hospital. Here is my phone number. If you don't believe me, you can go somewhere else to check. Wang Yu handed her a note with his phone number and name on it. Sun Qian took it and put it in her bag, and she didn't bother to respond to Wang Yu. Seeing that the other person had taken the note, Wang Yu turned and left. Chapter 21 Sun Qian. After returning home, Wang Yu packed up his things and then went to the bathroom to wash himself inside and out. His face was clean-shaven and he put on a handsome suit, looking extremely energetic. He took the bracelet that cost 7 sixes and hurried downstairs. Soon, Wang Yu arrived at the door of the girl, with a nervous heart and trembling hands, as if he had returned to his youthful college days. Knock, knock, knock. Wang Yu, with courage, knocked on the door a few times. Then he took a few steps back, standing straight, like a soldier on parade. However, after waiting for 2 minutes, there was no movement in the house. Did he not hear it? Wang Yu stepped forward and knocked a few more times, but there was still no response. It was past 12 o'clock. Had she gone to work and wasn't home? Maybe I should come back later that night. Wang Yu thought to himself, a little disappointed, but not too concerned. After all, the house was here, and she could still run away. When he returned to the house, Wang Yu felt very hot. Looking at the suit he was wearing, he suddenly felt like a fool. It was over 30 degrees outside, and he was already hot in a shirt. He was wearing such a thick suit. Sure enough, women always make men lose their cool. Taking off his suit, he looked at the white shirt soaked in sweat and laughed at his own behavior. Forget it, let's go eat first, and then go back in the evening. After changing into more comfortable clothes, Wang Yu was ready to go out to eat. At this time, Sun Qian was at the hospital with the test report in her hand, looking at the results. Her heart was cold and cold. That kid actually wasn't just hitting on her, but actually found out that she had a tumor. Sun Qian didn't care about Wang Yu's words at first, but recently she had also felt some discomfort on her left side, so she thought it would be a good idea to get it checked out. She went to a nearby hospital to get an X-ray done without even having her hair done. Since it was almost time to close, the doctor who took the X-ray was in a hurry to eat, and the procedure was particularly fast. Doctor, how should I treat this? Looking at the doctor in front of her, who was holding her X-ray and not saying anything, Sun Qian felt a chill in her heart. It's fine. Although it is malignant, it is fortunately in the middle stage, and it was discovered in time, so it can be cured. The doctor's conclusion made Sun Qian's heart drop. First, you will be hospitalized for observation for a few days, and then you will have several more tests. Then you will have an operation to remove the tumor. Yes, if you don't remove the cancer cells, they will spread, and you will be in danger of losing your life. The doctor's words sent her heart to the bottom of the valley. How could she go out after that? She wanted to die at that moment. Yes, that young man, after a brief contact, was able to find out about her health problem.
Doctor, I'll go home and discuss it first. After that, Sun Qian left quickly.
When she got into the car, she emptied out her bag and finally found the note Wang Yu had given her. Sun Qian had received too many notes, but she had never taken them seriously. She dialed Wang Yu's number according to the number on the note. Wang Yu, who was about to go to dinner, saw a strange number calling and picked up without thinking.
Hello, Dr. Wang, this is Sun Qian. We met at the barber shop today and you gave me your number.
Oh, Miss Sun, you checked it out and believed me. Believe it, I don't know if this is convenient for Dr. Wang, I would like to invite you to dinner.
Wang Yu was about to go to dinner, and he didn't refuse the invitation at the moment. After all, he really helped her, and it was only right to treat her to a meal.
Okay, you name a place, I'll be there later.
Tianjie restaurant, it's my family's business.
The two quickly made an appointment, and Wang Yu drove there right away. Soon Wang Yu arrived at Tianjie restaurant and saw Sun Qian standing at the entrance in high heels, looking around without paying attention to the scorching sun overhead.
Ms. Sunday, Wang Yu walked up and greeted her. Dr. Wang, you're here. Come on in.
Sun Qian said, and then walked up and took Wang Yu's arm and led him into the restaurant.
Hey. Let go of me.
Okay, please. Feeling Wang Yu's struggle, Sun Qian also felt that she had done something too much. She had only met him twice, and her behavior was indeed easy to misunderstand. The two came to a private room, and as soon as they sat down, Sun Qian sat down next to Wang Yu with the report in her hand. Tell the chef to serve the food, she said softly. Before the words had finished, Sun Qian waved her hand to signal the waiters to leave the room and closed the door behind them. After the waiters had left, Sun Qian took a deep breath and, as if she had made up her mind, handed the report to Wang Yu and asked softly, Dr. Wang, please take a look at this film. Can I still keep it? Sun Qian's voice trembled slightly, revealing her inner fear and unease. Although she was a woman, she couldn't help but feel panicked and helpless when faced with her own physical condition. Especially after hearing the doctor's words, although Sun Qian was very scared and even a little panicked, there was still a trace of doubt in the depths of her heart that had not been dispelled. Therefore, she decided to seek advice from Wang Yu, hoping to get a more accurate and reliable diagnosis. After calling Wang Yu, she calmed down and immediately used her connections to consult more than a dozen experts and professors in this field. The results were all the same: the tumor needed to be removed. At this point, Sun Qian was really panicking. Wang Yu was her only hope now. If Wang Yu's answer was also to remove the tumor, then she would really be desperate. Don't worry, no scalpel is needed. I can cure it. Wang Yu pretended to look at the film and said confidently. Sun Qian let out a long sigh of relief. Although she had not yet received treatment, she had received Wang Yu's affirmative reply, and her panic had eased considerably. Then I'll leave it to Dr. Wang. At this moment, Sun Qian would not ask. Really? You're not lying to me, are you? These words without emotional intelligence. Wang Yu said that he could cure it, so she believed him. If he couldn't cure it, then he would have let her down. At that time, the price she would have to pay would depend on her mood. Tomorrow you go to the Maria hospital, and when you get there, call me directly, and we'll start the treatment. Can't we start today? Sun Qian looked at Wang Yu with longing eyes. It was really hard for her to be so cute and pitiful at the age of 42. Wang Yu thought about it for a while. Treating Sun Qian's illness was not a big deal. He estimated that it would take half an hour to cure her. But he still couldn't expose his ability, otherwise, if word got out, there were so many cancers in the world, even if he worked 16 hours a day, 365 days a year, he still wouldn't be able to see them all. Dr. Wang, don't worry, I will keep it a secret. As if she could read Wang Yu's thoughts, Sun Qian immediately promised. Sometimes a woman's intuition is really accurate. Wang Yu, who was about to say no, hesitated when she heard this. Wang Yu wasn't worried about her going out and talking nonsense. After all, there were only the two of them here, and if she didn't admit it herself, no one could do anything to her. Chapter 22, This misunderstanding is a bit big. Dr. Wang, you have to pity me. I'm not married yet, and you don't want to see me not getting married in the future, do you? Seeing the other person hesitate, Sun Qian continued to pretend to be pitiful. Sun Qian is actually a non-marriage advocate, otherwise she wouldn't be 42 years old and still not married. Wang Yu looked at the other person in surprise. It was really unbelievable that she hadn't married at this age, but after all, they had just met, and he was also trying to earn merit points, so there was no need to delve into it.
Okay, after dinner, let's find a quiet place to treat you.
Hearing Wang Yu's agreement, Sun Qian immediately became happy. Although she had never thought about getting married, she still cared for her body.
Going to the hospital tomorrow for treatment would not delay anything, but she didn't want to wait for even a minute. What if something unexpected happened? What if I couldn't find anyone at the hospital tomorrow? What if Wang Yu got hit by a car during this time?
This is cancer, so we must eliminate all possible things. If Wang Yu knew what Sun Qian was thinking, he would probably strangle her to death. After chatting about these things, the two of them didn't know what to say, and the waiter brought a sumptuous banquet at this time. Looking at the dishes in front of him, Wang Yu was surprised at Sun Qian's financial resources, but he didn't ask too much and immediately started eating. Sun Qian had something on her mind, and she couldn't eat after a few bites.
Okay, let's go. Let's find a place to start the treatment.
Wang Yu felt uncomfortable eating while being looked at by Sun Qian like that.
The food was good, but he didn't want to eat like that anymore. Okay.
I'll immediately arrange the environment that Dr. Wang needs. Sun Qian was impatient at this moment. After all, the tumor was growing on her own body.
Just be quiet. Don't you need any equipment? No, if you let me treat you, you have to trust me.
Wang Yu still wanted to confess at night, so he wanted to cure Sun Qian as soon as possible.
Let's go to the 3rd floor.
There's a rest room there, and the environment is not bad. Although she couldn't understand how Wang Yu was going to treat her, seeing him so confident, Sun Qian didn't say anything. After all, she was asking for help. The two of them went to the 3rd floor, and at the end of the corridor there was a separate room. This room belonged to Sun Qian's third brother. Sometimes when he drank too much with his friends, he would rest here, and it just happened to come in handy today. When he opened the door, Wang Yu looked inside and said that it was a rest room. The decoration was very good, and the space was large, with a living room, bedroom, and bathroom. Wang Yu saw another glimpse of the life of the rich. First of all, I don't have a medical license, and my treatment methods are also handed down from generation to generation. Wang Yu looked at the list of treatment methods on the panel and thought it was better to say it in advance.
It's fine. As long as it can be cured, Dr. Wang can charge whatever he wants. Sun Qian didn't act coy.
Okay, I'll check you out first. Seeing that the other party was cooperating, Wang Yu didn't worry about anything. He turned his head and signaled the other party to start.
How should I cooperate with you? Sun Qian asked with a blush. The location of the tumor is so special, is it necessary to, in order to properly examine it? Cough. That's offensive. You just lie down, and I'll do the rest. Wang Yu said awkwardly with a light cough. Okay, I'll listen to Dr. Wang.
Sun Qian closed her eyes and held the bedsheets tightly with both hands, feeling very nervous.
Miss Sun, the doctor only sees the patient, not the gender.
Wang Yu rolled up his sleeves and comforted her. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed his thoughts and began the treatment. The system provides several methods, but Wang Yu chose massage therapy to save time.
Hey, forget it.
The doctor is a parent's heart. Although I am not a doctor, I am also motivated by the desire to cure and save people. I immediately began the treatment according to the system's treatment method.
The treatment process was extremely complicated.
Wang Yu overcame the crises of being young, round, big, and elastic, and finally eliminated the tumor in Sun Qian's body. Although I don't know the principle, the system's introduction was so thorough that I had to ask for the bottom.
It's okay, Ms. Sunday. After a dozen minutes, Dr. Wang smiled and said to Sun Qian, "You're fine now." Thank you, Dr. Wang.
Sun Qian replied gratefully. At that moment, a heroic voice suddenly sounded outside the door. "Qian, I heard you came to see
me."
Then, the door was suddenly pushed open, and a figure appeared at the door.
What are you doing? Qian's third brother widened his eyes and looked at the scene in the room in shock.
He forgot to pull back his hand from the door, and his whole body stood still like a statue.
Third brother, how could you come in without knocking? Qian said angrily and laughingly.
She thought to herself, this third brother is always so rude and doesn't know any manners. However, at this moment, the third brother had no intention of paying attention to his sister's rebuke. Thinking of this, a smile of relief appeared on his face. For so many years, he had been worried about his sister's marriage, and now, seeing this scene, a big stone in his heart had finally fallen. If this had happened 20 years ago, he would have gone up and beaten Wang Yu to a pulp. But 20 years had passed, and the family had tried every possible way to get her to marry, but it had been to no avail. His sister was 42, and his eldest brother's daughter already had 2 children, but she still hadn't married, and his 3 brothers had been worried sick. At this moment, how could he scare and threaten the man in front of him? Moreover, this kid in front of him is quite handsome, and he looks very strong. He is also calm and steady in the face of danger, and he is very steady. Wang Yu is in a state of confusion at this time, so he looks very steady. He is also good as my brother-in-law. Qian, it's my third brother's fault. You guys continue, I'm going down first. My third brother said, and immediately closed the door and left. Hey, big brother, did you know that Qian has someone to marry? I saw it with my own eyes in my restaurant. What do you want? Come over. Okay, hurry up. Hey, second brother, Qian has found a boyfriend in my restaurant. Hurry up and come over. You're in a meeting, so push it. Hurry up and come over. Hey, Jingrui, hurry up and pick up your grandparents. Your sister-in-law is finally getting married. What? When did your third uncle ever lie to anyone? The other party is already in my restaurant. Hurry up and let them come over to discuss the wedding. Hey, who are you? Ah. Old Zhao, my sister is getting married. I'm so excited I dialed the wrong number. Listen to me. The voice coming from the hallway completely confused the 2 people in the room. Sun Xian also didn't care that Wang Yu was right next to her, and ran out barefoot. Sun Dishing, I'll strangle you, you shut your big mouth. Qian, let go, you're so big now, what are you embarrassed about? No, you call me, just say you made a mistake, don't let them come over. Do you think I'm blind? I can't even tell the difference. Qian, you're 42 years old, you're getting married this month, and I'll be able to hold my nephew next year. Listening to the words outside, Wang Yu felt a huge problem was coming. He immediately found a pen and paper in the room, wrote down the prescription and was about to leave. Chapter 23, Can Really Drink. Ms. Sun, this is for you. It's all written on it. You just take it as it is. I have to go now. Wang Yu handed the prescription to Sun Xian, who was tidying up her brother. Dr. Wang, I'm sorry. My brother was just talking nonsense. Don't mind him. Sun Xian took the prescription and said awkwardly. It's fine. Just explain it clearly. If you have any problems, you can come to the hospital to find me. After saying that, Wang Yu was about to leave. This place is too dangerous. Sun Dishing had notified his whole family in no time, and once they all arrived, it would be difficult for him to leave. Brother-in-law, don't. Sun Dishing broke free and hugged Wang Yu's shoulder. Young man, don't be embarrassed. I agree with the whole family about you and my sister. What's the matter with your sister and me? I just met her today, and although I've been divorced, I'm only in my early 30s. Your sister is 42, 2 decades older than me. Which of your eyes sees me as interesting? But I'm just thinking about it in my heart. After all, I have to consider Sun Xian's face. After all, I've been playing with her big white rabbit for a long time. Mr. Sun, this is a misunderstanding. Let me explain. Wang Yu tried to break free, but found that he couldn't break free from his own self-defense techniques. Could it be that they only work on women? Third brother, it really was a misunderstanding. Mr. Wang is a doctor. He was just treating me. Brother-in-law is also a doctor. What a good profession. It's the most respected. Mad, this guy only listens to half of what he says, right? Let's go. It's better to bump into a day than to choose a day. Today, my brother-in-law and I will have a few drinks. Sun Dishing didn't hear clearly what the 2 were saying, but just now his sister was topless in the picture. No matter what, this kid has to take responsibility for his sister. At the moment, he took advantage of his stubbornness to keep the person there, and then he would take Wang Yu seriously when the others came. Whether it was coercion or bribery, or kneeling and bowing, for his sister's life, he didn't care about his face today. Sun Dishing dragged Wang Yu into a luxurious private room. Wang Yu tried to explain all the way, but it was useless. Sun Dishing, who had made up his mind, didn't care what he said. This was the first time he had seen his sister so close to a man in so many years, and he had only one thought in his heart: this brother-in-law is yours. Little sister, go tell the outside world that we are closed for the afternoon, and ask Gao in the kitchen to show off his skills.
I want to treat my brother-in-law well. How could Sun Qian not know what her brother was thinking?
She was now embarrassed and could not bear to look at him. Hearing his words, she quickly left the private room. Brother-in-law, my sister is not here right now, so tell me how you two hooked up. Oh, it was at the barber's shop this morning.
Ah, what a hookup. I just met Ms. Sun today. Ah, you just met today?
Well, brother, your sister and I really don't know each other well.
Don't worry, Sangu understands you. Isn't fast-paced love popular these days? Young people shouldn't be so stressed.
No, you really misunderstood.
Ms. Sun has a tumor.
I was just treating her.
Have the tricks to fool women advanced so quickly?
Kid, you can fool my sister, but you can't fool me. Thinking of this, Sundishing looked at Wang Yu seriously, reached out and patted him on the shoulder, and said,
Brother-in-law, a man should be willing to take responsibility. I didn't, it was just a necessary treatment technique. Okay, stop talking, I understand. No, listen to me. What are you talking about? Are you married? I was married, but I'm divorced now. Then what else is there to say? Don't worry, Sango won't look down on you. My name is Wang Yu, and I'm a hero.
At this time, the waiter brought 2 bottles of Mao Tai and served a few dishes. Sundishing took the bottle and poured 2 cups directly into the 2-ounce cups.
Brother-in-law, let's drink.
He finished the glass in 3 seconds.
Drink, what are you looking at?
Wang Yu looked at Sundishing, who drank a glass of wine in 3 seconds, and was a little stunned.
I really can't drink this. How do you know you can't drink it if you haven't tried it? I won't persuade you if you can't drink it.
Wang Yu heard this and took a small sip of wine at the edge of his mouth.
Brother-in-law, you can't live like this.
Sundishing took his own empty glass and gestured to Wang Yu to look at the full glass in his hand. Third brother, I'll have another drink with you, but this time I can't refuse to give you face. With that, he filled the glass with 2 tails of wine and then tilted his head back, performing the feat of drinking a glass of wine in 3 seconds for Wang Yu again.
Brother-in-law, it's your turn. Sundishing put the empty glass on the table and looked at Wang Yu with a fierce glare. I can't not drink. This guy is bullying me because he's a good drinker. I, Wang Yu, have never been afraid of anyone at the drinking table since I was a child.
With my eyes closed and my head tilted, I can do the trick of drinking a glass of wine in 3 seconds.
After finishing the drink, Wang Yu pointed the empty glass at Sundishing, with a hint of provocation in his eyes.
Good man, third brother, I'll fill it up for you. Wang Yu also let go at this point.
Since it didn't make sense to explain, he didn't explain. Since I can't leave, I'm not leaving. Since you want to drink, then come on, who's afraid of who?
A few thousand yuan for a bottle of Mao Tai, and you don't have to pay for it yourself.
Sangu, what are you doing? Sun Qian entered the room and looked at the wine bottles next to the 2 of them.
There was less than half a bottle of wine left, and she was a little surprised that the 2 of them, who had just been entangled, were now drinking. Xiaomei is here, go and bring another box of wine over. Wang Yu reached out and grabbed a handful of peanuts from the plate, eating them one by one. When he saw Sun Qian come in, he still smiled politely. Come on, brother San, I'll toast you. It's all this guy's fault for being so stubborn.
Once he's down, I'll be able to leave. Okay, let's drink up, brother-in-law. Sundishing was very happy with Wang Yu's toast.
The 2 clinked glasses and raised their heads. Sun Qian simultaneously performed the feat of drinking a glass of wine in 3 seconds.
Go get the wine, what are you standing there for?
Sundishing urged after finishing his drink. Wang Yu then took the bottle and started pouring the wine, pouring exactly 2 glasses, putting the empty bottle aside, and then opened another bottle of wine.
Sundishing now also understood Wang Yu's thoughts.
Young people are impulsive after all, and this is a fight with himself.
But you're not fighting for anything good, fighting for this.
He's my brother-in-law now, so I'll teach him a lesson today and let him know that there are people better than him.
Come on, brother-in-law, drink up. Brother Sun, please.
In less than an hour, Sun Qian had already drunk 3 bottles out of the box of wine she had brought over. Sun Disheng and Wang Yu's eyes were getting brighter and brighter as they looked at each other, and they both had the feeling that they were digging their own graves.
Stop drinking, or something bad will happen.
Sun Qian felt a bit helpless as she watched the 2 of them, neither of whom was willing to admit defeat. She knew her brother's drinking capacity very well, and at first she thought Wang Yu would be defeated in no time. But she never imagined that the two of them would drink 5 bottles like that.
And it looked like if she didn't persuade them, the remaining 3 bottles wouldn't be enough for them to drink.
Chapter 24. When the 3 brothers get serious, they even trick their own sister.
Brother-in-law, let's take a break.
Sun Dishing was at a loss at this point. Although he was not drunk yet, he had not yet figured out the kid's bottom, and he did not know if he could hold on. Just by taking advantage of Sun Qian's words, he let himself slow down a bit. Okay, take a break. Wang Yu also had a bitter cry, this Sun Dishing is too damn able to drink. The two smiled at each other and put down their wine glasses.
Third brother, I'm going to the bathroom. Wang Yu stood up after saying that.
Sun Dishing smiled and waved his hand. In the bathroom stall, Wang Yu hugged the toilet and began to vomit until his stomach was empty and there was nothing left to vomit. After rinsing his mouth and washing his face, Wang Yu felt that his condition had improved a lot. Although he had drunk a lot, it took a process for his body to absorb it.
After emptying his stomach, his mind was much clearer. When he arrived in the private room, Wang Yu saw Sun Dishing and Sun Qian talking to 2 men.
Upon Wang Yu's arrival, the 4 of them looked up at him at the same time. The 3 men's eyes were quite fiery, which made him feel strange for a moment.
Sun Qian smiled helplessly and said,
Dr. Wang, I explained it, and the misunderstanding was resolved.
I'm really sorry. It's okay, as long as it's explained clearly, I don't have any losses, it's not a problem.
While Wang Yu was out, Shanxian's older brother and second brother came over one after the other. Taking advantage of the opportunity, she took out her own examination report and told them how she met Wang Yu and how she was treated. Of course, there were some things she definitely wouldn't say, but she just explained that the examination required it and passed it off with a few words. After listening to the explanation, the 3 brothers also felt that the third brother had made a mistake, but they didn't blame him. After all, if they had encountered this kind of thing, they would inevitably misunderstand. Dr. Wang, I am Qianxian's eldest brother Sun Dezhao, and this is Qianxian's second brother Sun Dexing. You already know the third brother, so I won't introduce him.
On behalf of the 3 of us, I would like to thank Dr. Wang for saving Qianxian.
Sun Dezhao stepped forward and shook Wang Yu's hand tightly. I'm sorry, Dr. Wang, I made a mistake. Sun Dishing apologized with a red face, not sure if it was because of the alcohol or because he was really embarrassed. Brother, everything is clear now.
We should thank Dr. Wang properly. Since we are all here today, let's have a meal together.
Sun Dexing also came over to smooth things over. The several of them sat down at the table. Brother, we really don't want this brother-in-law.
Let's see what happens first. Second brother has already sent someone to investigate.
Brother, this is a rare opportunity. I think this guy is quite good.
We should use some tricks to make him take Qianxian. Shut up, wait for the news from the second brother. I don't think anyone can marry my daughter.
Okay, whatever you say, I'll listen to you.
But when my parents come over, you have to explain it to them.
I just asked Jingrui, my parents are still taking a nap and haven't heard the news.
Dr. Wang, let's toast to you for the first time we meet.
Wang Yu saw the 3 brothers across the table, all of them holding their glasses in a neat line, but this time the glasses were half-sized.
You're welcome.
Wang Yu clinked glasses with the 3 brothers, and they all drank at the same time. Qianxian, you should also toast Dr. Wang.
He saved your life, don't be so rude.
Sun Dezhao, the eldest brother, put down his glass and said to Sun Qian.
Thank you, Dr. Wang.
Sun Qian took a sip of her drink.
Miss Sun, you are too kind.
I am a doctor, so this is all part of my job. Wang Yu was now at ease. The misunderstanding had been cleared up, and the glasses had been reduced to a quarter of their size.
Dr. Wang, we have also looked into Qianxian's illness.
Although it can be cured, the person will be half crippled after the operation.
We are really grateful to you for being able to cure Qianxian.
Please accept this card as a token of our gratitude for your help. Sun Dexing, the second son, handed over a bank card. Although he didn't know how much money was in it, Wang Yu felt that he deserved it.
He didn't hesitate to take it and put it directly in his pocket. Then I will accept it with a smile.
Seeing that Wang Yu had accepted the money, the favor from his sister was considered to be over. The 3 brothers also felt much more relaxed, and they were happy to drink together. In the middle of the trip, the second son went out for a while, saying that he was going to the bathroom.
Wang Yu didn't care.
But when the second brother came, back and said a few words to his older brother. The older brother's attitude towards Wang Yu changed.
Brother, I've investigated.
His name is Wang Yu, the son-in-law of the Chen family, but he's divorced. It seems that Chen Yuding's infidelity caused it, but it hasn't been confirmed. This kid has no character to speak of. He dares to love and hate, and he can take it and let it go.
Although his family background is very ordinary, he is definitely a man. I sent you the specific information on your phone.
You'll know when you look at it. After that, the second son and the third son accompanied Wang Yu to drink.
Sun Dezhao took out his phone and read it under the table. Wang Yu's experience from graduation to divorce was clearly written. This Wang Yu is really a good man.
The Chen family's conditions are still good, but it is clearly recorded that over the years he has not spent a penny from the Chen family, nor has he used the Chen family's resources to help himself do anything. Since getting married, he has worked several jobs at once, relying on his own efforts to buy a house and a car, and has always been very responsible for his family. Later, when he learned that his wife had betrayed him, he could not tolerate even a speck of sand in his eyes. In order to get a divorce, he chose to leave the house clean, and he didn't even want the compensation he had just received. Such a man can endure hardship, dare to fight, has a sense of responsibility, and is not afraid of power abuse. If such a man cannot be his sister's husband, he will never forgive himself in his life. Although his sister is 12 years older than him, in Sun Dezhao's eyes, this is not a problem.
His sister will always be 18 in his eyes.
However, it seems that this guy will find it difficult to agree to be his sister's husband, and he will have to use some tricks. I, Sun Dezhao, have always been an honest man. I can't care so much about my sister's happiness, so I'll be despicable. I'll just compensate her with a bigger dowry. Thinking about this, Sun Dezhao made up his mind and gave his second and third brothers a wink.
They've been brothers for many years, so they know what their eldest brother means.
The three brothers reached a tacit understanding at that moment, looking at Wang Yu, and the smile on their faces became more and more strange.
Shanshan, don't just eat, you're so happy today, let's have a few drinks.
The second brother, Sun Dexing, was even scheming with his own sister.
Okay, I'll drink with you.
Sun Xian didn't suspect anything, thinking that the three brothers were really happy for her, and she joined in at that moment.
Chapter 25, The Third Brother's Loot Operation. With Sun Xian joining in, the atmosphere improved a lot.
Wang Yu, who had just put the card in his pocket, was in a good mood. Looking at the situation of the four siblings in the Sun family, the money in this card was definitely very meaningful. At the moment, he was even more receptive to others, but what he didn't notice was that the three brothers always intentionally or unintentionally persuaded him to drink with Sun Xian. As the younger sister, Sun Xian only felt that the three brothers were particularly enthusiastic today, and she didn't suspect anything. After drinking a little over a caddy of wine in 40 minutes, Sun Xian was already lying on the table. The third brother called two waiters to help Sun Xian to the restroom on the third floor, and then started to pour more wine into Wang Yu's glass. Wang Yu couldn't remember how much he had drunk from the half-tail glass. He felt dizzy and the three brothers in front of him had become 9. Come on, brother-in-law, have another drink with the third brother. Sun Dixing took 2 cups of wine, drank one himself, and stuffed the other into Wang Yu's hand, holding the bottom of the cup and pouring it into Wang Yu's mouth. Wang Yu, who was drunk, did not notice that Sun Dixing had just taken the 2-ounce wine cup. After a few drinks, he finally reacted, but it was too late. As he was about to fall, he pointed at the three brothers and said, "You brothers don't talk about martial arts." After that, he hiccuped and collapsed directly on the chair. Damn, this kid can really drink. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to hold him down. Sun Dixing looked at Wang Yu, who had finally passed out, wiped the sweat from his head, and felt a sense of accomplishment. Big brother, what's wrong with you?" The second brother Sun Dexing saw that the eldest brother was also lying motionless on the table, thinking that he had also drunk too much.
Second brother, you don't know the eldest brother's drinking capacity. What should we do next? The eldest brother didn't say anything. Isn't it obvious? Big brother told us to get this kid and Shanshan drunk, and he definitely wants to make them a couple. By then, this kid won't be able to refuse to be our brother-in-law. Sun Dexing thought about it for a while and nodded, thinking that what the third brother said made sense. Okay, let's help our brother-in-law rest in his room. The two of them smiled at each other and helped Wang Yu to the third-floor lounge. When only the eldest brother Sun Dezhao was left in the room, the guy actually sat up, poured himself a glass of water, and after drinking it, he smiled with a smug look on his face. If anyone saw this, they would definitely be unable to help praising this guy.
The eldest brother is the eldest brother, and he arranged things for his two younger brothers clearly, without saying a word, and just with a glance, he arranged things. When the truth came out and the younger sister confronted the three brothers, the eldest brother explained that he had drunk too much and didn't know what happened afterwards. He was able to get away with a simple explanation, and the younger brothers had to take the blame. The two younger brothers upstairs were still unaware of their eldest brother's shenanigans and were still faithfully carrying out the plan. Go in and help my sister change into a nightgown so she can sleep more easily. The third brother called a waitress over and gave her instructions. Third brother, if we do this, our little sister will definitely be angry when she wakes up. What if she gets angry? Second brother frowned and felt that something was wrong. Everyone else would get their sister drunk and use her, but these two not only got their sister drunk, but also sent a man in. The more he thought about it, the more uncomfortable he felt. Compared to the lifelong happiness of the younger sister, even if she beats him up a few times, what does it matter? Aren't we brothers doing this for her own good? The third brother didn't care at all. He knew his sister's character. Wang Yu was a strong young man with a good body and handsome looks. Most importantly, he was young. His sister would be a young wife at his age. She would definitely be a young wife at his age. She would definitely be a young wife at his age. She would definitely be a young wife at his age. She would definitely be a young wife at his age. She would definitely be a young wife at his age. She would definitely be a young wife at his age. She would definitely be a young wife at his age. She would definitely be a young wife at his age. She would definitely be a young wife at his age. She would definitely be a young wife at his age. She would definitely be a young wife at his age. She would definitely be a young wife at his age. She would definitely be a young wife at his age. She would definitely be a young wife at his age. She would. Well, third brother, you usually seem straightforward, but I didn't expect you to be so thoughtful. Ha, second brother, I'm just doing this for my little sister's happiness. The two brothers carried the drunk Wang Yu and stood in the hallway discussing Sun Qian's future happy life. Boss, it's all done. Miss Sun is already asleep. The waiter came out to report on his work. Here, this is your reward. Third brother took out 1,000 yuan and handed it to the waiter, then sent her away. Come on, second brother, give me a hand. This misunderstanding can be made bigger. What are you doing? Sun Dexing was adjusting the temperature of the air conditioner to 16 degrees. You don't know this, do you? When people are cold, they hug each other to keep warm. You're the most educated of us, and you know a lot. Let's go. Big brother is still downstairs. The two brothers closed the door and left. Sun Qian had a dream. In her dream, she felt as if she had arrived in a very cold place, surrounded by cold air, and she shivered uncontrollably. But the cold air was everywhere, always surrounding her. Just when she was about to give up, she felt as if there was a warm stove next to her. She finally felt warm, like a kitten, snuggling up to the stove and sleeping soundly. Meanwhile, the air conditioner in the room continued to work, and the room temperature had dropped to less than 20 degrees. Sun Qian turned on the night light by the bed and saw her phone on the bedside table. She realized that it was her three brothers who had done this, and she knew exactly why. Otherwise, she would never have had such a peaceful experience in her life. There was a message from her second brother on the phone. After opening it, she saw a detailed record of Wang Yu's information, from family to divorce, from graduation to unemployment, all clearly recorded. Knowing that Wang Yu was single, Sun Qian was also a little relieved, but the fact that he had two children made her feel indescribably uncomfortable. Although the Sun family was very capable, they had not been able to find out in such a short time that Wang Yu's two children were not his biological children. When a man has children, he has a lot to worry about, especially when the man is so responsible. Thinking about this, Sun Qian knew that she could not get involved, otherwise it would ultimately hurt Wang Yu. She was already past the age of needing love, and Sun Qian, who was used to living alone, didn't have any special thoughts about Wang Yu before. But the feeling of being alone now made her feel overwhelmed. Sun Qian laughed at herself, thinking about the age difference between the two of them, and couldn't help but shrink back. Chapter 26. Sun Qian woke up in the middle of the night, and Sun Dezhao threw the pot. Sun Qian stared at Wang Yu for a long time. Suddenly, she lowered her head and kissed his lips deeply, then turned and left without looking back. As soon as she opened the door, she saw her three brothers sitting on the sofa in the hallway, fast asleep. They had been waiting outside all this time. Sun Qian came to her eldest brother and gently woke him up.
Sun Dezhou woke up and saw his sister. He was about to speak, but Sun Qian stopped him. The two of them went to a private room downstairs, closed the door, and Sun Qian made a pot of tea and sat quietly on a chair. Sun Dezhou tried to speak several times, but was interrupted by Sun Qian, and the two siblings sat quietly. I don't blame you for this, big brother. Sun Qian's words left Sun Dezhou speechless, even though he had prepared countless reasons. The younger sister's behavior was unexpected. She was neither noisy nor angry, and her quietness made him feel scared. You've seen the information that my brother sent me, right? Yes, I have. Although Wang Yu is divorced, he is definitely a good match. Otherwise, my brothers wouldn't have done this. I know you all care about me, but Wang Yu is different. What's different about him? Little sister, just nod your head, and let big brother handle the rest. I guarantee that this guy will marry you. Big brother, I know that if you do this, Wang Yu will most likely marry me. But have you ever thought about whether we will really be happy if he marries me? Why not? Wang Yu's character is definitely worthy of your trust for life. Sun Qian drank some tea, shook her head, and sighed lightly. Brother, although Wang Yu is divorced, he still has 2 children. I know that you can accept the fact that he has children, and I can accept it too. But have you ever seriously thought about Wang Yu? What's wrong with him? He's quite a man, responsible, good-looking, capable, and very good. Yes, he is very good. Any woman who marries him will be very happy, but these are the reasons why I can't be with him. Little sister, how can this be? Sun Dezhou's words were interrupted by Sun Qian. Since he got married, he has been a very responsible person who takes care of his family very well. He is also a man of integrity and has never spent a penny from the Chun family. But have you ever thought about it? If the two of us were really together, would he give up his 2 children? No. Sun Dezhou thought about it and shook his head. Yes, no matter what the reason for the divorce, he will never give up his children. Then these 2 children are the eternal connection between him and his ex-wife. I have seen that woman, Chen Yuding. She has good conditions and is very beautiful. They went to college together and probably had their first love with each other. Do you think Wang Yu will really let her go after the divorce? Will he not reunite with Chen Yuding for the sake of the children? Sun Qian's words made Sun Dezhou fall into deep thought. Wang Yu is too responsible and responsible. No matter what the reason for their divorce, Wang Yu is still very likely to get back together with Chen Yuding for the sake of their children. If I really married Wang Yu because of your nonsense this time, he wouldn't like me either. He would only marry me to be responsible. With his 2 children and Chen Yuding in the middle, do you think I would really be happy, brother? If Sun Qian knew that Wang Yu divorced because of the children, I wonder how she would feel. So people should try not to automatically fill in the blanks based on imperfect information. The truth is often unexpected. Little sister, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Sun Dezhou also realized this at this time. If little sister marries someone who doesn't love her, even if that person has good character, she won't be happy. Okay, big brother, that's it for this matter. I'll leave now. Sun Dezhou left after saying that. Sun Dezhou had been alone for a long time, ashamed of his own impulsiveness. My brothers have caused trouble, so let me, the eldest brother, solve it. He went to the 3rd floor and saw his 2 younger brothers sleeping soundly. He glared at them with cold eyes, stopped them from saying anything, and signaled them to follow him. Then the 3 brothers returned to the room where they had been. Tell me, what did you 2 do while I was drunk? What happened to you, big brother? Didn't you give the signal? Bullshit. The 2nd and 3rd sons hunched their shoulders and dared not speak. They knew that this time the operation was really too much. Looking at his 2 younger brothers, Sun Dezhou couldn't bear to blame them anymore. After all, the biggest pot was on their backs. He immediately organized what Sun Qian had just said and explained it in his own words. In that case, it is indeed not suitable for my younger sister to marry Wang Yu. Sun Dexing nodded in agreement. So what should we do? My little sister has suffered so much, and we just let it go. Sun Dexing was unwilling. He still wanted Wang Yu to be his sister-in-law. After all, his drinking capacity was very much to his liking. It wasn't you 2 who made my little sister suffer, what else do you want to do? Okay, I just talked to my little sister, and this incident will be treated as if it never happened. You 2 are not allowed to mention it again, so go back. Okay, listen to your brother. I'll go back first. Sun Dexing didn't have a good idea either.
He didn't know what to do with this kind of relationship, so he was ready to leave immediately.
Lao San, don't go. Tomorrow you go and get rid of that kid, don't let him see anything.
Sun Dezhao stopped Lao San, who was about to leave, and ordered him.
Why me?
Lao San pointed at his nose and was a little reluctant.
If not you, then me? Isn't this restaurant yours? Isn't that kid sleeping in your room?
After saying that, Sun Dezhao blared at him and left.
Damn it!
He had to prepare the food and wine, and spent money without getting anything in return.
But he thought about it, since he was the third brother, the eldest brother and the second brother dared not resist, and in front of the youngest sister, he was only destined to be bullied. In short, he drank the most, worked the most, and was still the one who had to take the blame. Now his own bed was still occupied by someone else, and he didn't even have a place to sleep. Hey! This is all fate.
With his head hanging down, Sun Dishing pulled a few chairs together and was ready to wait until dawn. Wang Yu slept for more than 10 hours and woke up feeling refreshed. Seeing that he was actually lying in the upstairs lounge, he couldn't help but think of the famous scene of treating Sun Qian yesterday afternoon.
Hey! What are you thinking about? It's just a treatment. At this moment, he couldn't remember anything that happened last night. He got up, dressed, washed his face and was ready to leave. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Sun Dishing standing at the door with red eyes.
Ah, third brother, you're up so early.
Yes, you're awake, kid.
At this moment, Sun Dishing didn't know how to face Wang Yu, but he was still a little angry. Sorry, third brother, I drank too much yesterday, I'm sorry.
What are you talking about?
You almost knocked us all over yesterday, you should take care of yourself.
It's nothing, I'll leave first, brother.
Wang Yu felt strange looking at Sun Dishing, but he didn't think much about it.
He was thinking about going to the hospital and was about to leave.
Go, come and drink with me when you have time.
Sun Dishing waved his hand and said. I'm leaving, brother. Wang Yu also liked Sun Dishing's personality. Brother Sun was also very easy to call. Chapter 27, it's time to show off your real skills.
After leaving Tianjia restaurant, Wang Yu got into his car and drove to the hospital without even stopping for breakfast. As soon as he arrived at the hospital, he met Mr. and Mrs. Tang Hongyuan and Zhu Yan. The two of them didn't know how long they had been waiting at the door, but when they saw Wang Yu, they came up to him excitedly.
Brother Wang, you're finally here. You made me wait a long time. Mr. Tang, it's not even 8 o'clock yet.
Wang Yu looked at his phone and realized that he wasn't late. You don't know Dr. Wang, the day you told my husband that you could help us have another child, he couldn't sit still all day yesterday, and he ran out at 6 a.m. this morning to wait for you.
Zhu Yan walked up to explain to Wang Yu. Mr. Tang, don't worry, I never lie.
I'll start treating your wife as soon as I've finished the paperwork.
Wang Yu walked into the hospital in the expectant gaze of the couple, and called the hospital director. Soon, Han Cohen came down to greet him in person. After some pleasantries, the two of them came to the director's office. Mr. Wang, I have prepared a position for you here. The director of the orthopedics department is waiting for you to take up the position. After Wang Yu left that day, Han Cohen personally reviewed the treatment process and called it a miracle.
He immediately decided on the position of director of the orthopedics department.
Director Han, there is something I want to say.
Although Wang Yu had no prejudice against orthopedics, he still wanted to go to the gynecology department. After all, with the existence of the gynecology master, he would definitely be able to earn more merit points in gynecology.
In orthopedics, there are not as many patients as in gynecology, and second, setting bones requires a lot of energy.
If there are a few more cases like the one he saved, he would be exhausted even if he worked non-stop. Moreover, he still needs to earn merit points, and he is still looking forward to exploring new abilities. Mr. Wang said, although you are a doctor like this, our hospital still gives you a lot of autonomy. In fact, I want to go to gynecology, because orthopedics is just a hobby for me. Wang Yu was not polite and directly put forward his own demands.
Han Cohen frowned slightly when he heard this. Although the medical level of other departments is also the best in Shidu, the gynecology department is definitely the strongest.
On the one hand, it is necessary to live up to its reputation, and on the other hand, many people go to the gynecology department, and 30% of the hospital's profits come from the gynecology department. If it were another department, he could decide on the spot, but he really didn't dare to promise the gynecology department.
Mr. Wang, I'll be honest with you.
There's nothing wrong with the other departments, but I can't guarantee you anything in the gynecology department.
Oh, what's wrong, Dean Han? Is it because I'm a man that the gynecology department only hires female doctors? That's not it.
The director of the gynecology department is a very capable doctor, and her family also controls a portion of the hospital's shares.
Although I am the dean, I don't have any say in the gynecology department. In that case, why don't you ask the director of the gynecology department to see what she thinks? Wang Yu still didn't want to give up. He had looked it up in the morning.
Sun Qian's treatment was completed, and she had given him 15 merit points, which made Wang Yu a little confused. Normally, cancer should be more serious than a broken bone, but looking at the acquisition of merit points, it seemed to be different from the reality. At this time, all he wanted was to have a lot of contact with patients, so that he could better explore the mechanism for earning merit points. The current 52 merit points did not bring him any benefits, and he wanted to quickly break through to 100 to see if he could win another prize.
Okay, I'll accompany you. I'll give you a brief introduction to the gynecology department on the way.
The two of them walked toward the gynecology clinic together, and along the way, Wang Yu also gained a brief understanding of the gynecology department. The director of the gynecology department is Su Mu, who is 29 years old. Although she is young, she graduated from a famous Western medical school abroad. The papers she published during her studies have won many international awards, and she is known as a medical genius of her time. As for how she came to work at this hospital in Xiudu City, President Han also said that the Su family has a large stake in this hospital, so after graduation, Su Mu refused a high-paying job abroad and came to her own hospital to start practicing medicine. Although Director Su has only been here for 2 years, her medical skills are famous throughout Xiudu City. Even patients from the neighboring city come here for her. Mr. Wang, you better be prepared. Don't worry, I haven't lost to anyone in gynecology, Wang Yu said confidently. As soon as he stepped into the gynecology office, before Dean Han could introduce him, a nurse rushed in.
Hurry, where is Director Su? The patient is hemorrhaging and can't be stopped. What? Director Su is still performing a tumor resection surgery and can't spare the time now.
Lin Xiuhua, the deputy director, said nervously.
What's going on? Can't you go? No, Dean, the mother is having twins.
We advised them to have a cesarean section, but the family refused and insisted on a natural birth.
And the doctor in there is Dr. Qin. Our levels are about the same. If she can't do it, I'm not much use either. Can't Director Su come? It'll take at least half an hour. Director Su's tumor removal surgery is also very important. The patient has a deep relationship with Director Lu. I'll do it.
Wang Yu heard this and knew that it was time to show off his real skills.
Mr. Wang, you just got here.
Han was interrupted by Wang Yu's words.
Is there a better way? Time waits for no man. Don't worry, Han.
I won't promise anything I'm not sure of.
Then I'll leave it to you. Dean, I'll borrow your clothes.
Wang Yu was still wearing casual clothes, so in order to save time, he went straight for Han's attention.
Okay, no problem. After receiving the white coat, Wang Yu left under the guidance of the little nurse and arrived in the operating room.
As soon as he entered, he smelled a strong smell of blood. The one who was busy must be Dr. Qin, as the nurse had said. However, it seemed that he was busy for nothing. One of the 2 children had already been born, and the other was probably still in the womb. At this time, the mother had already passed out.
If things continued like this, the child and the adult would not survive in less than 10 minutes.
Wang Yu put on his protective gear and went directly to the patient.
The nurse briefly introduced Wang Yu's identity to Dr. Qin. Dr. Wang, I'm at my wit's end. It's all up to you now.
Qin Shuejia was prepared to take the blame, but now someone else had come forward. Although she would inevitably be affected in the end, at least someone else would share the responsibility.
Wang Yu didn't care about Qin Shuejiao's petty thoughts. He reached out and touched the mother's arm.
A flood of information appeared in his mind. After a moment's careful consideration, he quickly determined the treatment plan based on the current situation.
Hemostatic forceps. Scalpel.
Surgical scissors. Vascular forceps. Surgical forceps.
All ready. Wang Yu took command without hesitation. Has the patient's blood type been checked? Start the transfusion now. Someone immediately ran out to get the blood bag. Dr. Chin, I need you to perform a cesarean section on the patient immediately. Dr. Wang, we can't do that without the patient's family's signature. Go get their signature now, or the baby in her belly will definitely not survive. What about the patient? Don't worry, I'll take care of her. Chapter 28. I just started working in the gynecology department and I'm already dealing with a hemorrhage. Dr. Chin, start the operation quickly. Time is of the essence. Looking at the nurse who was still preparing the liability agreement, Qin Shuajiao bit her back teeth and really wanted to turn around and leave. What are you doing? Someone has already gone to get the signature. The family will sign as long as they are not the mother's enemies. But the hospital has a rule that no operation can be performed without the family's signature. I don't have time to talk to you. If you can do it, do it. If you can't, get out of here and let the director bring Dr. Lin in. When Qin Shuajiao heard that the director was also outside, she really didn't dare to quit. But standing in the operating room, doing nothing was also not a problem. Looking at the unconscious mother on the delivery bed and the busy Wang Yu beside her, a feeling of shame welled up. Qin Shuajiao thought about why she had studied medicine, the excitement she felt when she was admitted to the medical university, and the oath she took when she graduated and started working. But when did she slowly become absent-minded, indifferent, and no longer like a doctor? Wang Yu's strong intervention just now, ignoring the hospital regulations, and only having the attitude of caring for the patient reminded her of her original intention. The doctor's first responsibility is to cure and save lives. I can do it. Qin Shuajiao's tone was full of determination. As time passed, Wang Yu and Qin Shuajiao worked together, and another child was successfully delivered. The birth of a new life filled everyone with confidence in Wang Yu. At this time, Wang Yu also let out a sigh of relief. He was not as sure as he appeared to be. The systems panel only gave him the method, and the actual implementation depended on him. A little mistake could lead to serious consequences, but the successful birth of the child also gave him great courage. Come on, let's continue. The patient was bleeding heavily, but Wang Yu was able to locate the bleeding vessels directly and used several sets of hemostatic forceps and vascular forceps in succession. Under Wang Yu's instructions, Qin Shuajiao also began to suture the wound, and the nurses busily assisted. The blood pressure returned to normal. The heart also returned to normal. The patient's body temperature also increased. We succeeded. Under Wang Yu's leadership, they successfully completed the rescue work. At this time, both Qin Shuajiao and the nurse felt a sense of accomplishment. Okay, everyone, don't get too excited. The finishing work is still very important. Dr. Qin, I'll leave you in charge. Wang Yu said and was about to leave. How is the patient doing? The tense voice and quick footsteps made Wang Yu, who was about to take off her protective clothing, stop. Sister Qin? Qin Shuajiao, who was busy, had not had time to answer, and was again urged by someone else. Director Su, the mother's condition is stable at the moment, and the two children she gave birth to are not in any other problems except for being a little weak. Director Su, can you move your feet? You're stepping on me. Hearing Wang Yu's words, Sumu felt that her feet were indeed soft. She bent down slightly and looked down to discover that her little feet were stepping on a big foot. Sumu quickly took 2 steps back, her face flushed, but no one could see it because she was wearing a mask. I'm sorry, I was in a hurry and didn't notice you. It's okay, Director Su was also nervous about the patient's condition, which is understandable. At their first meeting, Wang Yu had a good impression of her, at least she was a doctor who cared about her patients. This is Dr. Wang Yu, who the dean just hired. The patient's condition was very dangerous just now, and it was Dr. Wang who solved it. Qin Shuajiao gave Sumu a brief introduction to what had just happened. Dr. Wang is a skilled doctor, and we in the gynecology department welcome you to join us. Of course, Sumu would not give up such a skilled doctor as Wang Yu. She knew that in the past 2 years, she had been busy to death, and the entire gynecology department was considered to be carried by her alone. Although Dr. Qin and Deputy Director Lin were also skilled doctors, their skills were only comparable to the medical standards of other hospitals in Xiudu City. With the addition of Sumu, the reputation of the Maria Gynecology Hospital has slowly radiated to surrounding cities. The increase in popularity brings with it pressure that can be imagined. If there is no superb skill to handle this wave of traffic, the corresponding negative impact is also something that the hospital cannot bear. Since Sumu's fame has spread, she has not had a rest for a long time, working more than 10 hours a day. And Wang Yu's arrival, which also demonstrated superb medical skills,
will undoubtedly relieve a large part of her pressure. Director Su, this is not the place to talk, let's go outside and talk. Wang Yu took off her protective clothing and indicated. Okay, Dr. Wang, I also want to talk to you. The two of them came to the office, where President Han and his wife were waiting. How is it? President Han asked Wang Yu, but his eyes were on Su Mu. Dr. Wang's medical skills are very good, and the mother and child have no major problems. That's good, that's good. President Han let out a sigh of relief. President Han, then I have passed the assessment. Mr. Wang is joking. With your medical skills, there is no need for any assessment. I have some things to do, so I will leave first. I will leave the rest to Director Su and you to handle. After saying this, Dean Han left. Brother Wang, do you have time now? Tang Hongyuan had just brought his wife to receive treatment, but he learned that Wang Yu had entered the operating room and was rescuing a woman who was bleeding profusely. Although he was anxious, he suppressed his emotions. After all, saving lives is the most important thing. Sometimes in the hospital, there is no first come, first served. It all depends on the patient's condition. Mr. Tang, you have been waiting for a long time. I will help your wife now. Don't call me Mrs. Tang anymore. You saved my son, so you are my benefactor. You can call me sister or sister-in-law. Hearing that Wang Yu had saved another life in just half an hour, Zhu Yan was even more impressed with him, and couldn't help but want to get closer to Wang Yu. Director Su, please wait a moment. The patient comes first. I have to go and get busy. We can talk again at lunch. Okay, see you at noon. Wang Yu watched Sumu leave and turned back to the couple, saying, Brother-in-law, I think it's more intimate to call her sister than sister-in-law. It's all right, which means you and your sister have a connection. The three of them exchanged pleasantries for a while, and their relationship grew closer. At that moment, Wang Yu also began to treat Zhu Yan. Wang Yu was a little hesitant about Zhu Yan's condition. It wasn't that it couldn't be cured, but rather he was torn about what method to use. The system provides 3 treatment methods. The first is massage, which Wang Yu is particularly skilled at, but after the incident with Yuwen and Sun Xian, he was a little scared. He also didn't want to use this method of treatment on a regular basis, after all, he couldn't just touch everyone who came in. The second is acupuncture, which Wang Yu immediately rejected. After all, although the system introduced it in great detail, Wang Yu simply didn't know how to do it, so it was useless to say more. The third option is quite normal. A few sets of Chinese medicine, plus long-term conditioning with medicinal food, can also cure Zhu Yan's infertility. If it were an ordinary patient, Wang Yu would have no problem using this method, but the treatment process would take more than half a year, and the goods received a check for 10 million yuan from Tang Hongyuan, so it felt a bit tangled to make people wait for half a year. After thinking about it, Wang Yu decided to let Tang Hongyuan choose. After all, it was his wife who would be massaged, so it didn't matter if he agreed. Chapter 29, Wang Yu was free in the morning, but busy as a dog in the afternoon. Brother-in-law, I have 2 treatment methods here. The first one can cure Sister Yen in about 2 weeks, and the other one is estimated to take more than half a year to cure. Then definitely choose the first one. Brother Wang, is the first one more expensive? Don't worry, I don't lack money. It's not a matter of money. The 2 treatments use different methods, so the treatment time is also different. Yan's uterus has suffered multiple spontaneous abortions. In order to have a child, she took a large amount of stimulating drugs, which have now lost their activity. This is also the reason why Yan is infertile. So in order to cure Yan, the first thing is to activate the uterus's activity, so that it can recover and be able to bear life again. I don't understand any of this. Just tell me the method. Okay, the first method is to use massage techniques to stimulate Yan's body's acupuncture points, and then use some medicinal herbs to complete the treatment in 2 weeks. The other method does not require massage, but relies on medication and medicinal food to slowly change Yan's constitution, thereby reactivating the uterus. The first method inevitably involves some physical contact with Yan, so I would like to ask for your opinion. The first method. I can't wait that long. I want to have another child with my husband. After hearing this, Zhu Yan said impatiently. Tang Hongyuan also understood Wang Yu's thoughts after hearing this. After all, it is really difficult for his wife to have physical contact with another man. But his wife's words made him not hesitate much. After all, it was for treatment, and it was better to put aside some concerns. Listen to your sister Yan, let's try the first method.
Brother Wang, don't be stressed. Doctors treat and save people. Using some special methods is also for better treatment. The words of the couple also made Wang Yu dispel his concerns. He immediately asked Deputy Director Lin to arrange a quiet ward to start treatment. This time, Wang Yu's mentality was very stable, not as out of control as the previous 2 times. In less than half an hour, Wang Yu completed the massage, and the whole process was normal, just like the doctor's attitude towards the patient. After prescribing the medicine, Wang Yu declined the couple's thanks again, and while they were leaving, he used the magic of childbearing on Zhu Yan. After the treatment of the pregnant woman in Zhu Yan was over, Wang Yu received 25 and 15 merit points respectively, and now he was only 8 points away from breaking through 100 points. Wang Yu was impatient to continue treating patients. However, since Wang Yu had just arrived and Director Su was not there, Deputy Director Lin did not know how to arrange for him, so Wang Yu had nothing to do for the whole morning. Sitting in the office, Wang Yu casually flipped through some case files to pass the time, and his mind drifted back to the girl downstairs. He had originally planned to go back last night, but he had drunk too much and fell asleep. Now he can neither see patients nor the person he wants to confess to, and Wang Yu felt impatient all morning, always feeling that time was passing very slowly. Dr. Wang, let's go to dinner together. Sumu came to the office and said to Wang Yu, who was in a daze. Wang Yu turned around and finally saw Sumu's true face. Her plump figure, moderate height, slender waist, and full bust gave a strong visual impact. Her black hair was tied up at the back of her head, her beautiful neck was white and slender, her red lips were bright, her teeth were white, her eyes were gentle and bright, and a pair of dimples appeared and disappeared as she spoke. She was a very good-looking doctor, but Wang Yu didn't think much of it. Looking at Sumu, he couldn't help but think of the woman who had a relationship with him in a daze, and he didn't know where she was now. Dr. Wang. Sumu's tone increased a little. I'm sorry, I just didn't expect Director Su to be so beautiful, I was so mesmerized for a moment. Dr. Wang is quite honest. Wang Yu's answer was very direct, which was unexpected by Sumu. Well, let's go eat now. Wang Yu, who didn't know how to respond, quickly changed the subject. Sumu smiled and didn't say anything. The two walked together to the cafeteria. On the way, Sumu learned more about Wang Yu. So, your main focus is Chinese medicine? After finding a seat with a tray, Sumu asked. Sort of. Wang Yu thought that the system he had received was passed down by the mountain god, and as a very Chinese god, the mountain god must know Chinese medicine. I didn't expect you to be so young, but your level of Chinese medicine is so high. Old Chinese medicine is deeply rooted in the hearts of the people, and even someone like Sumu was surprised at Wang Yu's age. Director Su, I'm a year older than you. Wang Yu still took offense at Sumu's comment about his youth. Well, I know, I've read your information, but for someone studying Chinese medicine, I've never seen anyone as skilled as you at the age of 30. Director Su, have you forgotten yourself? At this age, your skills in Western medicine are also very good. Sumu's face turned red when he heard this, and he was a little shy. This guy is not at all modest. Not only did he accept his praise, he also took over the topic and praised himself. There's no need to praise each other so much. I'm going to let you go to the clinic this afternoon, and I'll assign you a nurse with a basic foundation in Chinese medicine. Yes, I can do whatever the director arranges. The two of them finished eating quickly, chatting casually. Afterwards, Sumu took Wang Yu to the outpatient department, arranged an outpatient office for him, and left. Wang Yu looked around the room and felt pretty good. He thought that he would be working here in the future, and that his boss was a beautiful woman, so he was a little excited. After a while, a little nurse came to report for duty. The little girl was called Tian Tian, and she was very cute. After a short conversation, it was time to go to work. The gynecology department of the Maria Gynecology Hospital is very famous, and Wang Yu expected a lot of people, but he didn't expect so many. What he didn't know was that after Sumu had learned about Wang Yu's medical skills, he had arranged him to work in the busiest outpatient department. And Wang Yu didn't know that according to the hospital's regulations, he only had to see 50 patients a day. From the first patient, Wang Yu didn't stop. He thought he had to see all the patients outside before he could go off duty. He was worried about the girl and thought that he had to see all the patients outside before he could go home. Tian Tian, how many patients have you seen? Wang Yu asked, exhausted after seeing a patient. Dr. Wang, you have seen 62 patients already. Although the girl was also busy and exhausted, she really admired Wang Yu.
No matter what kind of illness the patient has, Wang Yu can accurately diagnose the patient's illness by taking his pulse, and then prescribe a prescription, instruct the patient on precautions, and tell them when they will recover. More than 60 patients in a row, none of them could stump him. This is the first time she has seen such a great doctor.
How many more are there outside?
I'll go take a look. With that, Tian stuck her head out of the consultation room and looked at the corridor, where the crowd was noticeably thinner, and she was relieved.
There aren't many left, much fewer than before.
Then call the number and try hard to avoid overtime today.
Chapter 30, The Life of a Worker, Overtime. With Tian calling the number, Wang Yu began his life of hard labor.
While seeing patients, he complained about the fact that a salary of 5 million yuan was not easy to come by. With the departure of the next patient, Wang Yu finally finished seeing patients for the day at 5:58.
Tian looked at the empty corridor before 6 o'clock and fell silent for a moment.
Wang Yu had seen 140 patients in the afternoon, which was less than 2 minutes per patient. If she hadn't experienced it herself, she wouldn't have believed it. In the past, when it was almost 7 o'clock, there were still many patients in the corridor, and Tian had persuaded them to come back the next day several times. Today, however, the situation was that they had finished work early and there were no more patients. Although she was really tired, she was in a surprisingly good mood.
"Brother Yu, we really don't have to work overtime."
Tian grabbed Wang Yu's sleeve and called out excitedly.
The intense work that afternoon had also brought the two closer together. Dr. Wang became Brother Yu, and Nurse Tian became Tian. Calm down. We started seeing patients in the afternoon today. Tomorrow we'll start in the morning, and the time won't be so tight. We won't have to work overtime anymore. Brother Yu is amazing.
Wang Yu was truly impressed by the way the young girl had worked tirelessly all afternoon without complaining, and had always maintained a smile.
It's 6 o'clock, let's go. Goodbye, Brother Yu. The two of them then got ready to change and leave.
Dr. Wang, Director Su asked me to come and tell you that there's been a last-minute addition to the schedule, and she can't leave now, so she wants you to go.
I thought we weren't going to work overtime. Brother Yu, you work hard, I'm going to go first. Tian said this and ran off.
Although Wang Yu didn't want to work overtime, he obviously couldn't refuse this kind of thing. Saving lives is like putting out a fire, so he put on his white coat and rushed to the operating room. When he got there, he didn't see Su Mu, nor did he see Deputy Director Lin or Dr. Qin. He didn't care about anything else at the moment, and he just wanted to save lives. Looking at the old lady lying on the bed, Wang Yu put on his protective clothing and got ready to work. He couldn't perform surgery, after all, he didn't even understand how to use a scalpel, but he had the system, which could achieve therapeutic effects through various methods. After taking the pulse, Wang Yu also understood the old lady's physical condition. However, he didn't know how to proceed. There were very few treatment options on the system, or rather, they weren't treatment options. The old lady's physical condition was very poor, but it wasn't caused by any disease, but rather heart failure caused by the aging of her organs due to her advanced age. The system suggested using acupuncture to activate the body's vital energy, and then using tonic medicine to nourish the body, but this could not cure the heart failure, only delaying the condition. At most, the old lady would still die within 3 years due to organ aging. This also made Wang Yu understand that the system could not do everything, and in the face of this situation, he could only follow the will of heaven. However, Wang Yu had never used acupuncture before, and now he was in a difficult situation. The old lady's condition was very serious, and if she did not receive treatment, she would probably not live for many more days.
Bring me a set of silver needles. After thinking it over, Wang Yu decided to give it a try.
Although he wasn't sure he could do it, the system had already given him the acupuncture points and the order in which they should be inserted. He couldn't rely on the system for everything, and since he had chosen to practice medicine, he had to take some responsibility. Soon the nurse brought the silver needles, which she disinfected before handing them to Wang Yu. After receiving the needles, Wang Yu first used his hands to determine the location of the acupuncture points, and then slowly inserted the needles. The first acupuncture point was very stable, and Wang Yu's confidence increased a lot. The introduction to the book was very comprehensive. He then started the second needle, followed by the third needle, until the last needle was inserted into the old lady's body, and Wang Yu finally completed the treatment. In total, Wang Yu performed 49 acupuncture needles, which took more than 2 hours. It was the first time he had done such a treatment, and it took a lot of effort. When he took the old lady's pulse again, it was much stronger than before. Although the system panel still showed that her physical condition was very poor, it was much better than before. This gave Wang Yu a lot of confidence and strengthened his determination to continue learning and working hard.
Okay, let's send the patient to the intensive care unit first. I need to see the patient's family. No surgery, Dr. Wang?
No, the old lady's condition cannot be solved by surgery.
Now I have stabilized her condition. Let's send the old lady out first. Without further explanation, Wang Yu left the operating room.
As soon as he walked out the door, two old men in their 70s surrounded him.
Young man, how is my mother?
Don't worry, sirs, the old lady's condition has stabilized, and no surgery was performed. Looking at the two old men, Wang Yu thought the old lady must be at least 90 years old.
What about my mother?
She's been transferred to the intensive care unit. Wang Yu took the two old men to the office and looked over the old lady's file, which gave him a better understanding of her situation. The old lady was named Li Tsuihua and was 98 years old. No wonder her organs were failing so badly. The two old men in front of him were the old lady's two sons. The eldest, Yang Kaishan, was 72 years old, and the second, Yang Keilu, was 69 years old. Yang Kaishan had just called to report that he was safe. From the way they were addressed, it seemed that the two brothers had an older sister. Uncle, the old lady's body is not failing because of any illness, but because of organ failure caused by aging. Well, we know that my mother is almost 100 years old, and we are also prepared. The situation is like this: I just used acupuncture to activate the old lady's body functions, but she is too old, and it won't last long. My mother can still live for 3 months. Yang Kaishan was excited to hear this. When he brought her here, he didn't think she would last the day, so he didn't have high hopes. Now, hearing Wang Yu's words, he couldn't help but feel encouraged.
Well, 3 months is no problem. If you want to extend it some more, it will cost a lot. What? It can be extended?
Yang Kaishan grabbed Wang Yu's hand and was too excited to speak.
Brother, don't get too excited. Listen to the doctor continue. Oh, I'm sorry, young man. It's okay, Grandpa. I can understand your mood. Young man, please continue. As long as my mother can live, I can afford any price.
Yang Kaishan looked at Wang Yu with burning eyes, his heart full of hope.
Chapter 31, Wang Yu is in a bind, and Sumu comes to the rescue.
The old lady's body functions have now been activated by my silver needles, but this function is like a tree without roots, and precious medicinal materials are needed to fill the gaps in the body. These medicinal materials are very precious, and some of them are not even available in our hospital.
You need to find them yourself.
Even if we find all the herbs, I can only guarantee to extend the old lady's life for 3 years.
3 years, young man, are you sure?
Yang Kaishan's momentum changed when he heard this, like a superior looking at his subordinates to see if they were lying. A sense of oppression rushed towards Wang Yu.
How come it feels so prickly?
Wang Yu hadn't felt the change in Yang Kaishan, and he was indeed very confident and wasn't lying, so his heart was normal and he felt no pressure. Don't worry, I have a good grasp of this, I just don't know what your next choice will be. Seeing that Wang Yu did not change his expression under his own pressure, Yang Kaishan also withdrew his momentum and returned to his normal state as an old man. To extend my mother's life, tell me what herbs you need, and we brothers will find a way to provide them. I just looked at our hospital's herbarium, and I won't mention the ones that are there, but I will write down the ones that are not. With that, Wang Yu took out a pen and paper and began to write. The two old men immediately came up behind Wang Yu and looked over his shoulder. 100 grams of Ganoderma lucidum for about 200 years. 200 grams of Wu Lingshan for more than 100 years. 30 grams of 20 fractured Coptis chinensis. 1 plant of Wan Sui Chow. These 4 items are not available in our hospital, you need to find them. Young man, I know the first 3, although they are expensive, they can still be bought, but what is this Wan Sui Chow? Grandpa, this Wan Sui Chow is a medicine, the old lady must have a complete plant to extend her life.
I've never heard of this stuff. Where can I find it?
Wang Yu was also at a loss for words. The system only gave him the name, and he had no idea what the longevity grass was.
I know about the longevity grass, old man.
At this time, Sumu came to the office and came to the rescue in time.
Girl, do you know?
Well, let me tell you about it. Sumu sat down opposite Wang Yu and the two old men and began to introduce it.
The grass of longevity, also known as the grass of immortality, first appeared in Li Shizhen's Compendium of Materia Medica.
Because this grass is extremely resilient, it can grow again after drying out for several years when it encounters water.
Grass of immortality, big brother, I know where to find it. Young Kalo said excitedly. Are you sure, little brother?
Yes, the grass of immortality has a trunk like a leopard's foot, and the whole thing is shaped like a picture, right, girl?
Yes, this gentleman is talking about the longevity grass. Second brother, where did you see it?
Yang Kaixian was also very excited when he got a positive answer from Su Mu. Last month, on his birthday, his eldest brother gave him a plant of the 9-death resurrection grass, saying that he had found it at great expense from someplace.
Okay, I'll get the first 3.
You go to the Wen family now and make sure Wen Tianxiang hands over the herb.
Don't worry, brother. I'm on good terms with that kid. He'll definitely give it to me.
Young man, I'll have the herbs ready tomorrow.
I'll leave my mother to you. Don't worry, uncle.
As long as I can find all the herbs within 3 months, I'm confident I can save the old lady's life.
The 2 brothers hurriedly left with the note and began looking for the herbs.
At this time, only Wang Yu and Su Mu were left in the office.
Mrs. Li, are you really sure you can save her life?
Su Mu had just been listening at the door, and didn't come in until he heard about the long-life grass.
Well, Mrs. Li's body is like rotten wood now. Even if she can be saved, she won't live for many more years.
Wang Yu didn't feel that it was a big deal to save Mrs. Li's life for 3 years.
Wang Yu, I find that I know too little about you.
Su Mu's eyes were shining as she stared at Wang Yu, as if she could see through him.
No, don't try to understand me.
I'm just a lowly employee, just trying to make a living. Wang Yu felt uncomfortable under Su Mu's burning gaze.
Director Su, can I go home now? I have things to do tonight. It's already 9 o'clock. If I go home any later, it'll be past 10. It'll be inappropriate to knock on the door downstairs then. Of course you can. I want to thank you for staying late to help me today. I'll pay you double for the overtime. Overtime pay, and double? Wang Yu's eyes lit up. What are you thinking about? It's only for today. Don't you have something to do? Hurry up and leave.
Su Mu looked at Wang Yu's greedy look and wanted to laugh. Hey! I thought that overtime pay was double every time.
If that were the case, I would live in the hospital and never leave. Shaking his head, Wang Yu left the office with his hands behind his back.
Su Mu did not go back to rest after Wang Yu left. She took the thick medical records and looked at them carefully. Although she was very busy every day, she never gave up learning and would take time out every day to continue studying. Indeed, the success of a person not only lies in his or her talent, but also in the unknown efforts and 10 years of perseverance.
Wang Yu left the hospital.
Since it was past the peak hour, the roads were not congested, and it took more than 20 minutes to return to the community. After returning home, she washed her face, changed into clean clothes, and then went downstairs again with the 7 sixes bracelet. This time she was sure she was at home. With this thought, Wang Yu knocked on the door again. She took 2 steps back and stood straighter than the last time. But the result was the same, and after 2 minutes there was no movement in the house. Wang Yu knocked a few more times, and after waiting for about half an hour, she still didn't wait for someone to open the door. Wang Yu, who was feeling irritated, went downstairs and saw that there was no light in the house of the girl with the blood.
No wonder no one opened the door.
With a heavy heart, Wang Yu came to the door again, ready to wait for the rabbit, waiting for the girl with the blood to come home. But what he didn't know was that Wen Xin was not in Zudushi at all. She had left the day before her divorce. And she was not sure when she would return, or whether she would ever return. As for this house, Wen Xin didn't want to stay in a hotel, so she bought it at random. Anyway, house prices are rising so fast now, so buying a house and having a place to stay in Shuzhou City, and then being able to sell it at a high price, is a good investment. After waiting for 2 hours, Wang Yu looked at the time and saw that it was already 11:30. It looked like he wouldn't be able to wait any longer today, and he felt a bit disappointed. When he got home, Wang Yu quickly washed up and went to bed. But he couldn't sleep, and the impact of not seeing a girl today was quite big on Wang Yu. He comforted himself for a long time, thinking that it would be fine, that he would definitely be able to wait for her, that a monk could run away but not a temple, and that he would just wait here, not believing that she wouldn't even return home. With this thought, Wang Yu fell into a dream. The fatigue from the day made him sleep soundly, but the loss in his heart made him sleep uneasily. He woke up a little after 6 in the morning, and the fatigue from yesterday was still lingering on his body. Thinking about his busy day, Wang Yu checked his merit points again. When he opened it, he saw that his merit points had reached 362. Chapter 32, Wang Yu, who had just started learning, and his ex-father-in-law, who was preparing for a divorce. Wang Yu was very satisfied with the increase in his merit points. He had never expected to get more than 200 points in just one afternoon. If he calculated it this way, he would earn 300 points a day for seeing patients, which would add up to 10,000 merit points a month, or 120,000 points a year. Congratulations, the host has reached 100 merit points and can participate in a lucky draw. Finally, it's here. It was worth the busy afternoon. Click to draw. The plain panel still has no special effects, but the new prizes have already appeared. After Wang Yu received it, his face changed slightly. This reward is indeed very powerful, but it's not what he needs right now. Enhanced child delivering magic, you can choose the gender and number of children, up to 3 per pregnancy, when delivering a child.
Am I going to change my profession and quit being a doctor?
I'll build a temple and wait for customers to come. I'll hang a sign at the door, specializing in child delivery for 20 years. Then I'll make a fee schedule, 50,000 for a boy, 60,000 for a girl, 200,000 for twins, 500,000 for a boy and a girl, and 1 million for triplets, either gender.
Well, I won't be the richest person in Shuzhou for long. If I build the temple next to the infertility clinic, I'll make even more money.
Thinking about this, Wang Yu fell asleep without realizing it. In his dream, he saw the girl he had been thinking about, Cici, giving him a shoulder massage, Yan kneeling down to gently wash his feet, and Sun Qian sitting obediently next to him, peeling grapes.
Hee hee, hee hee. The lewd laughter echoed in the room.
Why is dreaming our highest pursuit?
Because in dreams, there is really everything. Wang Yu woke up in the morning, recalling the dream he had the night before.
Although he knew it was impossible, it didn't stop him from fantasizing. He got up, took a cold shower, and then went to work refreshed.
Brother Yu, good morning.
Sweetie, you traitor.
Hee hee. Brother Yu, last night my mom asked me to come home for dinner. So you left me alone to work overtime. What happened to our revolutionary friendship? You just abandoned your comrade like this. Brother Yu, look, I brought you breakfast. My mom made beef buns.
Sweetie shook the bag in her hand and said with a smile.
You're a good person, I haven't eaten anything yet.
She took the bag and took out a bun, took a bite and said it tasted really good.
It's delicious, your aunt's cooking is good. Of course, I've never eaten anything better than my mom's cooking.
Wang Yu laughed and didn't say anything, he just kept working on the buns. Sweetie kept praising her mother for the delicious food she made.
Brother Yu, you shut up. I haven't had breakfast either.
Sweetie, who had just realized, looked at the bag that had just been bulging, but now was flat, and immediately went over to grab it. After swallowing the last bite of the bun, Wang Yu handed the bag to Sweetie.
Don't worry, there's some left for you. Ah.
10 buns, and I only got 1 left.
Are you a pig? It's not my fault.
Who let Auntie make such delicious buns?
Humph. Heartless man.
Sweetie turned her head and silently ate the last bun.
Want to go to lunch with me? Looking at the sullen little girl, Wang Yu wanted to laugh. Yes, I want to eat you out of money.
Seeing that she heard something good, Sweetie immediately put on a smile again.
Wang Yu couldn't help but complain, ha! Women!
After breakfast, the two of them put on their white coats and masks and got ready to start work. Wang Yu also put on a pair of glasses today, which made him look much more mature.
Brother Yu, why are you wearing glasses?
It makes you look more cultured.
The two of them quickly got into their work mode in the consultation room.
Wang Yu's speed was still very fast, and as the number of patients decreased, his merit points also exceeded the 400 mark. However, the system interface still did not prompt for a lottery.
Wang Yu was not in a hurry.
There were rewards at 100 points and 1,000 points, so there would definitely be rewards at 1,000 points. At this rate, it would not take long to reach 1,000 points, and new abilities could be added at that time.
Wang Yu was looking forward to that.
It was soon 12 o'clock, and Tian persuaded the remaining patients to leave, and the two of them finished their morning work. Wang Yu did not deliberately insist on seeing all the patients. After all, this is not a one-time task, and it will probably be like this every day in the future.
A reasonable arrangement of rest time will also enable better service to patients.
Sumu did not appear in the morning, and the young brothers did not come over either. After all, those precious things are not so easy to obtain. She came to the cafeteria with tea on tea on. The little girl was not at all polite. Her own plate was full, and Wang Yu's plate was also clearly arranged by her.
Can you finish all this, sweetie?
Wang Yu couldn't help but ask, not because he was worried about the money, but because he hated waste from the bottom of his heart.
Don't worry, brother Yu, we'll eat from your plate, and I'll pack up the rest of my plate later. A witty girl. Hey, brother Yu, you ate my mom's buns, so I'll treat you back. Sweetie smiled like a little hamster that had eaten honey.
Eat, and after you finish, help me find some books on traditional Chinese medicine. I want to read them later.
Wang Yu listened to Sweetie's explanation and laughed a little. Such a caring little girl is quite cute. Brother Yu, you're so amazing, do you still need to read books? You don't understand, the more I read, the more amazing I will become. Sweetie was impressed by Wang Yu's 13-year-old act. She immediately began to eat her meal. Until he was almost finished eating, Wang Yu still hadn't seen Su Mu come over, and his heart was a little empty. When he came, he was still a little looking forward to seeing this beautiful doctor. Brother Yu, I'll go find you some books on traditional Chinese medicine.
You can take care of the dishes and help me pack them up.
After saying that, Sweetie left in a hurry.
Looking at Sweetie leaving, Wang Yu couldn't help but sigh at the vitality of young girls, and he also began to pack his food. At this time, Chen Shusheng in the central hospital, however, could not eat at all. Chen Yuding sat by the bedside holding a bowl of chicken soup, not knowing how to comfort her father. What her mother had done made her ashamed to speak of it, but she thought to herself that she was no different from her mother.
Chen Shusheng, with his eyes vacant, lay on the bed like this.
Although he had been rescued, his heart was now filled with despair.
Yuding, I want to divorce your mother.
The hoarse voice revealed a cold hatred.
Dad.
After calling out, Chen Yuding didn't know what to say, whether to persuade her father to open up or not to be impulsive.
Which man could be so open-minded and remain calm when this happened to him?
First, her husband Wang Yu left her and took the children with him, and now her mother was cheating on her father. All the cooperation with the Lu family had to be stopped, and they couldn't make another penny from my company. At this time, Chen Shusheng's hatred for his wife and Lu Baoxiang reached its peak. Wang Yu had already looked at the contents of the USB drive he gave him, and even Chen Yuding had looked at it. The video on the screen made Chen Shusheng's teeth grind. Chen Yuding also wanted to scold her mother, but what she had done made her too ashamed to do so. In the quiet hospital room, neither the father nor the daughter spoke, only heavy breathing and Chen Yuding's low sobs.
Chapter 33, The Girl Downstairs is Missing. Lying on the bed in the consultation room, Wang Yu flipped through the medical books that Tian had brought over. He first looked for a comprehensive encyclopedia of Chinese medicinal herbs and began to flip through it. After all, the prescriptions he wrote required the use of Chinese medicine. The incident with the long-lived herb yesterday had taught him a lesson. If it weren't for Su Mu's timely appearance, he would have really been embarrassed. As he flipped through the book's introduction to medicinal herbs, Wang Yu gradually improved his understanding of Chinese medicine by comparing it with the prescriptions he wrote when he was seeing patients. As he became absorbed in it, time passed quickly. When Tian came in, Wang Yu was still absorbed in reading, and didn't even hear the door open. Brother Yu, it's time to go to work. Tian reminded him. Oh, it's time. Wang Yu took out his phone and looked at it. It's 1 hour 60 minutes. Let's start calling the patients. Wang Yu put on his mask and white coat, and began his afternoon work. In the dean's office, Han Cohen was surprised by yesterday's data, and immediately called the person in charge of the outpatient department. Hey, Huang, are you sure about the data from the gynecology clinic? Dean Han, it's really correct. At first I thought there was a system error, but I checked with the finance department and the herbal medicine department this morning, and the treatment income and the herbal medicine shipments matched up, and the gynecology data was correct. Oh, that's good. Dean Han, where did you find such a great doctor? I went to see him this morning, and his medical skills and speed are really amazing. Oh, Mr. Huang, pay more attention to Dr. Wang from the gynecology department. If he has any needs, make sure to meet them. If you can't solve the problem, let me know in time. Don't worry, Dean Han, I will definitely cooperate with Dr. Wang's work. But there is a situation that I want to tell you about. What is it? Dr. Wang only prescribes traditional Chinese medicine. At the current rate, the medicine stored in the medicine warehouse will not last a month.
I was thinking of asking them to order another batch of medicine, otherwise I'm worried that there won't be enough medicine by the end of the month.
Are they all Chinese herbal medicines?
Yes, they are.
Can you guarantee the profit without checking the equipment? Don't worry, Dean.
Although there is no inspection fee, a course of traditional Chinese medicine takes at least half a month, and some patients take 2 or 3 courses of medicine at a time.
Good.
Go to the herb store and prepare 1 month's worth of all the Chinese herbal medicines that can be bought on the market, according to yesterday's shipment.
Okay, Dean, I'll go now.
After hanging up the phone, Dr. Han leaned back in his chair and looked at the data from yesterday afternoon.
This is really a cash cow.
Now the boy's reputation hasn't spread yet, but it won't be long before he's famous in Suzhou. By then, his annual salary of 5 million won't be enough to keep him.
How many more patients does Tian have?
Looking at his watch, it was already 5:30, and Wang Yu was already exhausted. He had been diagnosing and prescribing medicine non-stop, and he felt like his whole body was about to fall apart.
Brother Yu, there are still a lot of patients coming in this afternoon.
There are far more patients than in the morning, and we're going to have to work overtime today. Sweetie took a sip of water from her pink thermos cup to moisten her throat. The little nurse had said too much throughout the afternoon, and her throat was very uncomfortable. There's a system for this, but it's hard to escape the fate of working overtime.
Wang Yu slumped in his chair speechless, not paying any attention to his appearance.
Brother Yu, let's get started.
Good. Call the next patient.
What Wang Yu couldn't have imagined was that the more than 100 people he treated quickly and accurately yesterday, after taking his medicine, felt much better the next day. So after a morning of fermentation, his fame slowly spread in small circles. People who were going to other hospitals for treatment also listened to the advice of friends around them to come here to see him. After arriving, seeing the waiting room full of people and the hallway also full of people, he was even more convinced of Wang Yu's extraordinary medical skills. Otherwise, why would there be so many people waiting to see a doctor? The herd mentality made the patients not afraid of the long waiting time and obediently waited outside. Sumu had performed 2 surgeries this afternoon and examined several of his patients, so there was nothing else to do at the moment. He immediately wanted to see how Wang Yu treated patients. Just as he arrived at the door of the gynecology clinic, he noticed a strange phenomenon. At the doors of other doctors, there were basically no patients, and some doctors were idly brushing their phones. But at the door of Wang Yu's clinic, there was a long line, with at least 20 patients. With curiosity, Sumu walked to the door of the clinic and saw Wang Yu taking the patient's pulse while introducing the patient's condition and matters needing attention, and then quickly writing out a prescription on the keyboard with both hands. The whole process was smooth and efficient, without any delay. It took less than a minute to see a patient, and then it was the next patient. Sumu observed for more than 10 minutes, during which time Wang Yu also happened to see 10 patients. During this time, he did not waste any time, repeatedly taking the pulse, giving medical advice, and writing prescriptions. It was like a machine, accurate and efficient. Sumu did not go in to disturb Wang Yu, and after watching for a while, he silently left. What a strange person, how did he learn such a powerful medical technique? After more than an hour of hard work, Wang Yu finally finished seeing all the patients at almost 7 o'clock. The usually lively Sweetie was now too tired to jump around, so she said goodbye to Wang Yu, dragged her tired body out of the consultation room, and prepared to go home and rest. This really isn't a human life. After seeing patients all day, Wang Yu had come into contact with all kinds of women, many of whom were beautiful and had great figures. But it took Wang Yu less than a day to go from admiring them at first to becoming numb. After a short rest, his body had recovered a little, and Wang Yu quickly changed his clothes and left the hospital. When he got home, this time he didn't go downstairs right away, but collapsed on the sofa and didn't move. It took about an hour for Wang Yu to recover a little. He didn't even bother to eat, changed his clothes again, and brought the 7-6 bracelets downstairs.
Dong dong dong.
Everything was just like the previous 2 times, and nothing had changed.
When he came downstairs and saw the still dark room, Wang Yu was even more disappointed. Could it really have been a one-night stand?
He was very unhappy with himself because of his deep virgin complex. After that day, although he never saw Wenxin again, in his heart, he had a slight concern for this woman. Although he knew it was just wishful thinking, it was the most real thought in his heart. Wang Yu thought about the difficulties in the pursuit process and was also prepared for a long-term strategy. But the situation where he couldn't even see the person was unexpected. The disappearance of Miss Ishua was now like a thorn in his chest, making it difficult for him to sleep at night.
Chapter 34, Thank You, Third Brother.
Over the next 3 days, Wang Yu truly felt the terror of the women of Shudu City. When stores had discounts, they would line up. When new products were released, they would line up. When a milk tea shop opened at the door, it was still mostly women who lined up. And in gynecological clinics, where only female patients were seen, the crowds were even more packed. These women had their sights set on his clinic, not seeing that there were 3 other clinics next to it where they could also be seen. Wang Yu didn't know how many female patients' hands she had touched in these 3 days, and received countless invitations and notes. At this moment, Wang Yu was numb, and after 3 days of high-intensity work, she successfully acquired a hoarse voice. She couldn't jump anymore, and every time she saw the long line outside, she felt scared. Her usual liveliness was gone, and even when Wang Yu invited her to dinner, her face was stiff and she said very little. The big black circles and slightly messy hair all show the devastation reality has had on her. From laughing in the morning to laughing in the evening, from speaking at 8 a.m. to speaking at 8 p.m., she doesn't want to do anything or say anything during her break time. If it weren't for the generous overtime pay, she would really want to run to the leader's office to take a picture of her resignation letter and yell, "I quit," and then leave in style. "Sweetie, should I take a break tomorrow? What day is tomorrow?" "Thursday." "Let me see." Tian took out her phone and looked at the schedule she had saved. Under the name of Wang Yu in the column for Thursday, it said rest. The little nurse's body immediately filled with strength. "Brother Yu, we're not working tomorrow." The hoarse voice could not hide the excitement of the young girl. "Let's go home." Hearing the positive news, Wang Yu stood up and waved his hand to end the day's work. When he got home again, Wang Yu didn't take the elevator straight from the underground garage to the apartment. Standing downstairs, he looked at the still dark room, and his heart slowly changed from disappointment to habit. That night might have been a dream. He had already gotten the most precious thing a woman could give, so what else did he want? Greed was always a human failing. When he got home and looked at the empty room, Wang Yu felt indescribably uncomfortable for a moment. The once happy and beautiful family was gone, and the 2 daughters he had cherished like his own life still made his heart ache when he thought about them. But he is not the biological father of the children, so what right does he have to fight for them? The divorce has put an end to his relationship with Chen Jia, and the question of who is right and who is wrong has lost its meaning. After finishing the beer in one gulp, Wang Yu buried his thoughts of the girl deep in his heart. At this time, in the Tianjie restaurant, Sun Xian came to the private room and looked at her third brother, who had called her over, with no smile on her face. She was not as free as she thought she was, and she thought she could pick up and put down. She couldn't forget Wang Yu, whom she had only known for a day. She couldn't help but touch her chest, reliving the taste of that afternoon. "My little sister is here. I've investigated some information that I think will be useful to you." "What did you investigate? Did big brother take care of another girl, or did second brother get punished by second sister again?" Sun Dishing was embarrassed to hear this. Sun Xian said that this was his personal hobby. He liked to gossip about his 2 brothers when he was free, and whenever he got some news, he would share it with his little sister. The 2 siblings were always happy, and then they used this information to blackmail their 2 brothers. At this time, Sun Xian thought that her third brother had learned about the private lives of her 2 brothers, but she, who had once been enthusiastic, couldn't muster any interest. It wasn't the news about her brothers, it was about her brother-in-law. "What brother-in-law?" Sun Xian didn't react at first. "You're talking about Dr. Wang. Why are you asking about him? What's wrong with him?" "He's getting back together with Chun Yuding." Sun Xian's tone was a bit lost. Such a good man, but unfortunately not hers. "No, they haven't even seen each other in a few days." "What kind of marriage is that? What is it? I found out why they got divorced." I said, "Third brother, when did you become so nosy? Why are you asking about this? Does it matter why other people get divorced?" Sun Xian was a little angry. She had already decided not to have anything to do with Wang Yu after that day, and had forced herself to put it behind her. Although she had been feeling bad these past few days, she would not change her decision. But this third brother really had nothing better to do, and he secretly went to investigate Wang Yu without telling her, and he even found out such a secret. "Little sister, I'm not unhappy. Brother Wang is such a good person, but he can't be my brother-in-law. I'm not even interested in drinking." "Then you should marry him, and don't call him brother-in-law if you're not." Sun Dishing's tongue was not as good as Sun Xian's, and he was temporarily distracted from his goal. After he recovered, he felt that he should stop being coy. "Listen to me, little sister.
Wang Yu and Shen Yuding will never get back together in this life. I guarantee it. What did you find out? Why are you so sure? At this moment, Sun Qian's dead heart regained a little vitality. Shen Yuding had given Wang brother a green hat, and the two daughters she gave birth to were both others. When this explosive news came out, Sun Dishing proudly drank a glass of wine and waited for his younger sister to cheer. But Sun Qian's expression didn't change at all. Third brother is sure, no kidding. Little sister, you still don't believe in third brother's ability. I even got the video of brother Wang going to the hospital for a paternity test and the results of the test. Saying this, he took out his phone and opened a video clip and handed it to Sun Qian. After taking the phone, Sun Qian looked at the familiar figure in the video and felt a pain in her heart. The video showed Wang Yu getting the results of the paternity test. He was looking at the wall of the hospital with tears falling down his face. The pain was so great that words could not express it. As she watched, Sun Qian's eyes filled with tears. She never imagined that the cheerful man she knew had such a sad side. His heart must have been in pain at that time. Little sister, why are you crying? Shouldn't you be happy? Sun Dishing looked at his sister, holding the phone and crying, and for a moment he didn't understand. Shut up. Sun Qian glared at Sun Dishing. Okay, I won't say anything, you watch it slowly. The video wasn't long, but Sun Qian watched it for a long time, repeating it over and over again, feeling Wang Yu's sadness and despair, and feeling sorry for the man who had had intimate contact with her. There was also a paternity test later, and I spent 10,000 yuan to get it from the hospital through a friend. Sun Dishing reminded her, looking at his sister who had been silent all along. Sun Qian turned off the video and swiped her phone to see the 2 paternity tests Wang Yu had taken. The words "no blood relationship" made her heart ache, but she also felt an uncontrollable excitement. I feel so bad and so excited. What should I do? He's so pitiful, so I'll marry him, give him lots of children, and stay by his side forever, until I'm old. Sun Qian, who had made up her mind, sent the video and the identification report to her own phone, and then threw Sun Dishing's phone back. Her eyes were red, but she finally put on a smile and said to Sun Dishing in front of her, "Third brother, you love me more than my eldest and second brothers, and my little sister will be grateful to you for the rest of her life." Ha, that's right. The eldest and second brothers can't compare with me. Sun Dishing heard his sister's praise and his mouth stretched back to the back of his head. Chapter 35, Mom is dressed up beautifully, but she's actually empty-handed. At this time, Wang Yu didn't know what she was going to face next. How persistent is a 42-year-old girl for her love, and there are 3 crazy girl-loving monsters behind her. Mom, I'm fine. I've found a new job with an annual salary of 5 million. Don't worry about me. I'm not lying to you. If you don't believe me, you can come find me. I'm ready to buy a villa to bring you over to live. Girlfriend? I just started a new job, so I'll talk about it when I'm settled. Don't worry, your son is now handsome and rich, and lots of girls are after him. He won't delay you from having a grandchild. Don't worry, let Chun Mei come. I live in a place with more than 200 square meters, 4 rooms, and I'm alone. She can cook for me when she comes. Okay, tomorrow at 11 o'clock, I'll pick her up at the bus station. Where's my dad? Oh, when he gets back, you two can discuss whether you want to come to the city. I'll hang up first, Mom. Don't worry, I'll definitely find a girlfriend in a few months. When has your son ever lied to you? Don't worry, Mom. I'm hanging up now. Bye, Mom. After hanging up the phone, Wang Yu let out a deep breath. As usual, his mother's nagging was overwhelming. She couldn't stop talking about finding a wife, and Wang Yu didn't know how to respond. He could only promise, and promise. He had originally thought that he could win the girl over with a little effort and a few months of hard work, but now he didn't even know where she was. And now he was so busy that he didn't even have time to go to the bathroom. But the little nurse was only 20 years old, and he, a 30-year-old second-time married man, should forget about her. And in his heart, Wang Yu also thought of her as a younger sister. His thoughts were flying around in his head, and he didn't know what to do for a while. Hey! Let's just wait a while, maybe the girl will come back by then. After washing up, Wang Yu dragged his tired body to bed and fell asleep in less than 3 minutes. Third brother, I'll go to the hospital to find him tomorrow. Sun Qian, who had seen hope, was obviously drunk again. Okay, third brother, I'll go with you. Third brother, I want to marry him. Okay, third brother, I'll book a hotel for you. Third brother, I want to give him a child. Okay, Sang-gu. Sang-gu can't help you. Sang-gu, don't shake, my head is a little dizzy.
Looking at his sister, who was drunk and dazed, Sun Dishing didn't know how to express his emotions. He called two waitresses to help Sun Shan to the restroom on the third floor again, and Sun Dishing drank alone downstairs.
Should I call my brother-in-law and invite him over?
After getting him drunk, I can strip him naked and then stuff him into my sister's bed. Thinking this way, Sun Dishing dialed Wang Yu's mobile phone, but Wang Yu was sleeping too soundly and was not woken up by the phone ringing. After dialing several times in a row, no one answered, so Sun Dishing had no choice but to give up on this plan.
Damn it! I have nowhere to sleep tonight.
Sun Dishing, who was worried about his sister being alone here, dragged a few more chairs together and prepared to deal with it until dawn.
Chunmei, is brother Yu really coming to pick us up tomorrow?
Chunmei, who had just hung up the phone with Wang Mu, told Yoan that Wang Yu would pick them up at the bus station tomorrow. Well, and Auntie also said that brother Yu has 4 rooms there, so we can stay there.
It's not good to live there. Yoan lowered her head shyly. Hey, Yuan, you have to be brave. I lied to my parents and got you this opportunity.
You have to cherish it. Otherwise, when my brother finds a new girlfriend, you won't be able to cry in time.
Yes, I will definitely seize this opportunity.
Yoan also felt that she had been too passive in the past, and this time she was prepared to be more proactive.
There is one more thing. If you know, you must keep it a secret. What is it? If it's important, don't tell me.
Yesterday afternoon, I saw my aunt and my mother talking and wiping their tears. My brother got divorced because that woman cheated on him and had 2 children with someone else.
Ah! Yuan couldn't help but yell. Keep your voice down. Chunmei immediately covered Yuan's mouth and warned her in a low voice. Oh.
Yuan signaled Chunmei to let go.
Keep it a secret, and don't show it in front of my brother. He loves face the most. If he sees it, I'm finished. Don't worry, Chunmei, I won't tell anyone.
I don't know how my brother has been spending these days. That Shen Yuding is really not a human being, she actually did such a shameless thing. Listening to Chunmei's cursing, Yuan's heart had already floated away. Thinking that she would be able to see her beloved brother tomorrow, she showed a happy smile on her face. Brother Yuan is willing to give birth to your children, as many as you want. At this time, Wang Yu was still fast asleep, completely unaware that 2 girls, 1 young and 1 old, had already set their sights on him and were waiting for tomorrow to begin their plan. The next day, Wang Yu slept in for the first time in a long time, and after waking up, he continued to study the medical books he had brought back from the hospital. He waited until 10:30 and then went to the bus station to pick up his cousin. At this time, in the hospital, Sun Shan walked out angrily, and after asking around for a long time, she found out that Wang Yu was actually off today. Sun Shan knocked on the door of the barber shop at 7 o'clock in the morning and got a beautiful haircut. She changed into her favorite clothes, put on eyeliner, painted her lips red, and dressed up beautifully. She was also thinking about surprising him by showing up suddenly, but who knew that this guy was actually off duty today? After getting into the car, Sun Qian calmed down and took out her phone to dial Wang Yu's number.
Hello, who is this? Dr. Wang, sorry to bother you, it's Sun Qian. Oh, Miss Sun, what's the matter?
Hearing that it was Sun Qian on the other end, Wang Yu immediately had a mental picture of her, big, white, and very flexible. Well, I went to the hospital today to see you again, but when I got there I found out that you were off today, so I thought I'd give you a call to see if you had time. Oh, I'm working tomorrow, Ms. Sun can come see me tomorrow.
Tomorrow?
Sun Qian was a little disappointed to hear that.
Well, I have something to do later.
My cousin is coming today, so I have to pick her up at the bus station and take her shopping in the afternoon.
I'm pretty busy today and don't have much time. Oh, then Dr. Wang, are you free at noon? I'll treat you and your sister to lunch and ask you to take a look at it for me.
It won't affect your afternoon plans.
This is embarrassing. I already made San spend a lot of money last time.
Please, Dr. Wang, if you don't take a look at it for me today, I won't be able to sleep at night.
An old girl who is coquettish is generally irresistible.
Okay, let's go to Brother San's place. I'll go directly after picking up my friend.
Tell Brother San. Don't worry, Dr. Wang. See you at noon. After hanging up the phone, Wang Yu looked at the time. It was almost time to go to the bus station. He packed his things and went downstairs. Chapter 36, Sun Qian and Song Yuan's first meeting. Wang Yu packed up the clothes he had worn in the past few days and was about to throw them in the washing machine when he suddenly found the bank card that the second son had given him. He took it out and saw that it was from the Zhongyuan Bank, which happened to have a branch near the neighborhood. He had a little time on his hands, so he decided to go check how much money was in the card. As he sat in the car, he couldn't help but sigh, thinking that he had been so busy these past few days that he had forgotten such an important thing. After parking the car, he went to an ATM and, after memorizing the password on the back of the card, Wang Yu began to check. When he saw 5 and 6 zeros on the ATM, he was shocked. Wow, the Sun brothers are really generous. They spent 5 million on a medical treatment. The world of the rich once again refreshed his three views. The three Sun brothers were indeed rich. On the one hand, they gave him so much because Wang Yu saved his sister from having to have her rabbit removed. On the other hand, they also deliberately made friends with him. After all, a doctor as good as Wang Yu is still worth getting close to. Who can guarantee that you won't get sick in your lifetime? After receiving the bank card, Wang Yu was in a good mood. After buying the bracelet, he had more than 3 million yuan left in his hand. Later, Chen Shuxing generously gave him 5 million yuan in divorce compensation, which made his wallet bulge a lot. This made Wang Yu, who used to earn 500,000 yuan a year, have the idea of buying and buying. On the way to the bus station, he thought about whether he should sell the rented house directly. At that time, the agent's service staff also said that if the house could not be rented out, it would be put up for sale. He also had a car that cost a little over 100,000 yuan. Although it had only been driven for 3 years, Wang Yu now really wanted to replace it. It wasn't that he didn't like the car, but that the car had too many memories of his ex-wife and 2 children. In the afternoon, he went to buy a car, and then he would sell it directly. As he thought about this, Wang Yu arrived at the station. He found a place to park his car and walked towards the exit. Sioux City is not a very large city, and the station only has 1 square and 1 exit. At this time, the entrance was crowded with people, including taxi drivers soliciting business and hotel room salesmen. Of course, most of them were there to pick up people, just like Wang Yu. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, Wang Yu saw Chuanmei's iconic ponytail from afar, swinging back and forth with her steps. Seeing his cousin Wang Yu was still very happy, he immediately began to wave his hand to attract the attention of Chunmei. Just when he was waving energetically, he saw Yuan next to Chunmei, and Wang Yu was stunned for a moment. After giving Yuan a massage that night, the little girl's languishing gaze made him dry out his mouth and tongue when he thought about it. Yesterday, my mother said that only Chunmei would be coming over, but now there is a little tail, and I have also agreed to let Chunmei live with me. If Yuan also lives in, after a long period of contact, I am not sure if I will do anything. But now is not the time to worry about this. Maybe Yuan is just here to accompany Chunmei for a few days, and she will go back soon. Brother, this way. Chunmei quickly found Wang Yu, who was in a daze, at the sign of Yuan. She immediately came over. Following behind, Yuan, unable to hide her joy, also followed. Even at the exit, Yuan had seen Wang Yu outside long ago. It was as if there was some magic, and among so many people, she had found the man she had liked for many years at a glance. The girl is tanned. Taking over Chuanmei's backpack, Wang Yu patted her on the head. Brother, you also have this. Chunmei unceremoniously hung Yuan's backpack on Wang Yu's shoulders as well. I can do it myself. Yuan looked at Wang Yu and was still a little shy. Don't be shy, my brother is so strong, he can carry 2 backpacks without a problem. Pulling Yuan's hand, Chunmei squeezed her way through the crowd. Wang Yu carried the 2 backpacks and obediently followed the 2 of them. When they got to the car, Chunmei grabbed the backpacks and threw them in the back seat, then sat in. Yuan, you sit in the front. There's no room in the back. She closed the door again. Wang Yu wanted to pull Chunmei out and ask her if she really thought it was okay to act so obviously. He hadn't even seen her open the trunk, but he couldn't refuse Chuanmei's offer at this point. Yuan, sit down. I'll take you to dinner. After closing the trunk, Wang Yu helped Yuan open the car door. Thank you. Yuan was too embarrassed to look up at this point. Chuanmei's help was too brutal, and she was just about to say what she was thinking. But since she was already here, she couldn't not get in the car. She quickly sat down. Wang Yu got into the driver's seat, embarrassed and not knowing what to say. Hurry up, brother, if you wait any longer, your sister will really starve to death. Okay, I'm leaving. After pulling the seatbelt, Wang Yu was ready to start the car.
It so happened that Yuan had also pulled her seatbelt at this time, and the two sockets were very close. The two hands, one large and one small, touched each other. The two bodies tensed slightly. "Brother Yu, you drive, I'll help you." Yuan put on her seatbelt and then took Wang Yu's and helped him put it on.
"Thank you."
After starting the car, Wang Yu, who was still a little dizzy, didn't put it in gear and just stepped on the accelerator. After a quick look, he found that the two girls hadn't noticed their embarrassing situation. He calmed down and headed for the Tianjie restaurant. Along the way, Wang Yu stared straight ahead, and the atmosphere in the car was awkward. Yuan looked at Wang Yu and liked him more and more, and the love in her eyes was about to burst out. Wang Yu, who was being stared at, felt uncomfortable all over, and his body became more and more stiff. Chunmei called him a few times from behind, but he didn't hear her. After a difficult journey to the Tianjie restaurant, Wang Yu quickly found a place to park and left the carriage, finally. Feeling relieved. "Brother, are you eating here?" Looking at the magnificent entrance of the Tianjie restaurant, Chunmei couldn't help but secretly lick her lips. "Well, today my friends are treating, so I just brought you here." "Brother, look at those two people at the door, they look so strange."
Wang Yu followed Chunmei's gaze and discovered Sun Qian and Sun Dishing, brother and sister.
Sun Qian looked very well dressed today, wearing a radiant outfit, and was standing at the entrance of the restaurant, looking around. This scene made Wang Yu think of the previous few days, but there was an extra person next to him. Sun Dishang was holding a pink parasol, standing next to Sun Qian to block the sun for her. He had a broad back and a muscular waist, like a big bear. The strange combination of the two attracted the attention of many passers-by.
"Brother's son." Wang Yu greeted him from afar. "Brother-in-law is here, and these two are."
The words brother-in-law made Chunmei and Yuan's faces change.
"Brother, how did he call you brother-in-law?"
"I didn't know you had such a brother-in-law." "A friend, a little indiscreet, called him that."
Wang Yu's explanation relieved Yuan next to him.
Sun Dishing's shout almost made her think that she was going to die before she could achieve anything. "This is my cousin Chunmei, and this is the neighbor's sister, Yuan."
"This is my friend."
"You two are also called San Gu, right?"
"This is San Ji's sister."
"You can just call her sister." Wang Yu briefly introduced the two girls to each other.
Sun Qian looked at the two girls next to Wang Yu from afar. After hearing the introduction, Chunmei was first eliminated by her.
But the weak and fragile little girl next to her, who was also the neighbor and sister, had an infinitely higher threat index.
Chapter 37 Brother, you were right.
After a few rounds of formalities at the door, the group moved into the private room. Wang Yu and Sun Dishing sat next to each other, and Sun Qian sat next to her brother. Chunmei took Yuan by the hand and sat her down in the chair next to Wang Yu, and then sat down next to Yuan herself, smiling. With so many people sitting next to Wang Yu, Yuan's face turned red, and she sat down in the chair with her head bowed, playing with the towel in her plate. Sun Qian saw this situation and her eyes narrowed, as if she were facing a great enemy. This shy little expression even made her feel a little soft-hearted, and she couldn't help but feel a desire to protect her. Not to mention men, who are visual creatures. At that moment, her eyes flickered and she had an idea.
"Third brother, move over." "What's wrong, little sister?" "Go sit next to him,"
Sun Qian said, glaring at Sun Dishing. Seeing her sister's unfriendly gaze, Sun Dishing had no choice but to switch places with her.
Wang Yu looked around. "Shit. Two women, both sitting around me, can I still eat this meal?"
"Brother, why don't I sit over there?"
Wang Yu said weakly.
"Ha ha. Brother-in-law, you're sitting there very well." Sun Dishing was no fool, and his sister was about to make a move.
"Xiaoyu, I feel a little pain in my chest today. If you have time, please take a look."
Sun Qian looked at Wang Yu with her big eyes, rubbed her chest with her left hand, and showed a look of pain on her face. The tone, the expression, and the action made Wang Yu feel dry and thirsty.
"She's a fox spirit," Chunmei whispered next to him.
But Sun Qian just looked at Wang Yu pitifully as if she hadn't heard.
"Ms. Sun."
As soon as Wang Yu opened his mouth, a snow-white finger pointed at his lips.
"Call me sister, or Qian."
Wang Yu really wanted to say, "Are we that familiar?" But thinking about what he had done, it was hard to say that they weren't. However, Qian really couldn't say it, and the senior demon opposite was much older than herself.
"Qian, I'll help you look at it, let's look at it now."
Wang Yu's expression was indescribably uncomfortable. Although he didn't turn around to look, he could feel the resentful glances of the two girls next to him. Brother, Yan also has chest pain these days. Can you take a look at her too? Chunmei couldn't bear to see her best friend suffer, so she immediately spoke up.
Okay, no problem.
Thinking about Yan's angina pectoris, which she was worrying about too much, I didn't know how to treat it at the time, and I just gave her a massage and prescribed some medicine. Who would have thought that as soon as Wang Yu's words had finished, two small, pink hands reached out to him. These hands are really white and really beautiful, round and slender, and under the lights in the private room, they look so seductive that you can't help but want to hold them in your hands and play with them.
Wang Yu's embarrassment only lasted a moment.
As a man who was so stubborn that he was willing to leave his home empty-handed in order to get a divorce, he was also provoked by the two girls' repeated teasing. Madam, I see that you are women, and you have been patient and tolerant, but now you are starting to push your luck and make me choose between you. He immediately reached out his hands, grabbed the girls' hands at the same time, and then placed them on the table to start taking their pulse. Sun Qian and Yawen didn't expect this outcome either, and they didn't say a word, just quietly watching Wang Yu. Soon, Wang Yu understood the physical conditions of the two girls.
Sun Qian's tumor was gone, and her body had recovered well.
She would be cured after taking a few more days of medicine. Yawen's periodic angina pectoris had also recovered, and the inexplicable heart disease was gone. Although her body was still a bit weak, she was fine with the nourishing medicine prescribed by herself. However, the two girls' affectionate eyes made Wang Yu a bit headache. When he first met them, two panels appeared at the same time, which made Wang Yu think of the idea of seeing a doctor with two screens, so that he wouldn't have to work overtime in the future. Thinking about this, he still had to thank the two girls. If it weren't for this incident today, he wouldn't have discovered the system's split-screen function.
However, the next check made him a bit overwhelmed.
What the hell is this? The two of them actually have the same disease, and the treatment method is just a few short words.
There is no medicine to cure it, and Wang Yu's head couldn't help but ache. Yawen likes him.
He guessed a few days ago that she had come to the city to pursue him. Although he was very confused and didn't know what to do, he was still happy to be liked by such a beautiful and innocent girl.
But what about Sun Qian? When did she start liking him? Could it be a side effect of the massage?
Although he knew that the age difference between the two was quite large, Wang Yu, who had personally measured Sun Qian's figure, could never say that he had no thoughts about her. Moreover, Sun Qian's fair and firm skin and flawless figure made it impossible to tell that she was a woman in her 40s. Although both girls were very nice, and one of them would make him happy for the rest of his life, the blood of one girl had already taken root in Wang Yu's heart. The red flowers on the white bedsheet not only bloomed on the bed, but also in his heart.
Brother-in-law.
Brother. Wang Yu's pulse taking this time was indeed a bit long, so long that Sun Dishing and Chunmei couldn't help but remind him.
Wang Yu, who was interrupted, coughed lightly to cover up his embarrassment.
Then he let go of the two girls' arms, picked up the teacup, drank some water, and said, "Both of you have recovered very well, and there is nothing wrong at the moment. But I still feel pain in my chest.
Xiao Yu, would you help your sister with another massage?"
Sun Qian immediately begged.
One more massage. Wang Yu immediately wanted to nod and say yes.
But in the end, he still didn't dare. After doing something, you have to take responsibility for the rest of your life. Brother Yu, I also feel unwell recently.
Would you help me with another massage?
Yan next to him had to make a great effort to say this in public. At this moment, one hand tightly held Wang Yu's corner of the clothes, and her pretty face was so red that it could drip blood. But her eyes looked at him with hope, and the love in her eyes made Wang Yu involuntarily shiver. Wang Yu felt that he could try this request of Yan's when he went back at night. Although he had a girl in his heart, this little Qingmei who had grown up with him since childhood also matched his appetite. The appearance of this kind of thought made Wang Yu himself startle, making himself not responsible for Yan after the massage. Looking at the little girl's eyes, if I really went to see her at night, it was unknown whether I could walk out of her room. Well, this is also a girl who can't be easily provoked. But at this time, in the face of their request, Wang Yu really didn't know how to refuse. Brother-in-law, eat first, and after you finish eating, go upstairs.
At that time, you can just give them both a massage. What's the point of being so conflicted about healing people? Brother Sun, you're right.
Sun Dishing's words woke him up.
There's nothing to be confused about healing and saving people. You have to know that doctors only see patients, not men or women.
Chapter 38, I'll get drunk first, you guys go ahead. After finding a reason for himself, Wang Yu also let go of his confused heart and immediately started drinking with Sundishing.
Why drink? Of course, it's not because he's not going to give the two girls a massage.
He really thinks that he can deceive himself with the excuse of seeing a doctor. Since I couldn't say no, I'd get drunk and get out of it.
I'd close my eyes and pretend I didn't know anything. With this in mind, Wang Yu drank very happily.
Sundishing was also a drunkard. The two of them pushed cups and changed glasses, and in less than an hour they had finished 4 bottles of liquor. Yowen didn't know Wang Yu's drinking capacity, and kept looking at him worriedly. She wanted to persuade him, but didn't know how to start.
Chunmei was so hungry that she had forgotten about the matchmaking business and was only thinking about eating.
Sun Xian looked at the two men beside her with a smile on her face, but she was about to explode. She had gone to the hospital in the morning, but Wang Yu had not shown up. She had asked Wang Yu to come over for lunch, but he had not yet started pursuing her. Then a delicate and tender little girl appeared, and she looked so pitiful that she wanted to bite Wang Yu. Brother-in-law, listen to Brother San.
Leave the wedding to me.
I'll make sure it goes smoothly. Sundishing was obviously drunk.
Okay, I'll leave it to Brother San. I'll give him a big red envelope. Wang Yu was also drunk and couldn't think straight. Ha ha. I'm relieved to hear you say that.
Yes, when I find that girl, I'll definitely ask Brother San for help. As soon as he said that, Sun Qian and Yowen froze.
Which girl? Wang Yu is really fast.
He's only been divorced for a few days and he's already found a new target. The two of them felt a sense of danger.
Brother, which girl? What's her name? Chunmei was straightforward and asked directly.
I don't know her name, but she lives downstairs from me.
Chunmei didn't know what to say for a moment.
I don't even know her name, and you're already thinking about getting married.
Your cousin is no good. What are you thinking about? Come on, drink up. Sundishing's brain was obviously not working properly, and he still hadn't reacted.
Sun Qian's little foot kicked him several times under the stool, but he didn't react at all.
Sister Yowen, I have something to say to you. Let's go sit next door.
Seeing that her third brother was not up to much, Sun Qian had an idea for Yowen. After hearing this, Yowen thought about it for a moment, then nodded and followed Sun Qian out of the box. Chunmei also wanted to follow, but was stopped by her eyes. The two women, one big and one small, came to the next room with their own thoughts.
Sister, now that we are alone, I will get straight to the point. Yowen nodded in response. You can tell that you have had feelings for Xiaoyu since a long time ago. Yes, when I was 16, I made up my mind that I would marry only Xiaoyu. Yowen's tone was very firm.
Sun Qian was stunned for a moment.
Is this girl so infatuated? My sister doesn't hide her feelings either. I also want to marry Xiaoyu. The two of us are now rivals. I can see that.
Since we both want to marry him, we can't let him fall into the hands of another woman.
Sun Qian's words made Yowen very approving. Now there is a rival.
If there are a few more, then my own hopes will become smaller and smaller.
What can my sister do?
There is a way, but I don't know if my sister can make up her mind and be willing to make some sacrifices.
Sun Qian smiled and seduced Yowen.
For Brother Yu, I'm not afraid to die.
What can my sister do?
Then come closer, I'll whisper it to you. After a while of whispering, Yowen's face turned red again, her hands clasped the corners of her clothes, and her teeth clenched her lips.
Sister, can you do what I say? But if we do this, will Brother Yu be angry?
And the two of us together, it's ridiculous.
Then you want to leave Brother Yu? If that's the case, then I won't be polite. He's just drunk, so we can do it in the afternoon. Sister won't give up this opportunity. Besides, do you think he will really be angry? I know men better than you do. Although Sun Qian's words were very confident, she didn't really think that way. Otherwise, she wouldn't have dragged Yowen into it.
After all, she and Wang Yu had just met, and she was still very enthusiastic. If she really did that, she would be in trouble and wouldn't even be able to be friends.
However, if she drags Wang Yu's little green plum into the water, things will be much more complicated.
But in the end, one of us will have to leave.
Yuan's mind is very simple.
Although she wants to agree to Sun Qian's request, in the end, the two of them will have to decide who wins.
As a member of a wealthy family, Sun Qian's realm is incomparable to that of a simple girl like Yuan.
She understands very well that the so-called rules are meant for those who have no power or influence.
People like them, who are at the top of the pyramid, have countless ways to get around the rules as long as they don't go too far. What's wrong, sister? Are you afraid or can't accept it? Don't care about what the world thinks.
Your happiness is the most important thing.
Don't you want to live with Xiaoyu for the rest of your life? I do. But now I don't know if this is the right thing to do. I've never seen anything like this before, and I've never thought about it. If my parents knew, they would beat me to death.
Yoan is very conservative after all, and her mind is confused. At this time, she doesn't know if she should agree or not.
What's the big deal? My eldest brother and third brother are not married, but they too.
I haven't seen my parents beat them to death either.
And my sisters-in-law live together in harmony.
If Sun Dezhao and Sun Desheng knew that their sister had such a bold idea, inspired by them, I wonder if they would slap themselves.
It is true that people shaped in different environments are different.
What seems incredible to Yuan happens every day to Sun Xian.
The collision of the two people's views obviously shattered Yuan. Sister, don't hesitate. What Xiaoyu just said was not drunken talk, but the truth. If we don't act now, we'll be ready to grow old alone. Don't you want to give Xiaoyu a child that belongs to the two of you? Son. Qian's words were like a hammer, hammering heavily on Yuan's heart.
9 years of unrequited love had made her fed up with the taste of loneliness, and the thought of spending the rest of her life like that scared her to the point of shivering. Having a child that belongs to herself and brother Yu was like a sweet bait dangling in front of her.
Okay, sister, as long as I can be with brother Yu, I'll listen to you. Chapter 39, A woman can be really scary when she gets angry.
Seeing that Yuan had finally been successfully coaxed into the boat, Sun Xian couldn't help but reveal a sly smile like a fox. She held Yuan's hand tightly and comforted her in a gentle tone.
Don't worry, sister.
From now on, I'll take care of you. After a moment of tacit understanding, the two of them returned to the cabin together.
Chunmei was curious about their conversation and couldn't help but lean over to ask one in a low voice. However, how could one dare to reveal such a private matter?
If Chunmei knew about her and Sun Xian's plan, she would definitely try to stop them.
So one casually said, "It's nothing special.
I was just casually asking about some of Brother Yu's past."
Oh? Is that all? Then why don't you ask me?
After all, I am his sister, and I know him better than you do. Chunmei looked suspicious, but she didn't pursue the matter further, thinking that her good friend had never lied to her in the past. At this point, Sun Xian had a plan to get rid of Chunmei, who was a nuisance.
She suggested enthusiastically, "Chunmei, why don't you go to the mall and buy something you like while you're here? After all, Xiaoyu is going to help me with Yuan's treatment later. My brother can still see patients later."
Chunmei pointed to Wang Yu, who was now sitting unsteadily.
Of course he can.
The alcohol wears off quickly, and he will recover after a rest.
Chunmei, you just arrived in Shuzhou, and there are many things to buy. I will find someone to take you to my brother's mall. Take whatever you like, and consider it a gift from your sister.
Afterwards, Sun Xian called over a waiter from the restaurant, gave him a few instructions, and then called her brother. Chunmei had not finished eating yet, but she was led away by the waiter in a daze. Looking at Yuan, who was still in the private room, she always felt that something was wrong, but she just couldn't figure it out. After arranging Chunmei, Sun Xian then turned her attention to her third brother, and began pouring him wine from the bottle. "Yuan, fill up the glass for Xiaoyu."
She winked at Yuan.
Yuan was shy, but she was nervous and determined to carry out the plan. The two men were thus tricked by their sister and Xiaoyu. Even though they could drink a lot, they drank too much under the persuasion of their sister and Xiaoyu.
After about half an hour, Sun Dishing slipped under the table.
The guy was too heavy, and Sun Xian couldn't pull him up after a few tries, so she just left him there. Wang Yu was fine, although he was also unconscious, but Yuan took good care of him, and he was still sitting in his chair. However, his hands had already wrapped around Yuan's slender waist, and his head was resting on the girl's soft stomach, snoring and falling asleep. Feeling Wang Yu's strong and powerful arms and the strong male scent, Yuan's legs were a bit unsteady. With nowhere to put her hands, she didn't know whether to hug him back or push him away. At this moment, Yuan was so nervous that her big eyes looked at Sun Xian, asking her to make a decision quickly. The intimate contact with Wang Yu made her heart beat violently, and she didn't dare to move her hands holding Wang Yu's head. Two people. Seeing that Yuan was nervous, Sun Xian called out at the door, and soon two waiters came. "Take this gentleman to the lounge on the third floor." Sun Xian pointed at Wang Yu in Yuan's arms. "What about the boss?"
The two waiters looked at Sun Dishang under the table and asked.
My brother is thick-skinned and thick-fleshed, so just find a place for him to lie down. Faced with a boss like this sister, the waiters didn't know what to say. They immediately carried out Sun Qian's orders. Soon, Wang Yu was lying on the bed in the third-floor lounge again. Yuan followed him up and took care of him by the bed. Although Sun Qian said that she would just let her third brother settle in, she stayed and settled him in. After she was done, Sun Qian came to the third floor, pushed open the door to the lounge, and saw Yuan wiping Wang Yu's body.
Oh dear. Little sister, what are you doing? It's hot here, and brother Yu has sweated a lot. I'm wiping him off. Can't you turn on the air conditioner? You want to wipe him until tomorrow?
The temperature was high in the afternoon, with the outside temperature at 38 degrees Celsius. The temperature in the lounge on the third floor was also around 34 degrees Celsius. Wang Yu had drunk a lot of white wine, and in this environment, his sweat never stopped. When Yuan saw Wang Yu sweating, she took a tissue and kept wiping him, without even thinking about turning on the air conditioner.
I forgot.
Yuan was now shy and wanted to find a hole to crawl into.
Sun Qian just smiled and didn't say anything.
She turned on the air conditioner and then locked the door. After that, she pulled the curtains and the room immediately darkened.
Sister, do you want to take a shower first?
Yes. Sun Qian then led her to the bathroom next door. The two women looked at each other, their eyes full of envy and admiration.
Yuan's youthful beauty was something Sun Qian could never hope to have. And Sun Qian's devilishly perfect figure is something that Yuan can't compare to, an absolute gift.
After taking a shower, the two of them came to Wang Yu with a towel around their waists, watching him sleep. We'll help him clean up first, so he can sleep comfortably. Sun Qian started to act, and Yuan just stood there, not knowing how to start. Hurry up, don't wait for him to wake up, or you'll be in a difficult situation. After hearing this, Yuan also put aside her shame and began to get started.
In a short while, Wang Yu's body was completely clean.
Looking at Wang Yu in front of her, Sun Qian also became embarrassed. Although she had always acted very calmly, she was still a girl after all.
Yuan. Ah, sister, I'll go out and sit for a while.
Yuan's head was shaking like a rattle. She had used up all her courage to get this far, and now she really couldn't do it in front of another person. After saying that, Yuan quickly left the room, leaving Sun Qian alone here. Looking at Yuan leaving, Sun Qian was also relieved. After all, she really couldn't let go. Taking a deep breath, she secretly encouraged herself, come on, happiness is something you have to fight for yourself. Drunk Wang Yu had already fallen into a deep sleep. Sun Qian looked at him sleeping and felt an indescribable feeling in her heart. She had never thought about getting married, and now she didn't know why she couldn't help but feel a good impression of this man. Could this be called love? The lights went out and the flowers bloomed.
Chapter 40, Drunk Wang Yu again.
In a hazy state, Wang Yu felt a sense of comfort throughout his body, as if a warm force was flowing through his body, making him involuntarily want to struggle to sit up. However, at this moment, Sun Qian, who was in the hallway outside, had already fallen asleep. The door closed and the person who came out of the room was panting, while the person who went in was extremely nervous. Time passed quietly, and it was already past 10 o'clock in the evening. Wang Yu's drunkenness gradually subsided, and his consciousness began to slowly recover. Half asleep, he tried to move his body and turn over to change his position, but was surprised to find that his left arm seemed to be firmly held by something and could not move at all.
Am I still half asleep? Or am I still in a dream?
Wang Yu's mind was still in a state of confusion, and he had no idea what had happened in the afternoon. The strange sensation in his body made him think that he was still in a dream, otherwise how could such a beautiful thing happen to him? It must be because he had drunk too much that he was hallucinating. However, as Wang Yu became more and more sober, he gradually realized that the current situation was a bit strange. After some careful consideration, he suddenly opened his eyes and exclaimed, "Oh my God!
Something is wrong, this is definitely not a dream." When he realized this, Wang Yu was terrified and instantly froze, not daring to move.
Lying there, he tried to remember, but he couldn't think of what happened in the afternoon. He only remembered drinking with his third brother, but he couldn't remember what happened after that. Now in this dark room, he didn't even know where he was. Thinking about it, he immediately sat up in fright.
Damn, there really was someone lying next to him.
Wang Yu immediately broke into a cold sweat.
Could it be that Yuan and Chunmei had brought him back? Was this his own home? If it was, then the person next to him was probably Yuan.
A sense of fear overwhelmed Wang Yu. At this moment, he wanted to die. Although he didn't know why this had happened, it was too late to say anything. His sobering mind became confused again, and he mechanically reached for the bedside table. He didn't find the familiar switch, but he found a cell phone, and he didn't know whose it was. After taking the phone, Wang Yu couldn't wait to unlock it. He desperately needed some light to see who was next to him. Yuan, who was sleeping, vaguely realized that the object in her arms had suddenly disappeared, and a sense of inexplicable loss welled up in her heart. She subconsciously reached out to feel for it, trying to find the lost warmth. At that moment, her hand touched a hard and warm object, Wang Yu. Yuan grabbed him without hesitation and pulled him into her arms, but she found that no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't move an inch. However, this did not discourage her. After all, there are other ways to get close to each other. So, Yuan quickly adjusted her position, twisting her body to get closer and closer to Wang Yu until they were pressed tightly together. Then she brought her small head closer to Wang Yu's shoulder and gently pressed her face against his body. The whole movement was as natural and smooth as flowing water, done in one go. Wang Yu had not yet reacted to Yuan's actions when everything had already been settled. At this moment, his arm was tightly held by Yuan and he could not move. In desperation, Wang Yu turned his head and used the faint light from his mobile phone to check the situation. When he saw Yuan's cute and lovely face in his arms, the last trace of guilt in his heart instantly disappeared, replaced by a feeling of sweetness and happiness. Thank goodness, I was so scared. Although I didn't expect it to be Yuan, at this point, as long as it wasn't Chunmei, Wang Yu would have accepted it even if it was a man. Wang Yu, who had just let out a long sigh, felt like he had been reborn. Looking at the girl next door, although he felt a headache, it was much better than the suicidal mood he had just had. If he had known, he would not have drunk so much. The same thing happened twice, and Wang Yu didn't know whether to be grateful or worried. When he came out of the bathroom, Wang Yu turned on a nightlight and took a good look at the room. He realized that he hadn't gone home, but was still in his brother's lounge. He walked over to the bed, picked up the clothes on the floor, put them on, lit a cigarette, and then left the room. If it had only been with Yuan, he wouldn't have had a headache, but there was still a girl whose name he didn't know. Oh. As he walked out of the door, he couldn't help but complain. This girl really has no scruples. He knew very well that Chunmei, Yan and Sun Qian had not been drinking. She must have been sober at the time. He had just divorced and had not yet figured out what to do next, and yet he had once again provoked a girl, and she was even the girl next door. As he thought about this, Wang Yu's headache was accompanied by some pride. But the thought that his wife could only be one person at a time made him distressed. He didn't want to let go of either one, and he didn't want to hurt either one. But Wang Yu did not choose to leave silently. He had done it, and no matter what the reason, the result was already like this. His choice was still to be responsible. But who to be responsible to was a difficult question with no answer. Just when Wang Yu could not find an answer and his eyes were blank, a soft body pressed up from behind, with both hands holding his waist and her head resting on his shoulder. The fragrance of the person who had attacked him came at him, interrupting his train of thought. "What are you thinking about?" Sun Qian's voice sounded in his ear. Perhaps she guessed Wang Yu's worries, and Sun Qian continued. "Actually, you don't have to be so entangled. Qian, why don't you stop Yuan?" Wang Yu sighed. "Why should I stop? Yuan has liked you for so many years, and your heart is made of stone? I remember I said that I have someone I like now." "Ha! I have 2 younger sisters-in-law and 4 older sisters-in-law. You figure it out yourself." Sun Qian's words were like a new door that had opened for Wang Yu. Yes, if you don't want to give up on either of them, then you shouldn't give up on either of them. After working hard in society for so many years, Wang Yu has gained a lot of insight, and he now has a lot of assets. It's just 2 women, and as long as they are willing, he can afford them completely. That. Qian, I really appreciate your comfort, but can you please let go of my hand first? Wang Yu's face turned red and he said awkwardly. Hearing this, Sun Qian smiled lightly, her tone slightly teasing. "Oh? Let go of you? Ha, little guy, are you trying to renege on your debt?" "No, that's not it." Wang Yu hurriedly waved his hand to explain, "I will definitely take responsibility for Yuan." His eyes were firm and sincere, showing his determination and sense of responsibility. However, at this moment, Wang Yu did not know the huge sacrifices and dedication that Sun Qian had made behind his back. "So what about me? Are you going to avoid your responsibility to me like this?" Sun Xian suddenly said this, which made Wang Yu unable to help but be stunned and completely at a loss. He widened his eyes and looked at Sun Xian with confusion, unable to understand why she was asking him such a question.
He was at a loss for words and didn't know how to answer. Seeing that Wang Yu was taking his time to respond, Sun Xian asked again, "Do you really want to take responsibility for me?"
Her eyes locked onto Wang Yu, as if she wanted to see through his eyes to see what he was really thinking.
Damn it!
Everyone took advantage of me when I was drunk.
I'm going to get revenge this time.